Prologue. Ayda. The nightmares were never far away. Most nights I suffered them alone, waking up in the middle of the night in a deep sweat with my hair stuck to my neck, as though it were trying to strangle me. My hands trembled so violently I was forced to ball them into fists to stop the muscles from seizing. Drew slept heavily beside me, oblivious to the night terrors that haunted me, mainly because the nightmares often faded after the first one to be replaced by dreams of he and I together, once I finally drifted back to sleep. Waking up next to him every morning was a blessing I no longer took for granted, even if the bastard did look like he'd stepped off the cover of a magazine from the moment he woke, and those beautiful blue-green eyes sought me out. So much had changed in my life since I'd met Drew, and it didn't matter how much bad had occurred in the duration. Every ache in my joints, pull of a scar, and look of concern was worth the time I had with him. I couldn't imagine my life without Drew in it, and I didn't really want to. He and the heathens who came as a package deal were just as much my family as Tate. I didn't miss the grief in their glances when I wore a tank top, and the scars peeked over the top of the material. We all had scars from that night. Some just showed more than others. I wasn't the naive woman I'd been before that night in the warehouse with the imps. I was no longer the girl who felt sorry for herself because her parents had died and left her to parent her younger brother. I was much stronger. I was war-torn, ravaged, and hardened just enough to get rid of the rose-tinted glasses that had made words like unfair fall into my mental tirades on a regular basis. I still loved and cared the same way I always had, but I refused to see myself as a victim anymore. I refused to be the damsel in distress who needed saving. I wanted to be stronger, harder, and have the ability to fight that would put me shoulder to shoulder with the man I loved, rather than cowering behind him. I was sure if he could hear the diatribe in my head, he would scowl in that way of his, and then storm off to crush a car or shoot an inanimate object. Drew didn't have a hero complex by any means. He was under no illusions about the life that he led. He protected the people he loved, and that was the end of the discussion. If he'd known I was taking shooting lessons from Sutton, he'd probably have locked me in a room for a week to deprogram that kind of thinking. Again, not because he thought I wasn't capable, but because he was there to protect me, which meant I didn't need to learn how to defend myself, a fact we were destined to disagree about for a long time to come. As I lay in bed staring at the ceiling of the room I shared with Drew, I knew that day was going to be difficult, more difficult than any of us were truly prepared for. The Hounds of Babylon were holding a memorial service for the imps who had perished in the terrible warehouse accident. After the fire had been set, the media had descended on the town like locusts to the end of the world, and following many negotiations between Howard Sutton and Drew, they'd decided to use the opportunity to gain sympathy for the MC and show our community-oriented side. The story was that the imps had gone to the warehouse for the sole purpose of setting up an explosion before luring in the hounds and ambushing them. Only before we could be lured to the site, something had triggered the explosion early while the imps had been in the old equipment room with enough explosives to bring the place down, meaning they were stuck with no way to escape, something I could attest to. The fire marshal had been in there for weeks trying to figure out the chain reaction. He'd concluded that because the fire exits had been chained shut after the factory had been closed indefinitely, the door to the shop had been the only way in and out after the place had closed. A death trap was the terminology they'd used in the news reports. What had helped our claim even further was the fact that the security guard who normally patrolled the area had been found bound and gagged in his car at the back of the property. He hadn't seen us there in any capacity, but he'd remembered the imp's patch just fine. Climbing on the back of Drew's bike and wrapping my arms around his waist, I looked around at the members of our delegation. It was only our charter today, but that was all that was needed. This memorial would hopefully keep the other imp charters away. We were being the bigger men here. We were acknowledging that this situation had been arranged to kill us, but we were still mourning the loss of life. The gesture had been the very thing to lead to a roundtable discussion between a few leaders of the MCs we shared this part of Texas with. The Hounds of Babylon were waving a white flag after this terrible accident. The truce wasn't indefinite, but from what I understood, the arrangement was open in communications, a way of talking about things in order to fact-find rather than point a finger of accusation that would undoubtedly be followed by a bullet of condemnation. I just hoped this worked, because even as the bike carried us forward, I could feel the dread in the pit of my stomach. I knew Cortez was dead. Did that mean we were safe? No, not even a little. His death just meant we were safer for now, and that we could sleep side by side without worrying about the imps rolling through the gates with threats. However, like the mythological beast Hydra, you cut off one head and two would replace it, and when that happened, our enemies would want their pound of flesh for the men we'd wronged. Retaliation was something that came with the club. It was also something I'd come to accept. I just needed to be prepared for when that happened. I needed to have the ability to protect what was mine, and every soul in this club fell under that umbrella, including myself.
Chapter 1. Drew. Some days, all my scars throbbed. I'd begin to wake in the morning with the sunlight from the window casting a line of warmth across my bare back as I lay on my bed, stomach down, and I'd feel the memories that were embedded in my skin come to life. The scars of my youth, the scars of my success, the scars of prison, the scars of that warehouse. Each had a different story to tell, a reminder of a time when I'd had to fight to win, or I'd fought only to lose. Those days, whether the sunlight in summer or the cold breeze of winter attacked my skin, I was reminded of where I'd been, who I was, and all the mistakes I'd made. The scars throbbed, and I doubted that would ever change. But where once they'd throbbed and taunted me for hours on end, making me start my day under a black cloud of misery and regret, now their taunts were fleeting. I had a medicine right beside me. I had a reason to live like I'd never had a reason to live before. I had Ayda, and no matter how many times those scars tried to drag me back to self-loathing and grief, she always made me forget I had any marks on my body at all. The dirt and grime that coated my skin were of no concern to me either. Not even the nightmares that sometimes kept me awake at night were enough to drag me back under. I'd made her a promise over 2 months ago. I'd made Pete a promise under that tree, too. It was time for me to start living. I wanted to start living. So, I did. I got back in the van that day, turned to Ayda, squeezed her hand so tight and smiled so bright, because I needed her to see what she meant to me. I needed her to feel what my own life meant to me now. I needed her to see how much she had saved me. No, not saved me. I needed her to see how much she'd brought me to life. When she had looked back at me with tears in her eyes, the only thing that hurt was my heart. It felt like it was growing 10 sizes in 10 seconds. Harry drove us home with a smile on his face that day, too. We were all making silent promises to one another to enjoy life now. All of us. Even Kenny was acting differently since that fateful night in the warehouse. He was happy, more loyal than ever, and he was a brother I was glad to have on my side. That morning was another day for me to wake up, ignore the throbbing reminders of my skin, and turn over to take a look at who lay beside me in bed. And there she was. The moment I turned my head to face her, my chest still pressed against the mattress and my arms tucked under the pillow, I felt lighter. One woman. That woman. She was all I was ever gonna need. Trying to remember a time when she didn't exist to me felt impossible. Ayda's lips were parted as her breaths fell from them, little soft breaths that made me want to slip down and press my mouth to hers just to catch them. I didn't. I studied the flush of her cheeks instead, a smirk taking over my own face as I imagined exactly what and who she was dreaming about. Her lashes fluttered as she sucked in a sharp breath before she released it slowly, her exhale louder than all the others as a small shiver ran through her, bringing out the goosebumps across her shoulders and causing her own sleepy smile to come out of hiding. She was goddamn adorable like this, all naked and waiting. But my instincts were always to protect her. It might have been a sunny day for February, and the rays might have been pouring through the window of our bedroom, but we lived in Babylon, Texas, where I had grown up convinced that February was Swahili for fucking Arctic. Reaching down for the sheets, I pulled them up to cover her bare arms, resting them on her shoulder without wanting to wake her. My body turned on its side to face her, and then I did what I did most mornings. I lay there beside the woman I loved and studied her like there was a chance I might forget her one day. Or worse still, all this might be some big messed-up dream that had been sent from all my enemies as the cruelest punishment they could ever think of. Ayda Hannigan. The one thing in life that could bring me to my knees without as much as a fight. She knew it, too. They all knew it. I was a love-struck, pumped-up biker with the hormones of a teenager, the puppy dog eyes of a 14-year-old girl, and the sexual appetite of a younger Michael Douglas. I couldn't get enough of her, asleep or awake. It took a few minutes for her to stir again, and when I saw her eyelashes fluttering wildly, I prepared myself for those sleepy blue eyes. As soon as she unleashed them, she scowled and practically hissed at the bright sunlight that poured through the windows, lighting up the room. I couldn't help but laugh as I pushed my hands even farther under my pillow and waited. "Stop it," she grumbled weakly. "Morning, beautiful," I cooed. Fucking cooed. Damn mushy dick that I was. "Morning," she stuttered, her grimace very real and alive as she opened one eye, the other remaining shut until her vision adjusted. "Hi," I mouthed, unable to hide my grin. "It's not cool, you know." Ayda turned to face me, copying my pose as both her hands slid under her pillow, and she moved her head so it wasn't directly in the stream of light. "What is it?" I whispered. "How effortlessly handsome you look every morning. You don't play fair, Drew Tucker." I huffed out a laugh, rolling my eyes at her before I raised both brows and shook my head. If only I had $1 for every time you told me I don't fight fair. "I said play, not fight. Our fighting days are over, remember?" Her smile was the best thing I would ever see. But I also saw the uncertainty that lingered behind her eyes when she mentioned that side of my life. Ayda loved the club. She loved the Hounds of Babylon like she had been born into it. She loved where she lived, who I was, all of my history and all of my brothers. But she also feared the lifestyle. She feared me being dead tomorrow because of revenge attacks, and she feared for her younger brother, Tate. No matter how much I told her that I would always keep her safe, we both knew that my promises were only words. I would do everything I could to keep her, Tate, and myself safe, but I could never guarantee her a peaceful life in the suburbs with a garden full of children and a white picket fence. "I remember," I nodded. "Although, what are your thoughts on play fighting with the woman I love?" "I have very positive, almost encouraging thoughts about that kind of fighting," she whispered through a grin. I slid closer, my hand slipping under the comforter, my fingertips finding her bare hip bone as I began to trace patterns on her skin. Pushing my forehead to hers, I looked down into her eyes. "Encouraging thoughts, you say?" "Extremely encouraging." "Even if it involves tickling?" "Depends where you're going to tickle." Ayda's mischievous grin flashed up at me, her eyes shining with all the love I knew she had stored in her entire body, and before I knew it, I was done for all over again. Planting a small, teasing kiss on the end of her nose, I moved my lips to her ear and whispered, "Oh, darling, when will you learn? I do what I want, when I want, whether you approve or not." Dragging my teeth over her lobe, I let out the kind of growl I knew drove her crazy, enjoying the second shiver that ran through her body before I gripped her hip tightly and dug my fingers into her flesh. I'm going in. I dove under the sheets in a flash, my mouth finding her waist, while my fingers made her squirm with the kind of tickling she didn't like. The second her body started to thrash around, and her laughter roared free as she threw herself onto her back, I felt that surge of energy flow through me again. Hearing her laughter, seeing her smile, feeling her warmth. It was what I was living for now. It was what I hungered for. The only other thing I had to sate that morning was my appetite, and that had fuck all to do with food.
Chapter 2. Ayda. I fell back against the bed, panting, my hair sticking to my bare, sweat-dampened neck, and my muscles quivering as Drew dragged his lips over the closest inches of skin he could reach from his collapsed state. I didn't think I would ever get used to this man and his sexual appetite, or the delicious ache that resonated in every muscle I'd used in our lovemaking. A pinch of my nipple had my eyes narrowing at the head, now resting just above it. Drew had the sensitive bud between his thumb and index finger as though studying it for his own amusement. You know they look much better wet, I teased, forcing the muscles in my arms to work so I could run my hands over his hair. I wasn't ready to think about getting out of bed just yet, but if I had to, the shower was a great destination to take, and possibly continue this little two-person party we had going on. Drew tilted his head back and looked up at me through his long lashes, that cocksure smirk of his pushing into his cheek before he lowered his lips to my nipple, dragging it between his teeth, rolled his tongue around the bud, and released it with a pop. "Like that?" he asked, knowing full well that wasn't what I meant. I shook my head at him as the sensation made my feet arch in pleasure. Damn him and his insatiable need to keep me on my toes. He never did anything the way people perceived. That was just another one of the things I loved about him. "That works, but I'm pretty damn sure you understood my meaning the first time, Mr. Tucker." His smirk grew as he continued to run his fingers over my breast, never breaking eye contact with me as he played. "Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Maybe you should just tell me what you want, darling, and we can get there quicker." I ran my hand over his hair again, my stubbly nails digging in and pulling as his tongue snaked toward my painfully erect nipple again. "Do you think you could take this and me into the shower? I have a shift at Rusty's later, and if I absolutely have to get up, I think I like the idea of being attached to you when I do it. Direct enough?" "Better," he mumbled in between the kisses he was currently trailing across my chest and up my neck. "Although I wish you wouldn't mention going to work when I'm trying to seduce you. You know what makes me growl like this?" His mouth found the sensitive spot just below my ear, before he growled low and soft. "Stay here with me, forever." I wasn't ashamed to admit that my smile grew so wide my cheeks ached. The very visual of staying in bed, his body cradled between my legs as he whispered to me for eternity, made the sunshine much brighter, and my heart pound with happiness and contentment. "You drive a hard bargain. Does this mean you'll be staying with me and not going to an honest day's work today?" He rolled on top of me, continuing to lose himself in the art of spreading kisses across my skin. "Just give me the word and I'll quit life for you, baby. All of it." I wasted no time in wrapping my legs around his waist, my heels resting on his ass as I studied him. There was no doubt in my mind that he meant it. The truth in his words wrapped around me and tightened until the slightly broken parts of me came together. I'd loved our life together after I'd moved into the hut. He'd been distracted by the threats constantly thrown at him in the club, and we'd had our moments, but I'd been happy. At least I thought I'd been happy. Because remembering that time, before everything went to hell in that warehouse, felt like a ray of weak winter sunshine compared to this paradise I was now in. I had Drew Tucker, all of him. I'd had him before, but this was more. I walked into a room and I could feel his eyes on me, his attention divided between what he was doing and whatever he was imagining doing to me. Not in that lost puppy dog way either. He was the predator, and I was the prey, and I decidedly loved being hunted. Pressing on his ass with my heel, I felt him grind against me. As much as I would love that, we may get complaints from the boys when they need your attention and have to come in here where we would be fused together at the hips, working on our muscle tone. I felt his smile against my neck, followed by a small huff of laughter before he lifted his head and looked straight into my eyes. His slightly overgrown hair fell forward and his eyebrows rose as he studied me. Ayda. I hummed in response, continuing my study of his face, and every speck of his blue-green eyes as the colors intertwined like he was hypnotizing me. First of all, he started in that raspy voice of his, the men wouldn't dare come into this room, not even if their dicks were on fire and this was the only place they could put them out. And secondly, he pressed himself down onto me even farther, supporting his upper body with his ridiculously strong arms. Even if they did, nothing could make me stop fucking you if I wanted to, not even an audience. And somehow you managed to make that sound strangely intoxicating. I smiled, my fingers pushing the stray strands from his face as I tightened my legs and gifted him with a groan when he met me tit for tat. I think you can make me forget anything when you touch me. Want me to get Harry to stand in the corner so we can test that theory out? My laughter came easily. Why Harry? Deeks is too much like a father to you. Tate is your younger brother, and I'd be worried that would scar him in ways even I couldn't repair. Kenny had the hots for you once. Jed would get penis envy, and Slater saw enough of my naked arse growing up. I think Harry could handle it. He told me, his eyes alive with mischief. Just don't let his hacking cough distract you. You take hypothetical to a whole new level, you know that. But all that being said, I really should go to work. I have that shiny new truck to pay for, and that Harley Tate got for his birthday needs to be paid for, too. Guilt is a bad, bad emotion. Drew sighed softly, his breath washing over me as he searched my eyes and tensed the muscles in his jaw. There were several lectures sitting on the very edge of his tongue about how I didn't have to work, how he would pay for everything Tate or I wanted and needed in life. I could see the flames of the old Drew Tucker licking away at the tension in his face before he saw something in me that made him shake his head softly, smile his adorable smile that was reserved only for me, and give in. He always gave in these days, because he loved me. Fine, he groaned, collapsing on top of my body and circling me in his grip before he rolled onto his back and pushed us both off the bed. My legs were still wrapped around him as he rose to stand and began carrying me across the bedroom. Let's do it your way, Hannigan. Independence is yours, but only after our shower. Until you leave this room, you're mine, and I get to wash you, touch you, and own you for at least the next 15 minutes. 30 if you're a good girl. His fingers dug into the flesh of my ass cheeks. I squeaked out, my legs tightening as my arms circled his neck. Promises, promises. You know, if you take a break, you could always come to Rusty's for lunch. I leaned in close and nibbled his ear this time. There's this blonde waitress there, and she has the hots for you. When she knows you're coming, she doesn't wear panties under her uniform. Drew stopped in his tracks, pulling his chin back until our eyes connected, all trace of humor gone. She fucking better wear panties around other men, especially when that cute blonde knows I can tear panties off her skin with my little finger. They don't get in my way. Yes, but you seem to forget that bike of yours is very loud, and she knows the moment you pull up. You also forget that you should come in around 3 when all she's doing is filling condiments, and you two would be the only people in there. I rocked my hips against him, using my thighs for leverage. We could do it anywhere. I dragged my teeth along his jaw as he slammed my back against the wall next to the bathroom door, a small grunt escaping as the air was knocked from my lungs. Have I ever told you about my fantasy? I was teasing him now, and I had a feeling he knew it. I was bribing him to come and visit me at work, making promises I always enjoyed keeping. He trailed his nose past my ear, pushing it into my hair and releasing a small moan of his own, as he grew obviously harder beneath me. Tell me now, he whispered. I smiled down at him, one of my hands fisting in his growing hair. Not a chance. You have to earn that little ditty baby. I could always screw it out of you. You could try. As always, he tried to prove me wrong. He was buried deep inside of me before the last word had fallen from my mouth. Of course, he didn't get my secret out of me, nor did he get it by using his long fingers in the shower, or his mouth as he assaulted me in the closet. I liked having the upper hand in some things. and his curiosity would bring him to me when it got too much for him. Of that I was certain.
Chapter 3. Drew. I was standing on the top step of the porch to the hut and watching Sutton drive my girl away. It was a clear-skied day in Babylon, with bright blue above and a hint of yellow streaking through from the right, harsh enough to make me crease my eyes together as I watched the two of them turn left out of the gates. Folding my arms across my chest, I kept my eyes on their car until long after they'd gone out of sight. If Ayda thought I hadn't noticed her recent shift in behavior, she was wrong. Dead wrong. Since returning from that fateful night at the warehouse, all of us had gone through a roller coaster of emotions. There were 7 stages to grief, apparently. No one told you how many fucking stages there were to go through after being chained up in a warehouse, close to death, while also being forced to watch your enemy touch your woman and hurt her in ways that had the ability to turn everything cold, even on a warm day like today. Whenever she went to work, I fought against every natural instinct in my body to follow her, drag her ass back to the hut, tie her down, and keep her in front of me, always in front of me, where I knew she was safe, protected, and alive. Our first few weeks back at Rusty's had seen me sitting in that shitty diner for hours on end, sipping coffee and eyeing her from the far corner of the room. The Hounds were now a regular sight in the town of Babylon, no longer the infamous, almost mythical creatures who lived on the outskirts of society. With Sutton, the chief of police, under our protection, it seemed the town had exhaled a collective sigh as they'd realized we weren't quite as bad as they'd imagined. I wasn't going to tell them we were worse. And even worse than us would probably descend on Babylon at some point in our futures. The only guarantee with MC retaliation was that they never played to a certain set of rules. There was no timeline, no dates or predictions to be made. But it would happen. Whether it was the Navs or the imps from other charters who sought us out, our futures were always going to be based on a shaky foundation of when, not if. It had been hard for me to leave Ayda when she started working again. But eventually, and after so much fucking talking and persuasion from her about how safe she was, I'd agreed to loosen the leash a little and let her have some semblance of normality back. After everything she'd suffered because of me, I had no right to ask her to become a prisoner in her own home, even if that thought appealed to me more than I could ever explain to her or the men in the club. My eyes were still trained on the road when Harry's cough let me know of his arrival beside me. He didn't speak as he copied my pose, me standing there in my loose sweatpants and a white t-shirt, Harry in his long-sleeved Hounds hoodie and cut. I liked to feel the sun on my arms more than ever. Harry seemed to be getting colder and colder the older he became. "She's up to something," I eventually said, still looking out through the gates as though she and Sutton were going to ride back through them any minute. "Do you think she's fucking Sutton?" Harry croaked, smacking his fist on his chest as his laughter tried to break free. "I think he's already been too close to death to find himself there again." "True. The chief just isn't that brave." "He was brave when it mattered, and that proved he had heart," I said through a sigh, remembering the gun that had been aimed at my head and was about to kill me before Sutton took care of the enemy for me, switching his allegiance and siding with right instead of wrong at the very last second. "Never underestimate a man who has heart, Harry." I could sense his grin. "Sound advice." "Someone important once gave it to me." "I knew you loved me, kid." "Always, brother." I tilted my head in his direction, smirking as I made eye contact. Harry suddenly looked fucking old for his age. I wasn't sure if it was the smokes, club life, the stress I'd put him under the last 10 years, or the fact that he just wasn't aging all too well. But his skin was gray, and he'd lost that spark in his eyes. "How's the chest?" I asked him, trying not to rattle that particular snake too much. You only had to patronize Harry once, and he wouldn't speak to you for the rest of the day.
"Fine."
Liar.
"Doc isn't concerned."
You know what you need to do. He nodded and stared off into the distance, shoving one hand in his pants pocket before he pulled out a packet of smokes, took one out, and hung it on the end of his mouth. "And you call me a child?" I laughed without humor. Harry shrugged and rolled his shoulders in his cut, lighting his cigarette and taking a slow, long drag of it before he blew all the air out in a cloud in front of him.
"Doc, taking away the one thing I enjoy from my life would be like Sutton taking Ayda to another state entirely and putting her in hiding just to save her from you."
My head snapped in the direction of the road again, the panic rising in me at the very thought.
"Not so fun, right?"
Harry wheezed through puffs of smoke. "No," I answered quietly, my jaw setting tight as I worked the muscles there.
"I'd rather die tomorrow than quit. That's my decision. She'd rather live this life and die bleeding out next to you in some backstreet warehouse. That's her decision."
I remained silent, staring out through the gates as the rays of sun beat down on my bare arms and face. Suddenly, I didn't feel so warm, despite that sunshine in my life. She wasn't going anywhere. I knew that. The entire club knew that. And so did the whores. It was hard to imagine a life before Ayda around here. She was the beating heart of the hut, and we were all her puppets. Her feet were wedged firmly under the door. That didn't mean there wasn't a safer life for her somewhere else in the world. I knew that, too. What I had to work toward was taking both of us there one day, taking everyone I loved there. But I was one man, and I didn't have that much of a grip on life to know for damn certain how I was going to make that happen. Harry's hand on my back broke me free from my thoughts, and I half turned to face him.
"Tell me why you think she's hiding something from you,"
Harry said, squinting his eyes and scrunching his face up as the smoke hung limply from the edge of his lips while he spoke. "She's started going everywhere with Sutton for a start."
"She's helping a grieving man and a struggling father. Sutton won't admit it, but he's lonely, and Ayda is the only person besides Sloane who he can let his guard down with. He knows she won't give him any bullshit. What's your next thought?"
I narrowed my eyes and studied Harry's face. "Doesn't matter," I pushed out, straightening my back and raising my chin.
"Sure it doesn't," he smirked. "I've got to go. The pawn shop needs opening, and then I've got a meeting with some chick over on the other side of Babylon at 3.
"What kind of meeting?"
"The kind you and any of the other men aren't invited to."
Harry rolled his eyes, grabbing his cigarette from his mouth as his laughter caused him to have another brutal and barking coughing fit. "Jesus, Harry." I frowned, slapping his back hard and watching as he bent over, coughing up a ball of phlegm. "This is getting worse."
"Not really," he croaked. "It's nothing more than the cold air on my chest. I'll be fine once I'm inside."
"Then get inside already." He gave me a salute and turned to leave, while I just remained there, wondering what the hell was going on with the man in front of me, and already missing the woman who was traveling down a road somewhere behind. Going about my morning, I got lost in the usual routine. I checked my phone every 10 minutes to see if she'd called, a phone I'd quickly become an expert in using once I realized how many scars the little fucker could have saved Ayda and me if I'd taken it out with us that night. I checked the books of all the businesses, making sure to be as thorough as I could be when it came to the repo side of life. We were making a lot of cash on that front now, and I was determined to prove to everyone that with me at the head of the table, the Hounds could be a motorcycle club that didn't have to survive off death and darkness alone. I sat with the guys in the bar for at least 10 minutes of every day if I got the chance, I'd neglected my fellow brothers for far too long, wrapped up in my own selfish desires, woes, and fucking nightmares. Since saying goodbye to Pete under that tree and letting a lot of grief slide off me, I'd started to see things a lot clearer. I'd started to see how much of an arrogant prick I'd been before. By the time the clock struck 2, I'd waited long enough and was pushing my hoodie over my head, my cut over my shoulders, and throwing my leg over the other woman in my life, my Harley Davidson. Ayda would have to deal with me staring at her for a full hour before playtime struck.
"Fancy a riding, buddy?"
Slater asked as he walked over to me in the yard, just as I was about to tear through the gates. I gave him a lazy half-smile and shook my head. "Not today, brother."
"You're not going to see Ayda again?"
he asked, folding his arms across his chest and wearing a disapproving look. I knew what he said in that silence. It was what all the men were saying. "She's safe, Tucker. Back the fuck off already. I have a special invitation to help her feel the condiments."
"Is that what you kids are calling it these days?"
"Don't hate the player, Slate." I could barely hear him once the sound of the engine filled my ears, but that didn't stop him from shouting out at the top of his voice in true Slater style.
"Be careful with the salt."
There had always been a freedom to riding hard and alone through the streets of Babylon, but now that I found myself laughing and smiling through the whole experience, it somehow seemed even fucking better. A fact that I would have said was impossible just a few months before. Coming to a stop a few streets away from Rusty's, I decided to keep Ayda on her toes a little bit and parked my bike up in the yard of a guy I knew who owned a garage. Slipping him a few dollar bills, I shoved my keys in my cut pocket and began to walk through the streets of Babylon. Weeks ago, this very act would have attracted trouble without me even trying. But in such a short space of time, the guys and I had worked hard to show the community that we were here for them, not to fight them. I turned the corner to see 3 older ladies walking toward me, 2 of them smiling and offering a greeting, while the one in the middle remained quiet, still a little unsure. I couldn't blame her. Decades of bad stories were never going to be just swept away because a 6-foot bearded guy with a decent smile flashed them a wink. It was worth a try, though. Walking past them, I shoved my hands into my pockets and strode up to Rusty's, eventually pushing through the door to see the usual crowd behind the counter. "Hey, Drew," Sam greeted me, offering a smile as I nodded my head and walked on by. "Usual?" Janet asked as I approached her, standing next to my usual booth in the corner. "Always the same, please, darling." "Coming right up." I slid into place, pressing my shoulder against the window, slouching down and looking around to see where Ayda was. No doubt she would be in the back, cursing under her breath as Rusty grumbled and complained about everything everyone did wrong in this place. It was only when Janet arrived with my coffee 10 minutes later that whole theory went to shit. "Ayda getting the workload doubled in the kitchen with Rusty today?" I asked, dragging my cup closer. Janet frowned, but her smile never slipped. "Ayda isn't in until 2:30, Drew. Did she give you the wrong time?" My scowl was immediate. I must have heard her wrong. I thought she was in all morning. "No," she said through a laugh, pulling her cloth from her shoulder and wiping the edge of the table where a drop of coffee had splashed over. "I know Rusty can be a dragon, Drew, but he isn't a total slave driver. He wouldn't expect her to work a double shift today." "My mistake," I answered, my smile pressing flat as I gritted my teeth together and worked my jaw again. "We all make 'em, sugar," she said without a care in the world before she turned on her heels and sashayed away. The grip I had on the mug was dangerous, turning my knuckles white as I leaned forward over the table, pressed my free hand against my mouth, and tried not to curse out loud. I was just about to get up and leave when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sutton's car driving into his usual parking space outside the diner.
with Ayda, my Ayda, right fucking next to him.
Chapter 4. Ayda. I felt good. Really good. I couldn't stop smiling as Sutton pulled up outside the diner. I pushed my things into the duffel I kept in my locker and smiled up at him broadly. Thank you. Don't. If Drew finds out about this, we're both dead. I pulled the tie off my hair and rearranged my ponytail before retying it. I chanced to glance at the man next to me and made a face, scrunching up my nose. I know, it's not a conversation I'm looking forward to having. Well, when you have it, make sure he knows you're the one that instigated it, and that I only agreed under duress, after weeks of nagging and blackmail. You're a drama queen. Just because you get along better with Drew now, it doesn't mean you have to back down from confrontation. I actually think he enjoys your combative conversations. Sutton scowled at me and shook his head. With anything else, I'd agree, but with you, the man is very black and white where you're concerned. You need to tell him soon, Ayda. It's only a matter of time before he figures it out. I know. I pulled on my work shoes and reached for the door. Same time tomorrow? Sutton hesitated for a moment, rolled his eyes, which made him look too much like Sloane, and finally nodded in agreement before demanding I get out of his car. I did as he asked, pushing the door closed behind me before straightening my name tag on my uniform with a sigh. I hated lying to Drew about anything. Most days it would have been preferable to cut my own hand off than even utter a little white lie in his direction. But I knew if I told him what I was doing, he would stop me, and I didn't want to be stopped. I pushed into the bustle of the diner with a smile. The acrid smell of grease and burned coffee permeated the air in the building. But the smell was still one of those things that made memories rush into my brain and flash behind my eyelids. There was a time that the smell would have filled me with despair because arriving here meant it was the first of my 3 jobs for the day. Now I saw memories of Deeks in the booth teasing me mercilessly. I saw Tate and Kenny in the corner coming up with the evening's festivities. Tate and Libby making out when they thought I wasn't looking. Then there were those very new and treasured memories of Drew in his booth, legs stretched out, his long fingers wrapped around the coffee mug as he watched me. Glancing over at the booth, I froze and blinked twice, unsure whether my memory was conjuring up an image that strong or if he was really there. 2 more blinks and I realized that he was actually there and let my smile burst free. I practically skipped to his booth and kneeled on the bench next to him, only sampling the waves of something being off when I leaned in for a kiss. I was so busted. Shit. Hey, you, I said, kissing the corner of his mouth and glancing over at Janet. She waved me off, obviously telling me to do what I needed before I started. This could possibly take longer than the 15 minutes I had before my shift officially started. Drew had many complex sides, but when he became as silent and still as he currently was, not many people, including me, knew exactly how to handle him. He stared forward at the other side of the diner, ignoring me as he curled both hands around his cup, lowered his head down, and took a slow, controlled sip of his coffee. His body was rigid, and the skin over his knuckles was strained, holding all of the tension he was trying to keep under control. The rush of blood in my ears drowned out every other sound in the place, and left me with white noise as I slid my feet under the table, sat back against the bench, and blew out a sigh. I was in the wrong. I understood that implicitly. But being shut out like this with no inkling of the man I'd woken up next to this morning present told me how much worse this was than I'd imagined. Drew. He cleared his throat, rolling his tongue around the inside of his mouth until he took another drink of his coffee. When he placed the cup back on the table, it was careful and measured, as though he was scared of breaking the simplest of things without intending to. Was he giving me an opportunity to come clean so he didn't have to ask? Or would I hang myself by talking? I didn't care. I'd hidden this from him for a while, and now that the opportunity to come clean had presented itself, I was going to take it. It was the only thing I had kept from him in the longest time, and he could be as mad as he wanted to be. I was sorry for lying to him, but I wouldn't be sorry for what I had lied about. I owe you an explanation, I said inside, wishing more than anything I wasn't nervous to touch him and risk pissing him off further. It took him a while, but Drew eventually turned his face my way, doing nothing more than raising a single brow at me as his eyes burned into mine. Right then. So, do you remember after the After the, warehouse incident, and after we went to see Pete. Do you remember I said I wanted to learn how to protect myself? I stopped, hating myself for sounding so pathetic. Releasing a growl of frustration, I turned in my seat to face him. Drew, I fucked up by lying to you. I know that. I knew that when I made the decision to, but I figured it was better to beg for forgiveness than ask permission. I wasn't sure whether it was the fact that he heard me admit to lying about something, but the anger flashed in his eyes, followed by a fleeting look of sadness before he inhaled through flared nostrils and exhaled slowly, working the muscles in his jaw. I really am sorry for lying to you. I hate doing it, and it never sits right with me because we have a good relationship that doesn't warrant lies. That being said, I am not sorry for asking Sutton to help me. It makes sense, really. Who knows better about all that stuff than him, right? He only lied to you because I asked him not to mention it, but Drew, I had to do this. You do understand, don't you? Not the lying part, of course. There's no justification for that. I was babbling. The words just kept coming, and no matter how much I told myself to shut up, I just kept flinging words at him to try to cushion the blow. What have you done? He growled. Really growled. The sound was feral and scary as hell, but it was all Drew Tucker. His control was slipping. I asked for shooting lessons, and Sutton's been teaching me with a gun I bought almost a month ago. It came out like one long word, no breaths, no spaces, and the last word came out so high it sounded like a question. I may as well have smacked him in the stomach with a shovel. His chest rose as though I'd winded him, but his face never changed. Not except for a slight rise of his brows before he quickly corrected himself. I couldn't get a read on his emotions at all. I wasn't even sure he'd truly heard what I'd said. When his head began to nod slowly, his understanding sinking in and making his nostrils flare impossibly wider, all I could do was stare and wait. All of 2 seconds. Drew, I huffed out. I know I lied. I know I fucked up even worse by lying about the gun, but I needed to learn. I needed to be able to... I cut myself off and threw myself against the back of the bench, my eyes on the tiled ceiling as I chose to chew the inside of my cheek instead. I wasn't going to apologize for learning a viable skill to defend myself. I couldn't. I'd bought the gun to protect me, to protect Drew, Tate, and all of the men I cared deeply about. Even if I didn't need it, the peace of mind of having the gun and the education to use it helped me sleep a little better at night. That didn't mean I didn't understand why Drew was against it. I did. I knew every argument that would come from his mouth when he finally decided it was time to tear me a new one. But that nagging need in the back of my head and that protective portion of my heart knew that all the arguments in the world wouldn't give me the security having that gun in my purse did. Move, he pushed out, low and hoarse. Resigned, I slipped from the booth and bit back the emotions that were always so damn close to the surface these days. He didn't look at me as he climbed out. Drew simply stood over the table, pulling a couple of dollar bills out of his cut and throwing them on the table for Janet. His head was bowed, his hand pausing as he rested and flexed his fingers on top of the table, as if he was unsure what to do next. I couldn't look away from the heavy rise and fall of his shoulders, not until he turned his back on me completely, raised his chin, pushed his hands into his pocket, and started to walk out of the diner. Rusty came out of the swinging doors just in time to see him, and his face lit up with a smile until he saw Drew's obvious anger shining back at him. Don't send her home in a rush tonight, Rusty. She's just told me she's more than happy to work until close. Drew told him from across the counter. His head went down as he walked toward the doors to leave me, his hound's patch drifting farther and farther away with every step he took. I breathed out in frustration, my hands finding my hips as my chin dropped to my chest. I was fighting the urge to chase him. Going after him when he was this angry was a really bad idea. The conversation would end in a larger argument that would have him sleeping anywhere else for the night. I'd known he was going to take this badly. I just hadn't known it was going to be this bad. Sugar? Janet said, coming up behind me and resting a hand on my shoulder. I rested my cheek on her knuckles for a second before straightening back up and watching Drew march down toward the center of town, hands fisted at his sides. My fault, I said finally, drawing in a deep breath. Want to talk about it? Only if you promise not to lecture me. You know I can't promise you something like that. Come on, we'll get some milkshakes and piss Rusty off, too. I laughed out loud and turned, pushing my arm through the offered loop of hers as she guided me toward the back office, where we talked about everything. The first thing I did when I got inside was sit on the edge of the desk and pick up the letter opener that was shaped like a broadsword. I ran the metal between my fingers until the top of the blade was balanced on my fingertip. It had become a force of habit to scope out things to use as weapons when I was confined in a small space. Janet left me to my own devices as she put Rusty in his place and fixed us both chocolate milkshakes, which gave me too much time to think and second-guess my decision to stay there instead of going after Drew. Considering how well we'd started out the day, I hated that the afternoon had taken such a drastic turn. I hated even more that Drew had refused to confront me about my lies. Maybe that was my own guilt talking. Him outwardly showing his displeasure and vocalizing his anger would make me feel less guilty and would only make him feel worse. I hadn't figured out the mystery of what made Drew Tucker work by any stretch of the imagination. But I'd figured some things out, and him going to bleed his anger out before talking to me was a good thing. He needed to get his thoughts out of the chaos department and into some semblance of order before he told me what an idiot I was without hurting my feelings. "Okay, so what have you done?" Janet asked, pushing into the office and kicking the door closed behind her. She held out a glass filled to the brim and beaten with the sweat of condensation. "I don't think I've seen him that pissed off in a while." "No, neither have I." I dropped the letter opener, took the glass and sucked in a long mouthful of chocolate goodness. "But he's gonna have to get over it." Janet raised her brows at me but stayed silent, waiting for me to continue. "Chief Sutton has given me some shooting lessons. I went to him for a concealed license application, and he started lecturing me on gun safety. You know what he's like when he goes off on one of his lectures, so I shut him up by asking for shooting lessons so I would be aware of all those laws." "Do you have your license?" "I do." "Are you still taking the lessons?" "I am because, surprisingly, I'm learning a lot. I thought just owning one would make me feel safer after, you know." I trailed off as the scars on my back itched as a reminder. They were well hidden under my uniform, but when I thought about them too much, they felt exposed, like I was a hunchback. I wasn't vain. I didn't care about how the scars looked. I just hated the story that went with them. I hated that they were a constant reminder of that one night when I'd felt weak and helpless. The moment I picked up that gun, I'd felt some of my strength return. And when I hit that target right where I wanted to the first time, I felt some semblance of control return to my life. "Drew doesn't like it?" "He didn't know until today," I admitted, suddenly finding the surface of my milkshake very interesting. "He's pissed because I lied and never told him where I was, what I was doing, or why. I understand that part, but I'm not going to apologize for being prepared for having the choice to defend myself or the people I love. If you feel that strongly about the damn thing, why lie in the first place? Surely he'd have understood if you wanted it that badly." I laughed once without humor and slid the glass on the desk with the letter opener. "Jam, that's like flashing a red cape in front of a bull and asking it to understand that the red is just a color. I can understand why he feels that way. He's explained it to me. But I'm done being the damsel hiding behind her man. I want to be the one who has his back, not hiding there." Janet shook her head and set her glass beside mine. Cradling my cheeks in her cool hands, she bent at her knees and held my eyes. It was a very maternal motion, something I'd come to expect from her. She always had been a good role model for me. "Honey, men like Drew are brought up to protect what's theirs, whether that's their club, their brothers, or the woman they love. It's all he knows. It's not that he thinks you can't look after yourself. It's just that it's his job. But shouldn't that make it my job to protect him? Or at the very least to defend myself so that he doesn't get distracted? That night outside the warehouse, if I'd fought them off, they wouldn't have had me as leverage. You can't change the past." "No, but I can damn well make sure it never happens again." Janet released my cheeks and dropped her hands to her sides with a sigh. She rocked back on her heels before finding the next avenue to take. I could tell I wasn't winning any wars today, and my opinion wasn't going to be the popular one. I'd known that all along. I'd accepted it with the looks I'd received at the shooting range. "Could you use it if you had to?" Janet asked softly. She didn't know all the details of that night in the warehouse. She didn't know I'd taken a life, so I had to force myself not to stiffen in response and keep my head down so she couldn't see the truth in my eyes. If it meant my life or theirs, yes. It's not a decision I would make lightly, but if it was between them and me or someone I loved, I'd do it, I knew the life Drew and the boys led, and I know how far I'm willing to go to keep them safe. The silence was almost deafening as the last of my words hung between us. I suddenly felt tired, so tired that my arms and legs ached with the effort of leaning against the desk. My decision was always going to be a battle, but this was the first step, and I'd taken it. I didn't have to convince anyone but myself, and I'd already done that. Everyone else would have to come around. Making them understand would take time and a lot of talking, but I wasn't backing down. I wasn't compromising, and I wasn't going to be forced into changing my mind. I should get to work, I said, leaning forward and kissing her cheek. Thank you for listening. Janet nodded and let me leave the room, choosing to stay there herself. I gave Rusty a weak smile as I passed the kitchen and headed into the dining area to help Sam with the condiments. Another sad reminder of how quickly a great day had turned to shit. As I was working side by side with Sam, I could have sworn I felt Drew's eyes on me. But when I looked up, no one was there. The empty corner was darker than it had ever been, and devoid of any life at all. It was then that I realized the gaze hadn't felt like Drew's at all. He always made me feel beautiful and warm, like I was the only other person in the room. This felt insidious. This made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and a shiver of ice run down my spine, and not in a good way.
Chapter 5. Drew. At first, there'd been rage at seeing her in the car with Sutton. Then there'd been disbelief. The second I laid eyes on her, I felt myself soften a bit, melting under her smile, until the memory of her betrayal struck my ego like a knife. Ayda had lied to me. The one person who spoke of truth, honesty, and being open. The woman who made me want to believe that trust was something you could not only feel, but touch, too. I could reach out and touch it on her skin, wrap it around me, and breathe it in from her. Trust. Because Ayda didn't lie. Not even when most people thought she probably should. She didn't lie. Until she did. I got back on the bike, and I let the engine drown out all the anger I felt, pushing myself hard as I tore through the streets in a way I hadn't torn through them in months. The sound of my tires screeching around corners, mixed with the roar of the bike, let everyone around me know who I was and what kind of fucking mood I was in. I took the long route back to the hut, needing to spend some time with my eyes on the road, enjoying the silence being on the bike gave me in my head. There were no thoughts, just feelings. Mainly hurt. I was fucking hurt she'd kept that shit from me. Eventually, I slowed to a crawl and rode through the gates of the yard, parking in my usual spot. I had taken a minute to try to calm my breathing. I sat on the bike for far too long, just staring at the ground, until I shook my head and let everything I felt tear through my veins. She'd been shooting with Sutton, and while she might not have been around for me to say something to, I knew a man who was. Sutton's car sat in one of its usual spaces, giving me purpose. Peeling myself off the bike, I rolled my shoulders in my cut and swung my arms from side to side as I marched across the yard with strides that should have made the devil quake beneath me. I hit the stairs and jumped onto the porch before I pushed on the door of the hut with all the force I had, not even flinching when it smashed into the wall and made everyone inside stop what they were doing and turn my way. I didn't make eye contact with anyone as I stormed through, my face set in stone and my eyes glancing around to find Sutton. "Hey, Drew," Deeks greeted me. I had no desire to make small talk, but one look at him, and I knew there was something I had to do before I lost my shit. "Deeks, go sit with Ayda at Rusty's." "What's wrong?" "Just stay with her, no matter what her stubborn ass says. Do not let her leave your sight. Got it?" "Understood." With a firm nod of his head, Deeks was leaving and following his orders like the good brother he was, leaving me to continue marching on my one-man crusade. "Drew," Slater called from somewhere behind me. "Where is he?" I barked back.
Who? What? What's happened? Jed pulled up by my side, matching me step for step. Why do you look like you're about to kill someone?
Because I am.
Shit, Jed hissed. What's Kenny done now?
Not Kenny. I stopped and spun around, searching through the bodies around the bar. I'm looking for Sutton. A silence descended over the room, but not before I heard the collective gasp of a few women who were sitting on the leather sofas. It had been my law that Sutton wasn't to be touched, sneered at, or even breathed on in the wrong way. Now there I was, seeking him out, ready to rip him a new asshole.
Drew, you better tell us what he's supposed to have done,
Harry said behind me. Everyone seemed like they were behind me, just voices trying to drift over my head and cut through the rage that was desperate to pour out.
'Cause unless it's murder, son, I'd say you need to calm down.
Don't, I snapped, cutting him off as I growled through gritted teeth. Do not tell me to calm down, Harry. I took off down the corridors, looking for Howard in any of the bedrooms that had been left unlocked before pushing through into the toilets. Fuck, they were all empty. Sutton, I called out. You better get your skinny cowboy ass out here. The longer you hide, the worse it's gonna be.
What the hell has he done?
Jed asked, hot on my heels. I flared my nose like a raging fucking bull, releasing a long exhale before I looked Jed in the eyes. He's been teaching Ayda to shoot behind my back.
Shoot?
Guns, Jed. Fucking guns. His eyes widened, understanding shining from him all at once. Holding his hands up in surrender, he took 2 steps back and let me pass by, back out into the bar again. I'd only taken a few steps into the bar area when I saw Sutton walking through the front door with a huge smile on his face and his eldest daughter Sloane on his arm. Bingo. His eyes shot up the second he sensed my stare, and all the color the chief had ever possessed drained from his face, dripping down onto the floor beneath his feet. You, I hissed, raising my hand and pointed a finger at him as I began to stalk forward. Drew? Sutton's brows pulled together, and he tried to back up, but unfortunately for him, his daughter was blocking his escape, and all he did was push her back, causing her to yelp in surprise and confusion. Sloane, get out of here, Sutton muttered under his breath. Dad? Now, go and wait in the car. Sloane took one look at me before she did exactly as her father had instructed, and scurried out of there as quickly as she could. There's only one reason you could be that pissed with me, Sutton started. Yeah? She's told you. I closed in on him in 3 big strides, my forearm slamming him back into the wall before I pushed it up under his chin, cutting his air supply off and applying all the pressure I could to his neck. Fucking guns, Sutton. Fucking guns. That's my girl you're messing with. Mine. His mouth parted, and his cheeks quickly turned red as he kicked his feet out and tried to bat me off. But he was no match. I was gone, in another headspace, just like old times. She begged me, he spat out, his words strangled and broken. I don't care if she fucking blackmailed you or threatened to murder your babies in their sleep. When it comes to Ayda, you don't keep shit from me. Nothing. Do you understand? Yes. His hands gripped my arm as he struggled to take enough oxygen in. I released him for 3 seconds before I slammed him back into place and applied more pressure. I brought you into my home, into my family, and into this life because I owed you. You saved my life. I'll never forget that. But that does not give you a free pass to keep secrets from me, to betray me, to make me look a fool. The embarrassment of being kept in the dark was too much, and all my judgment was clouded by the need to blame someone, instead of facing the fact that Ayda hadn't trusted me enough to come to me instead of the chief of goddamn Babylon police.
"Drew," Sutton gasped. "Please."
"How dare you? How fucking dare you?" I ground out. "Both of you."
"Enough, Tucker,"
Harry said, just as he reached up for my arm. He tried to pull it away, but I was rigid, like stone.
"Enough,"
Harry repeated, his tone softer. I snapped my head to look at him, eyes creasing shut as I stared at my friend and willed him to tell me what to do. Harry gave me one small nod, closing his eyes briefly before he opened them again and pulled on my arm.
"Let Sutton go. This isn't him. This is Ayda. If you got a problem with her, find a way to deal with that, not Sutton."
"But
this is her, not him. It ain't even about the guns. Everyone shoots in Texas. Your issue is with Ayda. Everything else is irrelevant."
My arm relaxed involuntarily, and I heard Sutton's gasp for air. I didn't release him, though. I wasn't ready.
"Let him go."
I turned to look back at the chief, whose face was now purple, his eyes bloodshot and tired as he pressed both his palms to his neck and waited.
"I told her you'd kill us both,"
he eventually admitted in a croaky whisper.
"But she's scared, Drew. She wants to be able to fight for herself, and this isn't about you."
My top lip curled as I stared at him in disgust. "Don't do that. Don't you fucking talk to me like you know her better than I do."
"I wasn't."
"Don't you stand there and tell me what is right and what is wrong for her like you're the one who lays down beside her at night. Like you're the one who was willing to be chained up and cut open, even if it took 10 days to bleed out, just so she could live. Don't you fucking patronize me, Sutton."
"I didn't."
"Drew," Jed muttered on my left, his hand on my shoulder, while Slater's hand landed on my right. 3 of the hounds were now trying to pull me away. Shrugging them all off me, I released Sutton and watched as he fell to the floor like he didn't even have legs anymore.
"Go to the training room,"
Harry suggested quietly, so only the 5 of us could hear him.
"Work on the bag. Get your anger out. Clear that goddamn head of yours."
"It's clear," I said calmly. "It's real crystal fucking clear right now. Don't worry. I'm out." And with that, I marched out of the hut, jumped down the steps, and stormed across the gravel pathway before I hit the yard. Pushing into the room where the bag was, I stripped from the waist up, kicking off my sneakers too, until all that was left standing in was my jeans. I didn't even bother to put gloves on, before I found myself throwing out some nasty combinations that would kill some fucker if they were standing in front of me. Flashes of Hernandez's face under my bleeding knuckles flickered in my mind. Memories of the imp I pulled to pieces in the forest floated in front of me. The men I'd killed in the warehouse. The torture I'd inflicted on Cortez in his final moments. Every slice of his skin I cut off. Every scream of pain, the sound deafening as I pushed my fingers into his eyes and made him feel agony he'd never felt before. The bones I broke with a smile on my face. The blood I pulled from him and smeared over his tattooed patch of skin. The revenge I'd taken. The state I'd left him in, begging and pleading for his life as we made threats to do the very same to his family, just so he went that little bit crazier in hell. Every man and woman I'd ever hurt were on that punching bag as I tore into it, smashing left and right, left and right, left and right, my legs kicking it until the swing was too much, sending me ducking down, to the side, back and forth, over and over again. Sweat poured down my back, and the old ache I used to feel when hurting something or somebody like this returned to me like a long-lost friend. I'd missed it. I'd missed the violence. Everything was black and red, dirt and blood, death and rage, as I punched and swung until I had no breaths left in me. I wasn't even on the same planet anymore. I wasn't sure I ever wanted to return.
Chapter 6. Ayda. Go home. From anyone else, I would have been sure the growl was an insult, but from Rusty, it was affection. He was a hard-ass. For those of us who loved him, though, we knew what his levels of pissiness meant. And this agitated, exasperated growl was saying, "Don't make me admit I care. Just get out of here and sort your life out so we can all move on." I'm fine. And I'm a fucking unicorn. You've been staring at that fucking corner for an hour like he's just going to appear there. Go home. I rolled my eyes at him, mainly because he wasn't wrong. I had been staring at that corner since I'd come out of the office with Janet. But my attention had nothing to do with Drew. As much as he was on my mind, he wasn't why my attention was so fixed on that one spot in the diner. No. I was still getting the heebies, and it was coming from that direction. The discomfort felt like someone was watching me, not unlike Drew did, but this was with much more malice. I could feel the intent behind the stare, and had been making me uncomfortable as I attempted to work. The vile feeling was also drawing my gaze every time I stopped for so much as a second. If you say fine again, kid, I'm gonna chase you with a serving spoon. Stop flirting with her, Rusty. Sam giggled from beside me, earning herself a scowl and a wave of the soup ladle. Go home. Fine. I finally relented and capped the huge salt dispenser I'd been holding on to for the last 20 minutes. I gazed at Sam, who only nodded that she was okay with my taking off, and headed back to my locker. It probably should have worried me that my first instinct was to reach into the bag and make sure the gun was still there. The sensation of being watched hadn't followed me into the bag, but that didn't mean the impression was resonating like a ghost under my skin, and keeping the hairs on my arms at attention. Then again, maybe I was just losing my mind. I pulled my jeans on under my uniform dress, attaching the concealed holster to my belt and tucking the soft leather inside against my hip. Pulling my Bursa Thunder 380 from my bag, I slid the gun into the holster before pulling off my uniform and replacing it with a gray t-shirt and my leather jacket. As ridiculous as it sounded, the act of arming myself made me feel safe. Feeling the gun bite into my flesh felt reassuring, especially when I was going to walk home. I figured the exercise would do me good. I stuffed everything else I needed into the backpack I kept in my locker and slung it over my back. I pulled my hair free from its tail and slipped my feet into the combat boots Tate had bought me for Christmas. The ritual was as good as it was going to get, and I couldn't put off leaving work any longer now I was standing there staring at my reflection with an overly critical eye. I knew I was being ridiculous. I'd never in my life put something off that could be achieved today, even when I was the one in the wrong. So why was I so hesitant to leave now? Was it facing Drew I was trying to avoid, or was it facing that creepy feeling of being watched alone? There was only one way to find out. "See you guys next week," I called out as I pushed through the swinging doors and headed to the front of the diner. I smiled at some of the regulars as I went, acting as casually as I could, even when I was freaking out enough to want to grip my stomach and calm the squeezing of uncertainty there. "Text me when you get home, kid," Rusty huffed, and the only response I gave him was a wave over my shoulder. The warm sun beat down on me the moment I passed through the doors, and with my eyes closed, I turned my face to it, basking in the heat for just a moment so I could collect myself. I could hear insects chirping in the long grass bordering the diner, like they did most warm days. I could hear the traffic steadily streaming by on the freeway, and the shout of children from somewhere in the huddle of the houses just beyond the feeder road. My surroundings were all so normal it should have put me at ease, but it didn't. The feeling of being studied like something in a petri dish came back and made my skin crawl. The smart thing to do would be calling Drew and let him know what was going on. It didn't matter if we'd just screamed at one another in the depth of a battle of wills. I knew if I called him, he'd be here with no questions asked. If he was extra pissy at me, he might send one of the hounds, but he would still be there for me. Unfortunately, calling him about a feeling of being watched felt a little like emotional blackmail. I could almost see how the conversation would go. "Hey, it feels like I'm being watched. It's been creeping me out since you left. I'll be right there." He'd arrive, stand there next to me, and not feel a damn thing. Then he'd look at me like I'd tied his junk in a knot and just glower in my general direction because I'd called him out there for nothing other than to make up, in his mind, even though that wasn't my intention at all. So I started walking. If the feeling got worse, or if I felt as though I was in danger in any way, I would call the emergency line and get a message to him quickly. I'd learned my lesson. No more lies. But that didn't mean I was going to call him out on a gut feeling. I had a gun at my hip, 2 working feet, and a couple of miles to eat up, and formulate a real apology for my misgivings. I didn't rush, even with that weird feeling haunting my every step. I took my time. My boots scuffed the small dirt clots that lined the side of the country road as I made my way closer to the hut. I was nearly halfway there when I heard the rumble of a Hemi screaming up the 2-lane highway. I wandered deeper into the knee-length grass and ran my hands over the tops of the blades, rolling my eyes as the engine downshifted and the vehicle slowed. "Ayda Hannigan?" I turned up the sound of my name and the strange familiarity of the voice. There, with his free arm hanging from the window of an aged blue Chevy Dually, was my ex-boyfriend, Jacob fucking Hove. "Hey, it is you!" he shouted, slowing to a complete stop so he could turn fully and let both arms hang out as he grinned at me. "Damn, you're looking good." I stared at him. It felt like I'd known Jacob in another life. I couldn't reconcile this man with the boy I'd once known, and I sure as shit couldn't place him in the world I was living in now. I remembered him as the sweet-faced boy who'd broken my heart with an unfriendly email, and a slew of rumors, when my drama had become too much for him. He hadn't so much as called me since my parents had died. The pang of disgust in my chest made me shove my hands into my jacket pockets and narrow my eyes at him. All the hate that had been stored came rushing to the surface as the memories crowded me and my walls of defense rose. "You always did wear your emotions on your sleeve," he said, shaking his head as if I'd just given him a big smile and stuck my ass out like a dog in heat. He always had a way of ignoring what you were really trying to say and jumping straight into charming his way into your favor. The only problem being, I wasn't that young girl with a head full of dreams anymore. I didn't want to be, and I certainly didn't want him in my life. I didn't respond to his goading. I just stared back at him for a moment longer before exaggerating a turn and continuing to walk. "Ouch! You drew some sharp edges, eh? I remember you being much more pliable." He bit his bottom lip suggestively when I glanced back at him briefly. The gesture made my stomach roll with nausea. "Fuck you!" I continued walking at the same pace as before he'd interrupted me, and I'd heard the growl of his truck when he closed the distance again. "You've been in Babylon too long. You're starting to sound like all the lifers." "What do you want, Jake?" I snapped, rotating on the heels of my boots and pulling my hands from my pockets. There was a time in my life I would have lapped up his attention like a starving dog, when I longed to hear his truck pull up outside my house and take me away for the night so I could lose myself in him. There was a time I'd believed I loved Jake, but it turned out I'd had no idea what love was. "Just saying hello." "Hello. You need a ride somewhere?" he asked, yet again flashing that smile of his. I shook my head and glanced down the road in the direction of the hut. I was happy to walk because walking bought me some more time before I had to talk to Drew about the gun, the lies, and explain the weird feeling that had followed me home. "Nope, I'm good walking." "Now there's something we can agree on." He whistled like I was a nice round of meat to throw on the pit. I'd always thought of him as sweet and charming, and always quick with compliments. Now, I realized I felt nothing but annoyed as the spark of rage petered out and died, abandoning me. Jacob had actually done me a favor when he hadn't called me after I dropped out of college and moved back to Babylon. "Were you always this much of an ass?" "I think so. I don't recollect much of high school, though. You are the highlight reel." "Well, doesn't that just say it all?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, you never really were present. I was naive and stupid. You were a drunken idiot who made promises he couldn't keep." "Is that what you're mad about?" he asked, interest piqued. I continued walking, but he slammed on his brakes and climbed out of his truck to keep pace with me. I had to stop myself from growling under my breath. "I'm not mad. I'm just surprised and a little disgusted. I was walking home and—" "Ayda, your home is clear on the other side of town. You've been smoking something you shouldn't, and where can I get some?" "I live with my boyfriend. I moved in with him after my house burned down." "Jeez, and he makes you walk home?" The judgment in his tone grated on my nerves. He probably thought he was being smart or witty, but he wasn't. This false concern just made me want to get away from him that little bit faster, as the stirring of all the bad memories from our breakup rose to the surface. "I'm not going to even acknowledge that," I said, mentally cheering when I heard the growl of a Harley in the distance. I turned and started toward the shape that was still only a mirage on the horizon, but a salvation from this trip down memory lane I'd been forced to take. I'm serious," Jacob said, reaching for my arm to stop my progress. "You shouldn't be walking home out here in the middle of nowhere. That's how horror movies start." "Horror movies start with damsels. I'm not a damsel. I don't need saving, and I can look after myself." I pulled my arm from his grip as the bike's engine slowed and Deke's bike rolled to a stop in front of me. I could have kissed Deeks for coming. I knew now I should have waited for him because Drew would never have left me alone at the diner without a way to get home. "Problems?" Deeks asked gruffly, addressing me but staring at Jacob like he was shit stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "Not anymore," I said, pulling Autumn's helmet from where it was strapped to the back of the bike and swinging my leg over the back. "This your boyfriend?" Jacob mocked in a tone neither Deeks nor I appreciated. Before Deeks could answer for me, I tapped him on the side out of Jacob's line of sight and smiled sweetly at Jacob. "Why such a surprise? He's more of a man than you'll ever be." I could feel Deeks' laughter as I pushed the helmet down over my head and then wrapped my arms around his waist. I was pretty sure he would give me a hard time once he found out who had been following me down the hard shoulder of the highway, but I would take the criticism. The look on Jacob's face gave me too much satisfaction to not allow myself to enjoy the moment. Shifting into gear, Deeks spun the back of the bike before taking off toward the hood, and I didn't so much as glance back. I just let the wind rush around me, closed my eyes, and left Deeks in control for 5 minutes before he lectured me too. There was no escaping his knowledge of me being armed, considering my gun was pressed against his back, and he'd found me marching down the road away from a guy who seemed all too familiar with me. When Deeks finally rolled to a stop in his usual spot, he waited just long enough for me to get my helmet off before he started with the questions. "Who was that?" "That was Jacob," I said, swinging off the bike and busying my hands by replacing the helmet. "He pulled over when he saw me walking home. Before you ask, he was my high school boyfriend. And no, I didn't know he was back in Babylon." "Little defensive there, aren't you? I wasn't judging you, sugar. Just worried. Looked like you weren't too happy about him touching you." "I wasn't, but I had it under control." Deeks studied me in that careful, appraising way of his, both of his hands landing on the gas tank of his bike as his gaze shifted to the place I knew I would find Drew, beating the shit out of the punching bag. He sighed in resignation and rubbed his face. "I know you're going to go in there and talk to him, but put that fucking gun in the bag and let me take the damn thing to your room for you. You go in there with that shit strapped to your hip and he's gonna go apocalyptic." "So you agree with him?" I asked, tugging my shirt up enough to reach the buckle and loosen it. "I think when you arm yourself, you're telling the world you're looking for a fight." "That's not—" "I know it ain't, Ayda, but not everyone thinks like you do, kid. There's people in this world who'll see that damn gun and think you have it because you have something worth protecting in your pockets. For Drew." He tapered off, his head shaking before he held out for the bag. "That ain't my business. That's between the two of you." I loved Deeks. I had from the moment I met him. But I didn't regret the way I pushed that bag into his open arms after I'd dropped my gun inside. He of all people should have known why I needed that gun. He of all people should have had my back. I'd been to Autumn's home and seen the armory they had there, probably for the very same reason I had my gun. They were all hypocrites, and not one of them was going to convince me that I was wrong. Today was a perfect example of that. That random phantom feeling had me spooked, and the only thing that had given me enough balls to start that long walk home was knowing I was protected. "All I'm saying is you carry a gun, you damn sure better use it when that time comes." Deke swung his leg over his back and hoisted my backpack over his shoulder. "And you better hope to God that it's warranted. You ending up in prison will destroy that man in there." "That's not my endgame, Deeks." "I know it ain't. Now go before we have to spring for another damn bag." I nodded and pulled in another deep breath. The bag comment didn't leave me with much confidence that I would find Drew cooled off and ready to talk. But a conversation needed to happen, and putting it off would only make matters worse. I crossed the yard quickly, texting Rusty to tell him that I was back before I slipped inside as quietly as I could, pressing my back to the wall closest to the door as I watched Drew work. He was pissed. I could see that in the taut, twitching muscles that were already covered in sweat. His handsome face was contorted in rage as he swung and kicked, and the skull and hounds on his inked skin almost came to life as he worked, both animals glaring at me with feral rage. He was hypnotic. Left, right, grunt, kick, left, right. The longer I let myself stand there, the more violent he became, and I knew I had to talk to him sooner rather than later. I couldn't stand the thought of him being upset with me anymore. "Drew?" I said quietly. There was no response, no break in his rhythm. He hadn't heard me. I stepped from the shadows and toward him, slipping down onto a weight bench behind him, as I built up the courage for one more attempt. "Drew."
Chapter 7. Drew. Minutes turned into hours, apparently. The room grew darker, a muted light flickering through enough to light up the target in front of me. Every hit I made, every swing, hook, jab, and kick made me feel that little bit freer. I'd almost forgotten what had driven me there, until I heard my name fall from her lips, cutting through the war in my mind enough to bring me back to the present. I hit the bag with one last fatal punch, watching as it swung out before flying back to me with a challenge, letting me know it wasn't done. I wasn't done. I stopped it with my thigh, my hands still high as I kept my back to her and pulled in angry, violent, dirty breaths. I could hear her shuffling on the weights bench behind me as she fidgeted. She took in a deep breath, and then another, and another, until she whispered 2 words. "I'm sorry." Sorry. She was sorry. It seemed so easy, didn't it? 2 words that should have been able to make me turn on the spot, strap a smile on my face, and tell her all was forgiven. Except I wasn't that man. I never had been. I'd been born into a family where loyalty was our religion, where lies were dealt with in a fight, and where losing trust in someone meant making them the enemy. Only this was Ayda. She wasn't my enemy. She never would be. As long as I had breath burning in my lungs, I'd fight to protect her, to save her, and make her happy. I'd die for her 1,000 times, each occasion getting more bloody and brutal if that was what it took to keep her safe. Yet I couldn't take her apology. I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal as I stood there with sweat pouring down over my eyes, down my spine, and my knuckles throbbing from the fight I'd had with myself. I swallowed harshly as my breaths sawed in and out, taunting me with their reminder that I wasn't in control. I jabbed the bag one more time, but I was too soft, and it wasn't enough. So I did it again, harder this time, more frustration bleeding out through my muscles as I began to hate the way her apology made me feel. Ayda didn't make any kind of move. She sat quietly, waiting, her breaths coming deep and trembling on the exhale. I began to move harder and faster, my feet bouncing back and forth with every new challenge the bag set me. I was like a raging bull, everything flaring and charging as I hit and swung like never before. The tension wasn't leaving. It was fucking building, climbing higher, impossibly fucking high, until I wanted to turn around and roar in her face with all the anger she'd made me feel. In the end, I stopped all at once, catching the bag in both hands and dropping my head to it as I let my mouth fall open. The silence lingered between us, the only things interrupting it being my breathing and the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my chest. "Answer me something," I eventually wheezed out. I heard a shuffling and the soft tread of her boots as she approached cautiously, finally stepping to the other side of the bag, Her hands reached out, palms pressed against it with the same amount of caution she'd executed in her approach. I twisted my head on the bag and glanced her way. Her face was pale, but she didn't hesitate in raising her head and peeking up at me behind her lashes.
Anything?
Have I ever lied to you? She sucked in a breath, her full face now in view. Her eyes flickered to mine, resignation shining through.
Only to protect me.
Have I ever given you a reason to trust Sutton over me? I asked, the hurt making my voice sound angry instead of pained. Recognition flashed in her eyes, and her forehead landed against the bag. I could still see her eyes, because they were still holding mine.
Never true. That's not why he knew.
Releasing the bag, I straightened my body, raising my chin and setting my jaw tight as I glared at her and took 2 steps back, my arms hanging limply by my side. I needed more distance. Have I ever made you feel like you can't talk to me? Like you can't tell me anything you want, no matter how much I might fucking hate it?
Never,
she said, closing her eyes. Haven't I done everything in my power since the day we got together to make sure you can be open with me? Haven't I broken myself, split my heart wide, fucking open, become something that isn't easy for me to be, to keep you happy? Haven't I done that, Ayda? My voice was low and threatening, the betrayal making it husky as I set my face to stone. Haven't I? Ayda pushed her forehead against the bag, physically moving it before rocking back on her heels, her palms catching it on the backswing. I couldn't tell if she was fighting tears or trying to find the right words.
Jesus, Drew,
she eventually snapped.
Haven't I done enough to show you that I love you for who you are? I fell in love with you because of who you are. I've never asked you to change. I've never demanded you tell me more about club business because I trust your judgment about what I can handle. This wasn't about betraying you. This wasn't a ploy to hurt you. This was something I needed to do. Because when I wake up in the middle of the night covered in sweat, my heart in my throat, you're the first thing I search out. The first thing I need to remind myself that we fucking made it. You almost died in that warehouse, and all I can think about is how I don't think I could live if you had died, because you've become the reason I get up every morning. You're the reason I smile, laugh, and cry with frustration. I love every part of you, and I just want to be the woman who stands by your side, a woman you can be proud of. I'm not looking for a fight.
She balled one of her hands and pushed against the bag, her breathing becoming labored.
I just want to protect myself, and if something ever happens, I want to be able to protect the things I love and care about. Don't you understand? Can't you just for a goddamn second see it from where I'm standing? I hate myself for how weak I was that night. I hate myself for how close you came to death because I couldn't defend myself against 2 men who jumped me while I waited for you. You got hurt because I couldn't defend myself.
I huffed out a humorless laugh. And there it is, I snarled, raising my hands in the air before slapping them back down against my thighs. There it is, the very reason I walked away from you at the diner. The bullshit excuse, the justification, the Hannigan special that makes everyone else feel shit for what she's done to them. I shook my head slowly, my breaths getting more labored as the anger rose and shook my muscles. You know, you can dress this up all you want. You can stand there with your puppy dog eyes and expect me to break. I want to break. Fuck, you have no idea how much I want to break right now and tell you it's okay. But it ain't fucking okay, Ayda. You say you never ask me about club business, and you're right, you don't. But every time I go out of that door to do something nasty, I tell you that you won't like it, so you don't ask me. I don't stand there and make up lies about going to work and then sneak off with another woman, a woman who doesn't know shit about what I need in my life. I took another step back, hating the way I was reacting. Distance was the only thing I needed. Distance. You say I'm the first person you reach out to, but it didn't quite work that way when you wanted to go behind my back and become something else, did it? You talk the talk, baby. You really fucking do. But all I'm seeing on your face and all I'm hearing in your words are excuses as to why you ain't walking the walk. You lied to me. You lied to me. Nothing you say will change that. And I hate the way I feel right now when you are the one person in this world besides Pete who I thought couldn't lie to me at all. Not even about the small stuff. I dropped my chin to my chest and shook my head, planting my hands on my hips and flexing every angry muscle I possessed. Sudden, I said under my breath. Fucking sudden. Ayda laughed bitterly and rounded the bag, closing the distance between us with her eyes dark and filled with a rage that met mine.
You just love making me sound like a two-faced bitch, don't you? There goes Ayda, making it all about herself again. Well, you know what, Drew? It comes down to this. The truth is, I bought a gun not long after the attack. I carried it in my purse for another week, not even knowing how to put bullets in the fucking thing. I decided I needed a concealed carry license to make it legitimate. Sutton was the only person in the station when I went to pick up the paperwork. I didn't want anyone to know. It's not...
She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, letting them flicker open again, some of the rage dissipating.
I'm not asking for your forgiveness for owning a gun or learning how to use it. I am really fucking sorry I kept the shooting lessons from you, though, and kept the fact that I even owned a gun from you. I get that I royally fucked up. I even understand why you're so fucking furious with me. What I can't stand is this accusation that it's what I set out to do from the beginning. It isn't. No one was ever supposed to know.
She backed away from me, her hands going up to run through her hair and tug at it maniacally. She turned her back to me as she got a handle on her emotions. I narrowed my eyes at the back of her head. And you somehow think that makes it better? I whispered in disbelief.
No,
she cried, spinning on her heel to face me again.
I can't take any of this back, Drew. I know that. You know that. Would I do things differently if I could? Hell yes, I would. But I can't. I can't change any of this. All I can do is tell you that I regret not telling you the truth when I should have. I'm sorry I didn't tell you after Sutton found out. I'm sorry I haven't told you since.
You know what hurts the most? I began, speaking quietly. Knowing you were so scared that you went out and bought a gun. Knowing that while I've been wrapped around you night and day, trying to make you feel safe, none of it has been enough. Knowing you got more from that piece of metal than everything I'd poured into you, into us. I exhaled slowly. I don't want to hear your apologies, Ayda. I just want to know where the fuck I went wrong.
You haven't gone wrong,
she said, easing closer to me.
Weren't you listening? Or maybe I didn't make it clear enough. I always feel safe with you, Drew. I always know you're going to stand in front of me when trouble comes at us head on. I always know that when I'm scared, I can look at you and know things will be fine. For me. It's you I worry about. I want you to know that if trouble comes at us, I will be able to stand next to you and fight to keep you breathing. I want to defend myself to make sure you have every ounce of your focus where it needs to be. I know it sounds stupid. I know it's not an excuse for lying. But that's why I bought a gun, and why I wanted to learn how to use it.
She reached out, her fingers inches from my abs, silently begging to touch me. I stared at her hand, twitching my jaw to stay in control. If that's true, that's the exact reason you should have come to me from the start. I tilted my head, looking straight into the blue of her eyes as sweat dripped from my brow.
If you wanted to be strong, you only had to say the word and I would have made you strong. If you're gonna be stupid enough to stand beside me in any battle we go into ever again, you would better hope you've been trained by the best. And that ain't sudden, Ayda." I moved closer until my chest was pushing against her hand and my body was towering over hers. "I'm the best. I fight better than anyone. I shoot better than anyone. I train better than anyone. I protect what's mine better than anyone. And you are fucking mine. Do you understand that?" I breathed down on her, closer than I'd been since she walked into the room, my eyes penetrating her baby blues. "You're mine. My responsibility. Mine to protect. Mine to save." The fire that raged in her eyes wasn't anger. With every mine I spoke, they flared hotter and burned brighter. Her hand trembled against my skin, and her chest rose and fell with tight breaths.
"Will you teach me, Drew?"
"Will you ever lie to me again?" With her gaze still locked onto mine, Ayda held us both in place, her lips closing as she swallowed deeply.
"No, I won't. I don't want to."
I carefully stroked her cheek just to feel her again. My eyes searched hers frantically as I swallowed down the anger and tried to let the love I had for this woman take over. "One day you'll realize that as long as I have breath in my lungs, I'm always going to put you first. Whatever visions you've got in your head of being the warrior princess who saves the wounded alpha, forget it. I'll protect you always, but I will make you stronger, if that's what you want. I will help you feel safer, just in case you need it." A small smirk tugged at my lips. "Which you won't." Ayda's eyes broke contact for only a moment as she dropped her gaze to my lips.
"Better to be prepared and never need it,"
she whispered as she glanced up again.
"Plus, it's a good excuse to get sweaty with one another, especially if you teach me how to beat the crap out of that thing."
She tipped her head in the direction of the bag and let a small smile show beside the earnest request. "Steady, Rocky. I have some conditions first."
"And they are?"
"Well, first of all, it's as fundamental as fuck that you forget everything Sutton has taught you, and I mean everything." She rolled her eyes into the back of her head for a moment, nibbled her bottom lip, and then turned those blazing blue eyes back on me.
"Done. You know how he drones on and on. You end up tuning him out half the time anyway."
"That's the cowboy in him. Makes him shoot straight and walk with a swagger, but that's all the man has." I brought my thumb and index finger to her chin, gripping it gently. "Secondly, we focus on your strength before we pick up a gun. If you want to survive, you have to rely on the tools you were born with over anything else. Understood?" She nodded and dropped her gaze for a moment. It only took a second, but her eyes finally rose to meet mine again.
"Then in full disclosure, I should probably mention a couple of things that happened today, because carrying that gun made them a little easier to face."
"What things?"
"After you left the diner, I got a really creepy feeling of being watched. I couldn't see anyone there, but I could feel them staring at me like they were measuring me up for something."
She raised both her hands and put them on my shoulders.
"If I could have seen anyone, it would have made me feel better about it, but there was nothing. Then, when I was walking home from work,"
she swallowed,
"my ex from high school showed up and followed me for a bit. I shot him down, but he was persistent. Deeks showed up as I was getting annoyed, and Jacob assumed Deeks was the boyfriend I'd told him about. I let him assume. He doesn't need to know anything about my life."
"When you say he was persistent?"
"He kept making lewd, suggestive comments and tried to persuade me into allowing him to give me a ride home. I said no, repeatedly."
I narrowed my eyes as I studied her. Ayda looked nervous. Whether that was because she was scared of my reaction, or whether it was this ex who had shaken her up, I wasn't entirely sure. "I'll take care of him. He won't come near you again," I told her as calmly as I could. And I would. I needed someone to pour this anger out on. Someone who would fight back. The bag just wasn't enough. "And as for the weird feeling you got, I'll have the men ride out, check the area and the town borders, make sure no imps or navs are circling. Better for us to be safe, since we destroyed an entire MC just months ago."
Do what you have to. I trust you.
Ayda smiled up at me.
I just hope it wasn't my overactive imagination that made me feel like I was being watched. I just couldn't shake it. Even when I was walking home, it was there.
"You? An overactive imagination?" I raised a brow. Imagine that. It was her turn to smirk at me.
I would ask you what that's supposed to mean, but I think I know.
She bit her bottom lip again and pressed up to her toes, her arms moving so she could wrap them around my neck.
Are we okay?
My arms circled her waist, and I pulled my chin back so I could look down and see all of her. "We will be," I whispered. "Just let my wounded ego stop crying in a corner, and shit will be back to normal in no time."
Can I kiss it better? Maybe coax it out by stroking it a little?
She teased. Stroking always helps. I dug my fingers into her ass cheeks, sucking in a breath before I hoisted her up into my arms, wrapping her legs around my waist until she was the one looking down on me. Kissing. Licking. I began to walk us around the room slowly. Sweating. Fucking.
How about sucking?
She whispered, her smile turning seductive. Sounds like the perfect apology.
Shame I get the better end of the deal.
She leaned down slowly, her lips brushing mine.
I love you, Drew Tucker.
I love you too, darling. I really fucking do.
Chapter 8. Ayda. I hated fighting with Drew. I hated knowing I'd hurt him even more. It had taken a lot for him to say that to me, to open up and be that vulnerable after I'd shaken his trust so thoroughly. Yet with all that being said, sometimes a fight like that was a storm on a humid day. The rolls of thunder and flashes of lightning chased away the humidity and left a fresh atmosphere behind. This hadn't just been a fight. It had been a revelation. But I was glad the storm had passed, and my body was enjoying the afterglow of the makeup sex. That always promised some good aches and a couple of bruises in inconspicuous places. I glanced down at Drew. His ear was over my heart as my hand ran through his hair repetitively. Neither one of us really cared that our clothes were strewn over the gym equipment, or that we were lying on a dusty old mat now slightly damp with our sweat. I think knowing someone could come strolling in at any minute added to the atmosphere that hung around us, heady and satisfied. It was always in the afterglow of a disagreement that I found my love for him swelling in my chest. After all the words we'd flung at one another, after the cleansing of emotional overflow, we were still just us. We'd chosen to fix whatever was broken and fight to make things work. "Drew," I said, shimmying under him, my legs tangling into a tighter knot with his. "You awake?" He hummed in response. "Does this count as part of my new strength training?" "Not exactly, but I like the idea of this being your reward for working hard after every session," he mumbled. "I like that plan," I said, glancing around the room. "I don't think that leg press thing is supposed to be used like that, though. Wait until you see what I can do with a jump rope." I felt his lazy grin against my skin. I smiled up at the ceiling tiles and peeled my butt from the material under me. The separation felt like trying to rip off a Band-Aid. The sweat had welded me to the damn thing. I knew that our bubble would burst soon, and our time alone would be interrupted, so I was making the most of this while I could. Having felt the disappointment roll from Deeks when he'd picked me up, I had no doubt I had some music to face when I walked back into the hut. I was pretty sure I owed Howard Sutton a huge apology, too. Drew hadn't taken the news well, and Sutton had probably earned the sharper end of Drew's anger. Sutton was a physical being for Drew to aim all his rage at. The one thing I repeatedly tripped over in this new life of mine was that my mistakes often implicated the people I now shared my home with. My family had grown, and I had to take all of them into account. Hurt Drew, and I hurt them. And if someone from outside hurt me, that hurt them too. There was an order to those unspoken rules I was still figuring out, but I took the glares and headshakes on the chin and tried to do better the next time. The upside to this was that happiness also had a rolling effect through the group, so I tended to lean more in that direction when I could. I should go and make dinner to amend for my many mistakes, I said quietly. I'm sure I'm keeping you from something as well. Drew ran his hand over my stomach before he pressed a kiss to it and looked up at me. I've still to kill Sutton, so I suppose I could get on with that. That was my fault, my fuck-up. He told me to tell you. I pushed my hands through his hair to keep the contact constant. I wasn't quite willing to let him go. He slid farther up until his face was closer to mine. I'm messing with you. I already choked him once. He's suffered enough. I pushed up to kiss him, unable to stop myself. Lifting one hand, I cupped his cheek and deepened the kiss, his tongue sneaking into my mouth hungrily. I couldn't have explained my reaction to anyone had they asked, but it made sense to me. It was like the word mine when he uttered it with that much possessiveness in his tone. His acquisitiveness turned me inside out. To be wanted and desired with that much intensity was a high you couldn't get from any drug, and I was a slave to it. Stop beating up our allies, I whispered against his lips. It makes the locals nervous. The world runs better for me when I keep people on their toes. He smiled, his eyes flickering up to mine lazily. I don't want them thinking I've gone soft. I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to be that complacent, baby. He shifted against me, his eyes flashing when the door opened and slapped against the wall behind it with a crack. Drew's body covered mine instantly, more for my modesty than because he was ignoring the interruption. Glancing up at the door, I could see Jed's widened eyes aimed in our direction, his lips curling into a smirk filled with mirth. It's Jed, I mumbled, hiding my face in Drew's shoulder. Drew's arms sealed me in, his legs working to conceal any part of me he could as he looked up at Jed and offered him a charming grin. Not a good time, brother. No kidding. Jed folded his arms across his chest, making no attempt to leave. Ayda is in training. I won't ask what for. Best not. Drew scrunched his face up and offered Jed a sarcastic, flat smile. Catch you later? Try not to make it too long. We could have a situation. Drew tensed around me, the already steel case he was keeping me in becoming unmovable. What kind of situation? Jed reached up to scratch the back of his neck, glancing my way as if he wasn't sure he should be speaking in front of me. Someone in Rusty's place is mouthing off about Ayda. Some kid called Jacob. Janet just phoned and spoke to Harry. Shit. Was my grand contribution to the conversation. I looked between Jed and Drew, sensing they were having one of those silent conversations that said far more than words could ever do, and exponentially faster. Before I even attempted an interpretation, Jed nodded and backed out of the door, one last raised eyebrow and chuckle in our direction as he did. You have to go, I said, already voicing what Drew was about to. And no, I can't come. His hand pushed the stray hairs away from my forehead before he spoke. I don't have to go. But there's some punk speaking badly about my girlfriend in the middle of my town, so you know, I want to. He paused, taking a second to search my eyes. I take it this is the ex-boyfriend who was making you uncomfortable earlier. I nodded and leaned into his touch. I wasn't going to stop him from doing what he needed to do, but at the same time I knew Jacob, and I had a feeling I knew what was about to go down. He's going to bait you. He's going to bring up shit from my past, from our relationship, and rub your nose in it. I paused and took a deep breath. I'm not telling you how to handle this. All I ask is that you take it outside. Then come with me, he whispered. Really? I asked, my voice just as low and filled with surprise. Really? His eyes lit up with amusement. You should have the right to defend yourself if you want to, like you've just explained to me quite intimately. Just don't get all preachy if I knock the prick down on his ass and then crush a few bones while he squeals like a pig. I can handle it if you can. He smirked. I ran a hand over Drew's shoulder and smiled up at him. No preaching, but can I convince you to teach me how to throw a punch without hurting myself? You can try, but not today. He dropped a kiss to my nose before he pushed up on his arms and started to pull away. His voice strained as he spoke. You can hit him with your wit, and I'll do the other shit if I need to. Though something tells me you're gonna handle him for the both of us, Hannigan. You gonna defend my honor, Mr. Tucker? I grinned. He offered me his hand as he stood, waiting for me to take it so he could pull me up. You're mine, remember. I'll defend you till the death. I took his hand and let him pull me to my feet, my bare chest pressing against his as I gazed up at him in absolute adoration. Yours. My arms tightened around Drew's waist as he took the corner, the rumble of his bike making my aching thighs flare to life below me. It seemed wrong to be thinking how he and I had spent the last hour together, when we, and a trail of half a dozen bikes behind us, were headed out to confront a guy I hadn't spent more than 5 minutes thinking about in the last 5 years. I let my chin rest on Drew's shoulder as he straightened out and gunned the bike down the home stretch to Rusty's diner. Jacob was still there, his giant Chevy sitting in the lot, right outside the front doors of the diner like he owned the place. He'd gone so far as to park at an angle over the disabled parking spot, which just made my hackles rise even further. I knew this situation had the potential to get out of hand. In fact, I would say it was inevitable at this point. Jacob would have nothing nice to say. I would have even less nice to share, and it would piss off every guy on a bike, and that went double for the guy I had my arms wrapped around. Drew slowed and pulled up next to the truck, not enough to give Jacob a chance to run over the Harley with his truck, but close enough to jump on and give chase if it came to that. My stomach knotted when I glanced in the front windows and saw that cocky slouch of Jacob as he sat at the bar and held court there. That was my home. That was my job. He didn't belong there anymore. Before I could climb off the back of the bike, Drew laid a hand on my knee. Anything I need to know before I go in? He asked. He's a pretentious bastard that I thought I used to love. He's arrogant, confrontational, and loves to push buttons. If you react, he knows he has you and will press harder. He's going to use the fact we used to have sex against you. He may try to call Sutton in so he can witness you hitting him first. That's what he's known for. He's banned from some of the casinos in Louisiana because he's pulled that on the security there. I don't care about him. I don't respect him. And I hope he gets the clap. Remind me never to cross you, Drew said through a smile, giving my thigh a squeeze. Let's go and deal with this. I nodded once and swung off the bike, leaving my helmet on my seat. Not waiting for the guys to follow, I headed to the doors and pushed inside, losing confidence with every step. I wasn't scared of Jacob. I wasn't afraid of what he might say. I just hated that he had the power to twist everything. He'd always been good with words, and he might have played the repentant ex when it had just been he and I on the side of the road. But with an audience, I was about to be painted as the town whore who spread her legs for anyone. Thank God Drew knew me better than that. Can't say I'm surprised, Jacob said, turning his stool to face me with cocky assurance painted on his face. Talking about trash. I continued in, reaching behind me to squeeze Drew's hand while the others fanned out and took up some of the empty tables and booths around the diner. I eased forward and slid behind the counter, kissing a scowling Janet on the cheek. Sorry about this, I stage whispered. Why the hell are you apologizing? Jacob asked, leaning forward on his stool and resting his elbows on the counter. For bringing him the piece of shit club everyone hates. I laughed humorlessly and shook my head. That the best you got, Jake? How long have you been gone now? Oh, that's right. You skipped out the moment life got hard and my parents died. Then you spread rumors at school that I'd had to drop out because I'd contracted an STD when I'd cheated on you. Then you broke up with me in a fucking email after one of my friends called to tell me. You're the scum of the earth, and you don't know anything about this town or the people in it. So maybe you should just go home, do whatever the fuck you're here for, go back to the hole you crawled out of, and leave us in peace. You're still booty hurt I broke up with you, beautiful. I get that, but you know I've got better to give than that, Jacob said suggestively, flashing his grin my way. Standing there in front of him, I wondered what I, and half our class, had seen in him. The boy I'd once known was still visible. He just wasn't attractive by any stretch of my imagination anymore. He still wore his ball cap, but the thick hair that used to curl under the edges was thinning. His bright green eyes now looked more like an evil glow from a child's movie, and his skin looked ashen and pitted. There was nothing attractive about him. There was no nostalgia buried deep inside of me, just an intense dislike and exasperation at having to share oxygen with him for any length of time. Do I asked sardonically. I'm having a hard time remembering with all your bullshit piled on top. And I'm having a hard time believing your memory's that bad. I'm pretty sure you remember that first night we had together over by the water tower, the night that I took the only thing you had to offer. I rolled my eyes. There's the cheap shot. Believe me, if that hadn't been my first time, the sex wouldn't have been that memorable. You were an asshole, but I was just too stupid to see that. That night you took something big, never giving a fuck what that meant to me. Jacob eyed me, his humor at my reaction giving him an unattractive dimple in his sallow cheeks. While he was preoccupied with that, I glanced at Drew, noting the twitch in his jaw and the white of his knuckles as he balled his hands. He wasn't going to take much more of this. Of that I was certain. If I had a point, I needed to get to it quickly. Babe, as much as you think that's the truth, we both know it's a lie. He turned on his stool to face Drew, and I tensed as he said, Does she scream your name too, buddy? He raised the pitch of his voice in an attempt to emulate mine. Oh, Jacob, don't stop. He laughed and spun to face me again. Did that slip your mind too, Ayda? I made a face, glancing at Drew briefly. Damn, he's got you on a tight leash, eh? You can't respond without looking to your man to make sure it's okay first. I was losing ground fast and I knew it. It was the only reason I'd looked up at Drew because the moment he saw that control slipping, he would take over. I was so focused on Drew that I hadn't noticed Kenny approach the counter. The moment he reached it, he slipped onto the stool next to Jacob's and focused his entire glare on the side of Jacob's head. It was a reminder for Jake to stay polite. Whoa, easy, pup. You're not my type. Jacob turned to me and thumbed over his shoulder at Kenny. Who's this joker? Jacob asked, spinning his stool in Kenny's direction. It went to show how little he was actually paying attention to his surroundings. Jacob didn't realize the guys were beginning to circle around him, like a pack of wolves around their prey. They would inch in and tighten the circle until he could feel their breath on his neck, stalking him in his every move. I ignored the question he'd fired off, my hand slapping down onto the counter to bring his attention back to me. Why are you here, Jake? I missed you, baby. He made a foul gesture with his hands and smiled at me, an unreadable look in his eyes. Why are you really here? I asked, ignoring the way his greasy stare made my skin itch. My parents live here, you stupid bitch. Why the hell do you think I'm here? He never noticed the hounds moving in closer and tightening around him. He never saw the glares of disgust because he was too busy trying to read my reaction and get a rise from me. Me? I just smiled. Name-calling was a sure sign that I'd finally pissed him off. Then take care of that and go back to wherever you came from. Can't. I accepted a job here. His smile grew again, that cockiness rolling back into his posture as he leaned back, right into Deeks' elbow. Jacob jumped forward before composing himself and swinging in Deeks' direction to glare at him. You're not welcome here, Jake. I'd advise you find another job somewhere else. I spat. Can't, he repeated, leaning forward toward me. I want this one. God, you're such a dick, I hissed between my teeth. Whatever. Just stay away from my brother and me. If I so much as see your face, you will regret it. Oh, honey, you're gonna see my face every day and every Friday night. And every time you do, you will think about me and what we used to do behind the very bleachers you'll be sitting on. What? Say hi to the new coach for the Babylon High Bulldogs. He spread his arms and shrugged, knowing he'd just dropped the money shot. No, that's not what you used to say. He laughed. He swung his hips, using his arms for emphasis and a lewd emulation of sex. If I remember, you used to scream the words yes and beg for more, behind the bleachers and the guys' locker rooms, the water tower, and the back of my truck at the roller freeze. All it took was my hand up your skirt as you stared down that high. He didn't get to finish. Drew had reached his limit. He'd escaped my hold without me realizing until it was too late. The dull yet heavy thud of Jacob's head being smacked down onto the counter echoed all around the diner, leaving everyone inside of Rusty's to hold their breath and wait to see what the hell was about to go down.
Chapter 9. Drew. I sighed as I held Jacob down. The knock to the head had temporarily stunned him, and all was quiet for a merry fucking second. I smiled a flat smile at Rusty and Janet, who were standing behind the counter, their eyes wide and concerned as they looked between Jacob and me a dozen times. Holding the little shit's face in place, I heard the muted laughter of my brothers and chose to ignore it. It had killed me listening to that skinny fucker talking about screwing Ayda, but I knew his game. It was the lamest trick in the book. Now it was time to show him how the big boys played. Glancing up at the menu board, I swam in the silence and smirked at the collective gasp the whole of Rusty's had taken. "Janet?"
Yes, Drew?"
she answered quietly. "You still got the roughneck special going on, or do you recommend I stick with the steak and eggs today?" I looked back at her, my own smile growing as that glint in her eyes came to life.
"We can fix you up anything you want. You're the guest of honor, as always."
Jacob started to stir underneath my hand, his body wriggling as he came back to life. I squished that fucker's face into the counter and pressed down harder. "You're too good to me, Jan." I grinned. Looking over my shoulder, I glanced at Ayda. "What do you think, baby? What should I go for?"
"Steak and eggs,"
she said, smiling up at me. I nodded my head and turned back to Janet. "You heard the lady. Steak and eggs, please, darling. Coffee's all round for the boys. And ask the other diners what they'd like. On me. An apology for the rat infestation we brought in today." I gave Janet a wink and watched as she stifled her laughter before walking through the swinging doors into the kitchen. Jacob was struggling in my grip, his words coming out as nothing more than spitting and gasping noises, while I used all the arm power I had to crush his ignorant skull. Sighing again, I bent down until our eyes were on a level and offered him a smile. "Hey," I practically sang, "I'm the new boyfriend. Name's Drew Tucker. You must be the ex." Jacob's face wasn't just red, it was turning purple, and his arms began to flail as he tried to reach up and pull me off him. "I wish we could have met under better circumstances. I came in here today trying to be the bigger man, Jakey, but you just wouldn't stop running that mouth of yours. It was either give you a slap up the head and hope you remembered your manners, or shove a T-bone steak down your throat. I went for the one that wouldn't choke you to death." I grinned again, scrunching my whole face up with false happiness. "You should thank my girlfriend for that. An hour ago, I'd have killed you. She used all her magic to sate me just before we rode out here. I'm feeling more generous now. Calmer. Almost spiritual, actually." I breathed deeply and smiled. "Feels real fucking good." "Son of a bitch," Jacob spat out, his legs flailing everywhere. I hadn't wanted to think about it until now, but up close and personal, Jacob looked familiar, especially now he was angry. The tone of his voice, the cocky, arrogant way he spoke, and that fire in his green eyes reminded me of someone. I just couldn't think who. 1,000 enemies of the past ran through my mind, but nothing clicked. Another sign that my present paranoia still lingered in me, even on the good days. "My mother wasn't all bad," I huffed out through a laugh, biting back at his insult. "Can't say the same about yours, though." Jacob's eyes popped wide, all his features strained as the blood struggled to get to where it needed to be in his head. "You talk a good game. You're cocky enough to sit in front of an entire MC and insult your ex-girlfriend, who they are now protecting. I'll give you points for bravery, kid. You've got balls. They're not quite full-grown yet, but you'll get there after a few more chicks have sucked your dick." I blew out a slow exhale and moved my face closer to his. "But what you failed to figure out
is that while you may have been screwing my girl while she was lost or didn't know better, I was probably out there fucking your mom in the back of that truck you've thrown in front of this nice place."
"Fuck you,"
he hissed. "And that's the thing about being an adult. I know Ayda has a past. She knows about mine. And nothing your sleazy little ass says can turn me off her. 'Cause I'm the guy who pleases her so much now, she can't scream. I leave her breathless. You just want to hear people cry your name to make your dick seem bigger. Coach."
"Get off me,"
he pushed out through squashed lips. The whites of his eyes were now turning orange and red. I pressed my lips together and shook my head slowly. "Sorry, no can do. Not until you apologize to my old lady." Ayda was standing shoulder to shoulder with Deeks, who'd moved around the counter to be closer. It was instinct for him now, like it was for most of the guys. Ayda looked down at Jacob like he was a spider that had crawled out of the toilet and needed to be squashed. She blinked once and smiled up at me, her whole expression changing. I gave her a wink and turned my attention back to Jacob. "We're ready when you are." He was breathing like an animal, all spit and rage and desperation pouring from his mouth with every breath he took.
"I'm not sorry for shit."
I pushed my lips together and blew out dramatically, looking up at my other hounds as I rolled my eyes, lifted Jacob's head up, and slammed it back down again. His whole body curled in on itself, the pain spreading farther than his head now as he struggled to focus. Even his arms were going weak as he scratched me like a damn wildcat, using nothing but his nails to try to make a dent. "I hope you teach your football team better manners and discipline than you're showing me." I breathed down on him, pushing my face to his and turning serious on his ass. "Last chance you get before I do shove that bone down your throat, and it will have fuck all to do with steak." Jacob blinked several times, clearly trying to rid himself of the spots, stars, or whatever the hell he was seeing when he looked at me. Closing his eyes, he sucked in a breath and ground his teeth together.
"Ayda."
She barely blinked at the sound, but she stepped closer and leaned in, her voice pitched low as she spoke to him.
"That's not an apology, Jacob. Drew doesn't make idle threats, which leaves you one of two choices here. Apologize, or take the punishment for ignoring him. I don't give a shit about you. You mean nothing to me. But if you think you're going to manipulate me by threatening Tate's position on the team, you're going to lose every time. Apologize, or have your throat used as a stump grinder. Your choice to make."
She was hot when she went old lady on a situation, something she was getting better at the more she realized she was the heart of the hounds. It was her instinct now. She'd found her home. Ayda was becoming who she was always meant to be. I stared at Jacob with amusement, my brow rising.
"I'm fucking sorry,"
he pushed out in a rush.
"That didn't sound very sincere,"
Ayda said, laughing quietly. "Exes," I sighed, rolling my eyes in Ayda's direction, proud as hell of her. "You need me to make him beg for forgiveness, darling? Or shall we just let him scurry off to the sewer?" My brothers all reacted, each one offering a different huff of amusement at how I was handling Jacob. To be honest, I was surprising myself. Every single part of me wanted to rip his limbs apart and send him out of Rusty's in a body bag. But I'd made a promise to Pete under that tree when I'd said my goodbyes. I told him I wanted to live more, to quit hurting people, to be different. I remembered those wishes every day. Now every situation I walked into, I tried to handle differently. This was as peaceful as I was going to get with a man who had touched my woman before. I looked up at Kenny. "What do you think, Browse? I asked him. Kenny shrugged. I haven't killed anyone in a while, he responded, sounding bored for Jacob's benefit. Not sure this guy is worth the bloodstains. I cringed. Deeks? I asked, looking his way, noticing how he was standing there with his arms crossed like a proud father. Gut him like a fish, he answered with a smile. Ooh, messy, I hissed. Back to you, Ayda.
Castration? She said sweetly. I think Rusty has a really sharp knife back there.
Have you ever castrated someone before, baby? That shit takes weeks to wash off. Plus, there's all the wastage, especially when you take their balls apart and shit. I don't know. Seems like a lot of hassle for this creep. Jacob tried lashing out one more time, but he had no fight in him. A man can be built like a machine, but the second you cut off the oxygen to his brain, he becomes nothing. He's a mouse in a trap. Jacob was my mouse, and I was dangling all sorts of cheese in his face. I'm sorry, he finally said through a resigned sigh, and the moment those words were out of his mouth, I let him go, watching as his body swayed back and forth. Ayda stared at him, no sympathy in her blue eyes, as he raised a hand and rubbed his temples idly. She waited until his body stopped flagging from side to side before she met his gaze.
You've forgotten how different Babylon can be from the rest of the world. Whoever you were out there, he can't survive here. The sooner you heed that advice, the easier your life will be. You're not the big man on campus. You're nothing now. Nothing. Leave or learn some respect. Those are the only choices you have left.
I leaned back on the counter, resting on my elbow as I watched her deal with him. You've no idea what you've just done, Jacob whispered like he was talking to himself. Excuse me, I asked, raising both brows. When he lifted his head in my direction, I saw that look again. I saw something familiar that had me frowning with curiosity as all my old enemies rattled around my head, chanting one by one, Not me, not me, it ain't me. I studied him as he studied me, and if I'd have been more in tune with things, I'd have understood what he was trying to tell me. I'd seen that face 1,000 times before. When someone hates you, there are 2 ways they look you in the eye. One with fear, one with the knowledge that it might not be their time yet, but one day they're going to fuck you over. You just won't know when. You'll see, he all but growled as he slid off the stool and stood on shaky legs. My brothers taunted him as he tried to leave, and Ayda's eyes followed him all the way to the door.
It's your choice, Jake.
He turned at the door and glanced at each and every one of us. Fuck all y'all. Then he pushed out to the door, smacking it against the wall with rage before he disappeared into the parking lot. I didn't feel the need to tell Ayda I'd had one of the boys cut his wires so his car wouldn't start. I was too high on the look of satisfaction she was wearing when she turned back to me. Oops, was all I offered her. Pressing her palms on the counter, Ayda used the surface to lift her body, her top half swinging closer as she kicked at. It was a silent request for a kiss, but the words were my incentive.
Have I told you that I love you today, Tucker?
Nope, I answered, popping the pea, even though she had. I was still leaning on my elbow, staring at her like she was something I could devour on the spot.
I love you.
She pushed that little farther over the counter and pressed her lips against mine. Rocking back, she repeated the cycle all over again, until, after the 4th I love you, she slipped her tongue between my lips, ignoring the catcalls that rose around us. I wasted no time pulling her to me and keeping her there, my tongue assaulting hers with a possession I had no shame in showing. I could never get close enough.
There was no such thing as too much when she was kissing me, touching me, or pressed against me. It took 2 seconds for our kiss to turn desperately hungry, and that was when I picked her up and spun her around, planting her on the stool where Jacob had been sitting before I stepped in between her parted legs. The men around us grumbled. Deeks made cries of how he couldn't see his girl doing that. Kenny pretended to be sick. Jed made himself known for the first time with his wolf whistle. Slater's cackle filled the air enough to tell me he was turning my name into a joke at whatever table he was sitting at. I didn't give a shit. I was alive. I was pumped, and I'd gone through every emotion possible during that day until it had turned into night. All I wanted to do was kiss Ayda and smile against her lips every time we bumped in the wrong direction. When we eventually pulled away from each other, I pushed both hands through her hair and held her at the back of the neck. "You okay?"
"Never better,"
she said huskily, as Janet slid our food onto the counter beside us. She looked up at me, those blue eyes searching mine, plowing beyond the surface and venturing deep enough so I could feel her there.
"Thank you."
"Be careful what you're thanking me for. Something tells me I've just woken a beast dressed as a skinny coach," I told her honestly. "He isn't just gonna go away. You ready for another fight?" Ayda laid her palm flat against my cut, and her gaze turned serious.
"I'm thanking you for always having my back. Jacob's not smart enough to cut his losses and run. He's too proud to take that on the nose and live quietly. I don't care what words he throws my way, but if he even tries to take our differences out on Tate,"
her eyes flashed,
"he'll find out just how much I've changed."
"Tate will be safe. Everyone has a skeleton in their closet. I'm going to find out what Jacob's is, and I'm going to exploit the fuck out of it." I pushed my forehead to hers and whispered, "I got skills, darling."
"I know you do. I just hope there's enough there to crush him like the bug he is."
"No one is ever that confident without having a colorful history." She looked thoughtful for a moment.
"Then let's look, and when we find whatever it is, let's nail his ass to the wall."
"I love it when you get violent," I whispered, as I brushed my lips over hers.
"I love it when you encourage me,"
she said, nipping my bottom lip. The sound of yelling from outside the diner pulled everyone's attention, including ours, away from what they were doing. Jacob's frustrated shouting and ranting filled the air before he cursed the hounds in every which way imaginable. And while everyone else in the diner laughed and cheered at the way we'd screwed him over, I couldn't help but narrow my eyes and fake a smile as I looked around at them all. I knew that kid. I just had to figure out where from, and why the hairs on the back of my neck stood to attention when I thought about those green eyes staring back at me.
Chapter 10. Ayda. If there was a word for something bigger than hate, which was also much less impassioned, that's what I needed to describe how I felt about Jacob Hove being the coach of the Babylon Bulldogs football team. He'd never been a huge fan of my kid brother when we'd been teenagers. Tate had wanted to play football since he was old enough to hold pigskin in his hands, so he'd idolized my high school boyfriend because he'd been one of the best players on the team at the time. Unfortunately, Jacob had been more interested in getting his hands up my skirt, and he'd found it annoying that this kid, almost 10 years our junior, would hide from us behind the first thing he could find and only make himself known by giggling before running away, knowing full well I would follow him. After Mom and Dad died and Jacob sent me his breakup email, Tate had changed his whole perspective on Jacob, and the hero worship had turned into a deep loathing. Every time Tate's classmates had brought up Jacob's name as the best player the school had ever seen, Tate would snort and get his punishment for his insubordination by doing laps, all for his big sister's honor. This was the very reason I had to be the one to tell him what was coming. The season may have ended for the Bulldogs, but that didn't mean practice was over. They would bring in Jacob as soon as they could so the team would get used to him long before the new season started, and with the MC at his back, Tate was having a harder time keeping his opinion to himself these days. To sweeten Tate up a little, I brought him and Libby burgers, fries, and one of Janet's apple pies, with a tub of vanilla bean ice cream for dessert. He was always a little more cooperative with a full stomach. So were most of the hut's inhabitants, come to think of it. I found him and Libby in the room that had been set aside for me. I let them, as well as Sloane and the twins, in there to do homework and watch TV. I'd bought him a new video gaming system for Christmas, which he had hooked up as well. "Hungry?" I asked, swinging around the doorframe with the bag of food dangling from one finger. Drew had gone to sort something out before he came to help me try to explain how we were going to handle this, so I was on my own for now. "Always," Tate said, glancing over his shoulder at me. He had the game controller in his hands and his forearms balanced on his knees as he played. Libby was on her stomach on the bed next to him, half-heartedly reading some fashion magazine that was barely holding her interest. Pressing the menu button that called a map to the screen, he made a grabby hand at the bag of food. His big frame no longer fitting his youthful face as he grinned up at me. "Come on, sis, don't hold out on me. I smell the apple pie from here." Libby laughed, rolling to her side and propping her head up with one hand, her smile bright. After the incident at the warehouse, the two of them had been on rocky ground for a while, but they'd pushed through their differences, made up, and though she hated him spending time with Sloane, she never complained aloud. Sloane had needed a friend, and that was all Tate had been for her. I dropped the bag of food on the bed between them and stole the controller, ignoring the emphatic complaints that I would mess up his game as I sank to one of the huge cushions at the foot of the bed and pressed the pause button to continue the mission. Needless to say, I was a terrible game driver. I think I crashed more than I drove. Poor pedestrians were darting from my path of chaos as I turned left then right, ruining the car Tate called his beast. The virtual vehicle was a huge pickup that looked a little like the one I now owned. "Do me a favor, park it in my garage and pick a slow banger, eh? Where is it? Pull up the map." I did as I was told and waited. "See that orange house thing?" I went to the green one. "No, orange, eh?" I took the cursor to the blue one, silently laughing at his growled frustration. "Oh, range! Oh, you said orange." Libby laughed out loud, apologizing, but not laughing any less when I was sure Tate was glaring at her for siding with me. I made a waypoint on the map and made sure to hit every stationary object on the way there, until the controller was plucked from my hands by Drew, who was shaking his head in sympathy. "What are you doing?" I reached for the controller, but he had the hunk of plastic way out of my reach. "It's still my turn." "I can't watch any more of that driving. It's like being in the car with you for real. Scary." His eyes widened as he grinned his cocky half-grin at me and held the controller out for Tate to take back. "Spoil sport? You're just jealous of my mad skills." I grinned up at him before tugging on his cut in a request for him to help me up from my perch on the cushions. He pulled me up using no effort at all, his free hand curling around my waist the way it always did as he pulled me into his side. Two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle fitting together perfectly every single time. "You fed the beast?" Drew asked me before he turned to look at Tate. I grinned up at him, my hands closing around the open sides of his cut as I met his gaze. He still has to eat his apple pie, but he's mostly fed. I asked him silently if he thought we should start the talk now, or let Tate finish eating first. There were just some things about men I'd never been able to figure out, and having an insight helped when I would have otherwise dived in and blurted the news out with a cringe. Drew's hand slid to my ass cheek, giving it a playful yet slightly painful pinch, his eyes still on Tate as his smile grew. "Tate, Ayda wants to talk to you about your new football coach who we met in the diner earlier, and happens to be a total prick." And I thought I was blunt. Patting Drew's chest in thanks, I rolled my head in Tate's direction and pressed my lips together. "Do you know who they hired?" Tate looked up at me and shrugged. "Not like they're going to consult us about it. Is he a hard ass or something?" He stuffed more fries into his mouth and looked between Drew and me. "There's no easy way to say this, so it's Jacob," I said, leaning into Drew just to absorb some of his body heat. "Fuck no," Tate growled, dropping his burger into the takeout box and sitting up from his slouch. "Then I'm quitting the team." "Hounds don't quit," Drew said calmly, his voice somehow commanding everyone's attention, despite how quietly he'd spoken. "Drew, I ain't—" "Yes, you are." "He's right, Tate," I responded. "He's not gonna win, and we're not gonna let him fuck with you. First sign of benching you, pushing you too hard, or even looking at you the wrong way, and I will be getting his ass fired." Tate looked between Drew and me, his eyes wide and waiting. I don't understand how this has happened. Drew sighed softly. I'd put my money on him coming back to Babylon to rattle Ayda's cage more than anything else. Unfortunately for you, that puts you in the firing line. I've seen you there before, Tate, and I know you can handle it. You're more of a man than that Drew stopped himself and cleared his throat. Than that idiot. The stray that lives out back of the roller freeze is more of a man than that asshole, Drew. Tate followed, pushing his food away. Hey, I said, trying to calm him down. I know this sucks. Believe me, he's already been more of a dickhead than Kenny manages to be in 6 months. It's a natural state, Tate mumbled, leaning against Libby and shaking his head in disgust. There's no way in hell he'd call a college scout out for me when the time comes. I'm screwed. You think we'd let that happen? I asked. You think he won't try to screw me over? Tate snapped back. If he does, we'll handle it, Drew muttered quietly. What? Tate said through a shitty sigh. You got college scouts on your books now, Drew? You can hook my entire future and football career up for me just by throwing some cash at some guy in another state. Drew pulled away from me and sighed. I knew what was coming. For all he thought he was terrible at playing this role in Tate's life, he always seemed to know when to step in, and he worked on natural instincts I'd never had to teach him. He was a father of so many men, even brothers who were old enough to be a generation more experienced than him. Dealing with Tate was second nature to Drew. I just hadn't had the heart to tell him when he was so convinced he sucked at it. He was cute when he was unsure, a rarity for a man like him. Scratching the back of his head, Drew tossed the food in front of Tate out of the way, grabbed my brother by the hand, and forced him to stand. It was always a weird contrast. Strong, rough, determined, and experienced, facing almost strong, potential to be rough, definitely determined, but absolutely no experience whatsoever. Drew straightened his spine, pushed his chest out, grabbed both Tate's biceps, and looked down on him. Quit whining. Easy for you to say. So the world has thrown you a curveball. Welcome to the real world, kid. Shit happens. But you want the truth, here it is. I have no worries about you or your future, 'cause when I look at you, I see a kid who makes shit happen in his life, whether he believes in himself or not. Last year, a snot-nosed brat walked into my home, hid under my bed, and tried to steal money from my club in order to save his sister. Do you remember that? Drew asked, raising a brow at him. Vaguely, Tate muttered, his face set into stone before his chin dropped to his chest. That kid was a year weaker than you are right now. He'd suffered some shit, yeah. A lot of shit, actually. But he had no idea what he was about to face and how much his life was going to be tipped upside down. Drew's hands gripped Tate's arms tighter, his knees bending until they were both eye to eye. That kid had the courage of 10,000 Jacob Hoves. That kid had brass balls to waltz into the lion's den and try to steal from them. So don't tell me you can't go out there, play your heart out, and steal your future from anyone else's hands. Don't you stand here and stutter in front of me and tell me or Ayda that you can't handle this motherfucking weasel who's trying to rattle both your cages. He paused, keeping his eyes on Tate as he mumbled at me. Sorry, Ayda. I smiled, not acknowledging his apology for swearing, or interrupting his talk with Tate. I will have your back. Ayda will have your back. Every single man out there in that hut will have your back. You know why? Tate cleared his throat and shuffled from one foot to the other before he clenched his jaw and shook his head once, raising his chin. Because you are a hound now. You may not have the patch on your chest, but you're a part of this family. This family rides and dies as one, and we stick together like glue. If Jacob gives you shit out on the field, you suck it up, or you choose to handle it. That's up to you. I ain't here to tell you to be a good boy. Lord knows I can't preach to anyone. But if you have a shitty day out there in Babylon, when you come home, we'll be here waiting to make it better. The world ain't easy, Tate. You're gonna get a million Jacobs trying to piss you the fuck off in life, especially if you do get the patch on your chest one day. I can't think of a better person for you to handle than that fucking runt. He's right, Tate. The only damage Jacob can do is what you allow him to. None of us are gonna sit back and let him run you down and bench you. You're the best player on a small Texas team. You think anyone in this town will let him get away with that? He pushes you, you push back. I know I have some power here. I also know all y'all will have my back. But there's only so much we can do until I get suspended for disrespect. Jacob used to be someone on this team. Believe me, he could never have kept up with you, even when he was your age, I said, pushing up onto my tiptoes to ruffle his hair. Play your best and play your hardest. He comes down hard on you for no reason, and we'll get that shit sorted out. He's not going to get in the way of your scholarships. I won't let him. Tate looked between Drew and I before nodding, one of his hands rising to squeeze the back of his neck. Even Libby looked relieved when he blew all the air from his lungs and squared his shoulders. Hound for life, he mumbled quietly, his big body swaying as Drew slapped his arm and released him. I hoped to hell that we could keep our word on this. Tate had worked so hard on the field, on and off season, to keep himself as fit and ready as he could. Even some of the hounds had taken to working out with him most days, running a couple of miles in the mornings. Since the season had ended, some of them rode to the stadium in the evenings to play with him. Everyone seemed to understand just how much it meant to me, and Tate, to see him follow his dream through before he followed the dream of becoming a hound. Taking a deep breath, I nodded and smiled at him before I turned my attention back to Drew. He pushed both hands into his jeans pockets, giving me that almost smile he was famous for, the one that said so many things to me without saying a word at all. I could tell even he was kind of proud of the way we'd both handled the situation with Tate. Hound for life, Drew repeated quietly, nodding Tate's way even though his eyes were on me. For life, I mouthed at Drew, and held his gaze for a moment longer before turning my eyes to my kid brother. When do you think they'll bring him in? If he's already accepted, they'll probably ease him to work with Coach until the end of the school year. He may take over full-time before then if he's comfortable. He's the most arrogant son of a bitch I know, I said, rolling my eyes. So it will be sooner rather than later. His pride won't stand by and let him take orders from Coach for too long. He'll learn the ropes and push him out. This is gonna suck, Tate grumbled, dropping to the bed and reaching behind him to where Libby was now pressing herself against his back in support. We're all gonna be here to back you up, Libby said, grinning up at me. I'm pretty sure we can do some damage without lifting a damn finger. Drew hissed as he sucked in a breath, cringing and scrunching his eyes up before he turned back to face Tate. Speaking of damage, Tate and Libby both looked up at Drew, their eyes wide and waiting. May as well lay all our shit down while we're dishing out the bad news. Drew blew out of breath and raised his brows, rocking back on his feet. I may have already lifted a finger. He paused. Or 5. Hard. Against Jacob's head. Smashing it down onto the counter at Rusty's. Pretty much cutting off his air supply for a good few minutes. Tate's eyes widened even farther, his teeth grinding together as he studied Drew's face. Bit of a miscommunication kind of thing. Drew shook his head, feigning breeziness. Sure, he'll have forgotten it already. I laughed casually and leaned my head against Drew's shoulder. Jacob baited everyone at the diner, and I wouldn't put it past him to try the same with you, Tate. He's gonna use me, Drew, Libby, and the whole damn club to try and get a reaction from you. But you can't bite. You react first. You lay a single finger on him and you're off the team. It's a zero-tolerance team and he'll know it. He starts with that shit, you walk away. I don't care what he says to provoke you. You got me? Tate's eyes widened, his fingers running along Libby's arm where it was hung casually over his shoulder. I could tell he wanted to argue, that he wanted to be the one to shut Jacob up. But he also knew I was right. If he lifted one finger in anger to Jacob, his football career would be over. The only other option would be to move so he could attend another district, and that was just impossible. Walk away, he parroted. Hey, I know how bad he can be. You know what he was like when I was a kid. When you weren't around? He shook his head. It doesn't matter, does it? He screwed me. No, I don't care how it looks. He gives you a hard time, you come to Drew or me. Drew pulled a hand out of his pocket, balling it into a fist and holding it in the air with a smirk plastered on his face. Happy to miscommunicate a bit more if I have to, but you won't need me to. You're gonna show him you don't care. If he tries to talk bad about me, you don't care. If he badmouths Ayda, you don't care. It takes the power away from him. You take away that power and people like him have nothing. Not a single thing. Drew pulled on the edges of his cut, rolling his shoulders before he turned to look at me. Now I think I should get out of here before I say something I shouldn't. Things are going pretty well. I don't want to be the guy who shoves his foot in his mouth. Time for you to take over, darling. He winked at me. With a small nod of thanks, I whispered the words, I love you, after he kissed my temple, and backed toward the door, leaving Tate, Libby, and I alone again. Before the mood became too somber, I play-punched Tate in the shoulder Libby wasn't occupying and smiled down at him. "Could be worse," I said. "How do you figure?" I smiled and grabbed for the controller he'd dropped on the bed behind him. Jacob could have been a complete angel without a mark to his name. I have a lot of history on that man that will make good ammunition if we need to use it. "Like what?" I smiled and sank down to the cushions again, folding my legs under me. "You two eat. I'll talk."
Chapter 11. Drew. By the time Ayda left Tate's room, I'd managed to sink into a semi-whiskey-induced coma. In a rare moment of camaraderie, Jed, Slater, Deeks, and I had been sitting around the bar while Harry slid shots our way every 2 seconds. The hut felt busy that night. Some of the whores were keeping themselves occupied in the corner, giggling and slipping their bodies around a few of the other men. Kenny, Tate, Libby, and Sloan had taken ownership of the 2 leather sofas and were playing some shitty game I didn't know the name of, looking like the young bloods they were. I was enjoying the time with my brothers, feeding off their barking laughs with a goofy grin on my face as they talked about their younger days, all the things we'd gotten up to as a club, and the tricks gone wrong we'd had to put right. A lot had happened in the last couple of days, in the last few hours, actually, and it felt good to have some of that load taken off and spend some time with my friends, my family. There was a seat sitting empty next to me, and the moment I caught sight of Ayda out of the corner of my eye, I slyly glanced her way and watched her blonde hair and cute ass sashay my way. Every time I saw that smile aimed at me, something inside me got all twisted up. She was the chick who had come along, tipped me upside down, and made me realize I'd never been in charge of who I loved. It was always meant to be her. She was always going to be mine. Fucking fate had stepped in and delivered her at my clumpy feet and reckless mouth. Her hand slid around my shoulders. Her ass landed on the other side of me with grace before she dropped a kiss to my bicep and sat upright, her bright, cheery disposition lighting up the whole damn room. The heartbeat had arrived again, and every single one of us could feel it. "Harry," I said, looking at him and holding up my empty shot glass. "Another for me, and one for the woman beside me who thinks she can just saunter her sexy ass in here and touch me up whenever she feels like it." Ayda laughed, her eyes shining brighter when they met mine.
"I happen to think I'm being quite restrained. You know I just can't help myself when you're close by."
She wiggled her fingers at me and then dropped her hand to my thigh, squeezing playfully.
"I could dirty it up a little, lower the tone."
"I have zero issue with you sucking my dick in public, darling."
"Ever the gentleman," she sang,
giving my thigh another squeeze before she reached for the drink Harry had slid in front of her. "Remind me," Jed commanded quietly from the other side of me, drawing my attention to him as he pointed a finger in Ayda's direction. "How is it that a cocky, arrogant, shady motherfucker like you, Tucker, has landed on your feet with a woman like this?" "You've either got it or you—" "Bullshit," Harry cried from behind the bar, his cough lingering behind his laughter. He had a towel thrown over his shoulder, playing the part of the bald, short, lovable barman to perfection. "This has nothing to do with you, Drew. You only got Ayda because she's short-sighted."
"You just like to think if I'd met you first, I'd never look at Drew twice, Harry."
She reached over and rested her hand on top of his with a genuine smile.
"We'll never know the answer to that, I'm afraid. I got all the man I need with this one."
Ayda tipped her head in my direction and winked at me. I spread my arm out, letting it fall over the back of her stool so my fingers could graze her ass in thanks. "See," I said, turning to the others. "She wanted a man, not boys like you fuckers." "I had pubic hair 2 years before you, weasel," Slater roared from the side of Jed. "I remember you standing in your room, tugging on the invisible hairs under your arm, trying to get them to grow." I threw my head back,
barking out a genuine laugh. Slater wasn't lying. I'd been in a hurry to grow up when I was younger. There'd always been this need to get closer to Pete, to close the gap and become just like him. Fair point, I said, as my laughter trickled away. But we ain't talking about the past. We're talking about now. Don't hate me 'cause y'all all want to be me.
And he wonders why people track him down and tie him up,
Harry muttered not so slyly as he reached for the whiskey bottle and began to fill Jed's, Slater's, and Deke's shot glasses. A shriek came from one of the girls behind us, forcing me to glance over my shoulder, only to see Tate and Libby cozying up together while Kenny put his arm around Sloane and tried to teach her the rules of whatever game they were playing. Turning back around, I blew out a breath and leaned over the bar, resting my forearms on the surface. I don't know why you choose to be here sometimes, I muttered to Ayda through a half-smile.
Are you kidding?
She asked, dragging her eyes from the foursome on the sofas.
I got to hear all the tales of your childhood from the people who know you best.
She reached for her next shot, holding up the glass in cheers to Deke's and grinning.
Does someone have the story of his first ride on a bike?
We weren't privy to that ride out when he was inside his mama's uterus doll,
Deeks chuckled, taking his shot in one swift move before he slammed his glass back on the bar and gasped.
Drew was riding before he was walking or talking.
Ayda smiled and looked around the men surrounding us before her eyes landed on the picture of Pete and me behind the bar. She turned to me silently, asking if it was okay to include questions about him. He's a part of this club. Ask about him, I whispered to her. The guys would like to talk about him without me being a dick. Ayda brushed her lips across my cheek, stopping at the corner of my mouth before turning to the others with a grin.
Tell me about the childhood, Drew. Did he follow Pete everywhere? Did Slater try to keep up with him?
Please, Slater scoffed. I had no desire to be a part of the Drew and Pete love affair. My sarcastic smile grew. Lying fucker.
Nobody could get near Pete. Nobody. Drew was everywhere he went. There's hero worship, and then there's what Pete was to Drew.
Harry reminisced, his tone turning reflective, even though he looked happy enough.
Every time Drew's parents tried to teach him something, even when he was a little tyke who had just learned to walk, Drew refused to listen. But when Pete spoke,
I heard him, I finished, nodding my head.
You sure did,
Harry said through a smile. Pete was the guy I looked up to. Slater had the pleasure of being the kid I was a kid with.
I can't even imagine Drew as a toddler,
Ayda said lightly.
I just imagine a smaller version of the man he is now, scowling at the other children in kindergarten and intimidating them into doing what he wanted them to do.
She laughed and glanced at Slater, who looked too amused.
That's exactly it, isn't it?
Slater swirled his whiskey in his shot glass, staring into it with a huge grin on his face. Drew's tantrums were legendary.
Still fucking are,
Jed muttered, forcing my free hand to lash out and slap him on the chest hard as every one of us started laughing. It felt free, light, long over fucking due. And dangerous, I added. Don't forget dangerous.
I'll give you that,
Deeks interrupted again from next to Slater. He leaned over the bar to see me properly, pointing a finger my way.
I remember this one time you wanted your old man to take you to a park. A goddamn play area with swings and all the other shit normal kids went to. But Eric was busy. He had shit going down. This other MC was riding through Babylon and out for trouble. That day, while you were whining about going to play, they rode into the yard to pay a visit to your dad. You chose that very moment, Drew, to pull your pants down on the top step of the porch and flash your bare ass to the whole MC because you thought it somehow made a fool out of your old man in front of them.
Motherfucker, Deeks, I muttered quietly, shaking my head. Ayda threw a hand over her mouth, trying to hide her laughter, but it was present in her eyes. They were lit up as they met mine. She pulled her hand away, still grinning, and looked at Deeks again.
What happened?
Eric turned bright red, told Drew to go inside. Drew muttered his first curse word and told his dad to suck his dick. All the members of the rival MC thought Eric was a joke, said their piece, and left fairly peacefully. Drew actually did his father a favor. Shame Eric didn't quite see it that way. Pretty sure you felt your first numb ass cheek that night, brother.
Deeks winked at me, his chest bouncing as his silent laughter tore free. And it went downhill from there. If I don't deserve a drink after that story, something is seriously fucking wrong with this place. Ayda shook her head and opened her mouth to say something, but Tate cut in over her as he collected a soda from behind the bar.
Sounds like the stories Dad used to tell about Ayda,
he said, grinning at his sister.
Only she used to fart the alphabet to strangers. Tate, go away.
Ayda dropped her forehead to the bar. I glanced down at her formerly cute ass, cringed, and leaned away from her, feeling the sting of her slap as I did. I'm not saying anything, I huffed out, holding my hands up in the air.
I did it once. Once. That was it. But it was the story Dad told the most. I remember when he told Jacob...
Tate trailed off before thinking better of it.
Jake wouldn't drop it. Ribbed Ayda for weeks about it. That was when Dad decided he didn't much like him.
Sounds like your dad had good standards, I muttered, a reference to Ayda's ex, making my mood darken just a little bit as the memories of him from earlier came floating back. Those eyes, that cocky face, the familiarity. Speaking of Jacob...
Let's not,
Ayda said, pushing out her bottom lip.
It was going so well.
I ignored her, turning to the other guys and narrowing my eyes. Did he look familiar to any of you?
Familiar?
Slater asked. Jed pressed his lips together and frowned as he thought.
In what way?
In a freaky fucking way.
That doesn't help,
Jed grunted. I blew out a breath and leaned back, straightening my spine and sitting tall as though Jacob was in front of me. Staring down at the bar countertop, I swirled a hand around my face and tried to focus. Everything about him. I've seen those eyes before, that arrogant grin.
That's you looking in the mirror, dickhead,
Slater pushed out, earning a few laughs from everyone but me. I'm serious, Slate. You didn't see anything you recognized about him. I turned Slater's way to see him, too, studying his own thoughts as he stared down into his empty glass.
Nothing I can think of.
Deeks?
Nope,
he said, shaking his head.
Weird,
I sighed, turning back to Ayda. Who are Jacob's parents?
Don and Lisa Hove,
she said, shrugging.
Don is an engineer at one of the drilling sites. Lisa owns the hobby shop in town.
I scowled as I tried to connect their names to the look I'd seen Jacob wearing. Don and Lisa Hove, I muttered to myself before I looked up at the other guys. Ring any alarm bells with any of you?
No,
Jed mumbled, shaking his head.
Nope,
Slater added.
Think I've run into Lisa a few times, but nothing that has made me think anything of her,
Harry said from across the bar.
It's not like an engineer and a hobby shop owner have any business with the likes of us, Drew,
Deeks butted in.
No,
I breathed out. Any siblings? I asked Ayda, my last line of questioning before I put these creepy, itchy feelings down as post-warehouse paranoia and moved the hell along.
An older brother, Travis.
Ayda glanced around the room before meeting my eyes again, the question of whether that helped clear in her baby blues. Travis Hove, I thought to myself, rattling the name around in my mind and bouncing it off every wall that wasn't battered beyond repair in there. I must have gotten lost in my own thoughts for a moment too long, 'cause when I looked up again, Ayda was giving me that worried look of hers. It wasn't one the other guys would have recognized, but we had that secret, silent language of ours going on, the one we were getting more practiced in with every passing day.
Leaning back, I shrugged it off and dropped my hand to her thigh, making my lips curl up on one side. Nope, nothing. I must just be getting a bit too familiar with the look of hate in other men's eyes. Ayda studied me for a second longer before nodding in recognition and flashing her grin.
I really don't know how you make that sound like a compliment.
Don't you know, darling? I leaned in closer, our faces only inches apart. The better you're doing in life, the more people hate you. And I've never been doing better than I am right now. Ayda wrapped her arms around my neck, her lips brushing over my cheek, the movement tickling my skin as she spoke.
By that measure, everyone should hate me to my marrow.
I heard the guys all grumbling and flipped them the middle finger while staying focused on her. Most of the hound whores probably do, I teased, wrinkling my nose up and curling my lip. Gaze flickering to the corner, Ayda rolled her eyes.
I think you're right. Makes so much more sense now.
I huffed out a laugh and put my arm around her shoulder, turning us both back to the men, but not before I snuck a sly kiss to her lips. I still hadn't figured out a way of pulling away from her when we were so close, not without tasting her lips in some way. You finished? Harry asked, raising both brows as he leaned back against the wall and crossed his arms. The picture of Pete and me sat right by his face, and my eyes flickered to it, causing me to suck in a small breath. Finished, I said through a smile. Harry turned to the picture and rolled his eyes. Thought you'd trained him to have a heart of stone, Pete. He'll be singing Puppy Love next and draping roses on the floor for her to walk on.
Roses, Harry?
Ayda said, nudging her glass and fluttering her eyelashes playfully.
Those are only for special occasions. Daisies will do just fine.
We save roses for Titty Tuesday, brother, I laughed. Harry's eyes stayed focused on Pete's picture. You should have sent him back to his parents so his failures didn't fall on your shoulders, Pete. Eric couldn't handle Drew at 4, never mind 14, Slater huffed out, grabbing the whiskey bottle from the bar and filling up his shot glass again. My smile fell slowly, but I tried to recover it quickly, focusing on Pete's face instead of the name of my father ringing in my ears. Imagine how he'd have felt seeing me at 24 on my way to the joint, I said without thinking. Ayda rubbed my shoulder without consciously thinking about it, her body pressing against mine as she turned her gaze on Pete.
How old were you when your dad died?
I turned to face her instantly, my eyes staring into hers as my scowl grew deeper and deeper by the second, and I felt my breathing grow sharper. Everyone around us had stopped breathing, stopped talking, stopped moving. I barely moved my lips as I continued to search the blues of her eyes. When he died. She trailed off and looked around at the group of grown men who were staring at her like she'd grown a pair of tits on her head.
Fuck, oh God, was it bad?
Ayda, I breathed. He isn't dead. My dad. I frowned harder, swallowing the harsh lump in my throat. He's still alive.
Chapter 12. Ayda. Mortified didn't even begin to touch the way I felt. The heat flared in my cheeks so suddenly I became dizzy. I swallowed compulsively and painfully, trying to wet my mouth as those words sank in too slowly. He's still alive. I opened and closed my mouth as a myriad of emotions paraded through my head and chest, not one of them matching, really only succeeding in making me feel even more stupid. What to do now? Did I apologize? That would make sense. But how the fuck did you apologize for giving the man you love's father an early grave when he was alive and well? It sounded kind of lackluster, useless. The rush of blood pounding through my veins drowned out my inner monologue for only a moment before I finally sucked in a breath and looked around the small group we'd been talking to. Slater, the rat bastard, looked overly amused by my faux pas. Harry and Deeks just openly stared like I was a strange bug sat on their beer. Jed? Well, he at least had the decency to look sympathetic. And then there was Drew. His face was unreadable, his skin pale and his hypnotic blue-green eyes full of questions I'd suddenly lost the ability to read from him. I didn't think he was pissed at me about this. He would have reacted by now if he had been. Then again, I wasn't so sure. Jesus, I'm so fucking sorry. I just assumed, the way you talk about him, I snapped my mouth shut and wanted to kick Slater in the nuts for tittering like a toddler into his whiskey. I don't know why I thought he was dead, Drew. I'm so sorry. Drew turned his back on everyone, spun on his stool until he was facing me completely, one hand dragging my own seat closer to his, while his other hand rested on my cheek, creating a space where it was just the two of us. His eyes found mine, and he held them for a while. I don't know why I thought you knew, he whispered. I thought... He trailed off, his nostrils flaring as he closed his eyes and pulled in a deep breath. I brought my hands up and cradled his cheeks, my forehead pressing against his as I fought the sting of tears that threatened to pull with embarrassment. I'm a fucking idiot. I should have asked. I know better than that. Jesus, I've lived through it. I sucked in a breath, my eyelids slipping closed as the first tears of embarrassment slipped over the precipice and traveled quickly to my chin. I sure know how to put my foot in my mouth, huh? I sniffed, letting my eyes flutter open, trying my best to ignore the uncomfortable shuffle of the men around us. Why are you crying? He asked quietly, his thumb catching the path of stray tears. You want a list? I asked with a huff of pained amusement. I embarrassed you and myself, and more than anything, I'm mad as hell at myself for being such a tool. You're fucking adorable when you're dramatic. He smirked. Want to get out of here? Have this conversation somewhere 4 hairy men aren't pretending not to listen. Busted, Slater grumbled somewhere behind him. Pulling my head back so I could look at Drew's eyes, I offered him the biggest smile I could manage. I'd never wanted to leave a room quite so desperately before. Well, not a room filled with friends, anyway. As much as I loved those guys, they had absolutely no idea how to blend into the background at times like this. Yes, please, I muttered, slipping back so he could get up from his stool and lead me out of the mess I'd once again managed to get myself into. Even through the horror of what I'd done, I still had 1,000,001 questions about his life to ask him. So much had happened over the time we'd had together. I always forgot just how little we knew about one another's pasts. We always seemed to be looking ahead, which wasn't a bad thing, but it unfortunately didn't stop moments like this from happening. Grabbing my hand, Drew towed me to the front doors and out into the cool February night, where the stars were starting to burst from the darkness. I sucked in a deep breath and let him lead me from the porch to where his bike was parked. Thinking better of the idea, he marched past and headed toward the end of the row where the van was parked. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, but it was loaded. I was starting to think he had just as many questions as I did, and once he'd closed my door and checked in the back, he slid in behind the wheel and plucked the keys out of the cup holder in the middle console. No one would dare steal the van from outside the hut. You okay to drive? I whispered, feeling the heat in my stomach from the whiskey. He kept a flat smile on his face the whole time, what I knew was for my benefit, before he gave me a small nod, started up the van, and began to reverse it out of its parking spot. Trust me, was all he said as he began to drive us out of the yard, flashing me a reassuring wink before he made the usual left turn that would take us through Babylon. Always, I replied without hesitation. Drew was in a reflective mood, but he wasn't upset or angry. Wherever he was taking us, our destination would be what the situation called for. I watched as the darkness swallowed everything beyond the reach of the lights, and studied the shapes that were subtly silhouetted against the midnight blue of the sky beyond. It wasn't until the run of trees on my side of the road thinned a little that I realized where we were heading, and I turned to look back at Drew, my hand sliding over the bench seat of the van to squeeze his thigh. We'd come to see Pete. The big tree stood dark against the sky, its limbs all stretched out protecting the ground below, while casting deep shadows over the trunk and grass. As the van came to a halt, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the beauty of the scene. The moment Drew pushed his door open, I followed him out and wandered toward the thick, sturdy trunk, even as Drew headed to the back of the van in that silent, thoughtful way of his. I rested my hand on the rough bark when I finally got there and looked up into the canopy, smiling as the gentle breeze rustled the bare branches as though in greeting. "Hey, Pete," I whispered, flattening my palms against the tree. "You're never going to believe what I went and did tonight." Drew followed a few steps behind me. I heard the thump of his bag as it hit the ground right before his arms wrapped around my waist, and he stopped to rest his chin on my shoulder. "Turns out Ayda is worse than Slater." I let out a small laugh and nodded in agreement. "I just don't have feet as big as his. But that mouth." Drew pushed out, making an O sound under his breath. I don't know that I would ever be able to explain my reaction to this man, but my heart swelled in my chest and the love I felt for Drew wrapped around me, surging through my bloodstream. I pulled my hands from the tree, cupped his cheek, and twisted my body so I was facing him, my head buried against his shoulder so all I could smell was leather and Drew. A smell that was the closest thing to home I knew I would ever have. "I'm so sorry, Drew. I'm an idiot." He didn't respond straight away, instead choosing to hold me while he did his usual thing of breathing in and out slowly. Gone were the days when he treated me with anything other than the tenderness he seemed to think I deserved. That meant he didn't always react the way he would have done. He took his time these days. He thought before he acted. Or at least he tried to. He was better at this relationship stuff than he realized. When he moved, he maneuvered both of us so he was sliding his back down the trunk of the tree, sinking onto the ground and pulling me in between his parted legs, so my back was resting against his chest. Drew's arm slid around my waist, and when I allowed myself to lean back and look up, I saw the true beauty of this place at night. The night was too cold for the insects that normally serenaded us here, but there was the distant hoot of an owl, and the stubborn, sparse leaves rubbed together to keep the night from being completely silent. The twisted limbs of the tree were fascinating when they were this bare. The intricate way in which they wove around each other still gave the impression of shelter above us, but allowed me a peek at the stars speckling the cloudless sky beyond. "I wish you'd quit saying sorry for things that aren't your fault," he eventually muttered, his breath falling against my hair as he spoke. "I'm annoyed at myself for not telling you this before now, especially after everything we fought about the other day, and how I pushed and pushed about us being truthful with one another. His arms squeezed tighter around me. "Shit. I don't think I've talked about Eric for over 10 years. I rested my hands over his where they lay over my stomach and dropped my head against his shoulder, tucking myself in under his chin. "When did you see him last?" 10 years ago. I was told not to speak about him again, so I didn't. Not unless I knew it was safe. And there hasn't been a day that's gone by since where I've thought it's been safe. If I want to speak my father's name, I have to make sure there are no rats around, even in the hut," he admitted. I let that hang in the air for a moment, my fingers rubbing circles on his wrist before I spoke again. "Why were you not supposed to talk about him?" "Because if anyone finds out where he is, he'll probably end up dead within the hour. That's what they told me anyway." I tried not to react to that, but I knew he'd felt me stiffen when his arms tightened around me. I couldn't imagine not being able to talk about the people I loved most in the world. Then again, I wasn't even sure they had been close. Did Drew consider it a loss? "Bear with me. I have so many questions. If I hit something you'd rather not answer, I'll honor that. Just tell me." I sucked in a breath, nibbling on my bottom lip for a moment before I asked the first question. "Were the two of you close? Before he left, I mean." "In this life, you look up to those you're told to look up to when you're young. My dad was the president of the Hounds of Babylon. He was busy. His life was... It was like me trying to live the life I lived before prison, but with a kid and a wife in tow. The guy had his arms full and was up to his eyeballs in responsibility. Did he love me? Yeah, he loved me. Did I love him? Yeah, I loved my old man. Were we close?" Drew took a moment, inhaling slowly again before he pressed his cheek against my head and blew out. "He would have taken a bullet from me in a heartbeat, and I would have done the same for him. But if you'd have asked him what my favorite color was, or whether or not I liked whiskey at 14, he wouldn't have known. He didn't have time to know. That's why he had me. I was born to take some of the weight from his shoulders. I was born to be the VP who would become the president." "That's a lot of weight to put on a kid's shoulders," I said quietly, lifting my eyes, but only catching the underside of his chin. "If he had it all planned out, though, what went wrong? Why is his life on the line? He obviously planned to be around a lot longer than he was. You can't plan properly when you're at the front of a group of men. All you can do is put shit in place and hope for the best. A leader lives a lot of his life in isolation, even when he's surrounded by men. You know what you've got to do. It just doesn't always fall in line with what the rest of the club wants you to do. Dad hoped he wouldn't get in trouble, but then, like things went wrong for me, things went wrong for him. Do you want to know the worst part of it all? I shook my head, knowing he would feel my response. It was much safer to let him just talk. Sometimes just having someone listen to what you were saying was needed more than words of advice or encouragement. The Aaron worked to get that mental weight out in the open, so the burden was off your shoulders for at least a little while. His train of thought was on such a definitive track I wasn't willing to derail him, so I squeezed his leg, encouraging him to go on. He may as well have been dead all these years, Drew said calmly. Because you haven't spoken to him? Haven't spoken to him. Haven't spoken about him. Have no idea where he is, if he is, in fact, still alive. I can't remember what he looks like, sounds like. He trailed off, taking a breath. He's not here anymore. He's not where he was born to be. For a man like Eric, that's worse than death. I frowned out at the night. I knew how he felt in some ways, because I felt the very same way about my parents sometimes. Those expressions they wore when they were dancing with one another in the kitchen. The way Dad would look at Tate when he was talking about football. Every little thing that had been so familiar to me was slowly slipping away through my fingers until I was left with impressions. I was so scared of forgetting, but I couldn't imagine feeling that way, knowing my family was still out there. Do you know what he's running from? Why he's running? Being gone as long as he has, it has to be something substantial. The less I knew, the more chance we both had of staying alive. I know he's gone. I know some shit went down. I know he had to make the decision to run, and that would have been the last decision he wanted to make. Ayda, the reason I never talk about him is because I don't have anything to say. He's a ghost now. All that's left are memories. Dropping my hands to his thighs, I rubbed gently, my head falling back so my lips reached his Adam's apple, brushing over it reverently. My mind was churning, full of thoughts, but I understood that he couldn't give me much more than he already had, because he didn't know much more. From the way he'd described it, the transition had moved quickly, and that was that. Sometimes memories are better. At least we have those to look back on. I rubbed my cheek against his shoulder like a cat and smiled. Thank you for talking about this with me, and I really am sorry that I said what I did. If you say sorry one more time, I'm gonna flip you over, push you against this tree, and do some very unsavory things to you, Hannigan. Quit it. He pressed his smirking lips to my head and held me in place. Damn, now I've got those thoughts in my head. I've forgotten what the hell we were even talking about. I smiled again, this time one corner of my mouth lifting as the imagery came to my mind. He had such a way with words, and they never failed to make my own imagination rise to the challenge. I can fix that for you if you like, I teased, wriggling my ass against him. Angling my body away from his, I met his eyes and let him know what was going through my mind. Licking my lips, I smiled right at him and said, Sorry. His eyes held mine, darkening as he narrowed them and studied my face. There was nothing more intimidating yet exciting than when he looked at me that way. I could see the thoughts in his eyes. I could hear the low growl rumble in the back of his throat as his hand slid down beneath my ass cheeks, squeezing hard and slow as he gritted his teeth and worked his jaw. Don't make me fuck you in front of Pete. The excitement of the shift in mood had pulled deeper anticipatory breaths from me, and as I rolled to my knees to face him, I placed my hands on his shoulders, feeding him back the smirk he so often gave me. Weren't you just saying I could blow you in front of an audience? Drew raised a single brow, working his jaw hard as he gazed at me. Demon, he whispered through tight lips. You love this demon, I grinned. If you don't want to give Pete a show, maybe you should take me to the van because I don't think I want to wait to go back to the hut. I pushed to my feet and bent to grip both sides of his cut, tugging gently. He continued to stare at me through wide eyes until his hands reached out to grab me, and before I could even tell what was happening, he was pulling me back down to the ground, pressing my back against the grass, and rolling on top of me in one swift movement. I kicked out and laughed roughly, but Drew's body had me pinned, and so did his hands as they pushed the stray strands of hair away from my face. His lips hovered over mine. His hips rotated against me. His nostrils flared as he inhaled and then slowly, ever so dreamily, exhaled and tilted his head to one side. "So, to sum it up," he moaned low and deep, "Dad isn't here. I don't know where he is. Shit isn't always easy in this MC life. I've suddenly quit giving a shit what Pete sees." He paused, his eyes falling to my lips as he trailed a hand down my cheek, my neck, across my shoulders and back again, bringing a trail of goosebumps to life. "And you aren't going anywhere, lady." "Where else would I want to be?" I asked, lifting my hands to cup his neck. My eyes searched his for the longest time. My smile froze impossibly on my lips as my love for this man made my chest ache. I wrapped my legs around his hips in one swift and unusually graceful movement and unleashed that overwhelming feeling on him. "Let's make our own memory tonight." "I even brought blankets." He winked, driving his hips into me. That small thoughtfulness was all it took for me to lose any shred of control I had. Drew and I always enjoyed our fast, animalistic, and impulsive lovemaking. That driving need to be closer and under one another's skin was encouraged by our mutual hunger for one another. But under the stars and Pete's tree that night, Drew took his time. He tasted every inch of my skin, running his fingers over the most sensitive spots on my body, driving me wild enough to orgasm before he'd even so much as glanced at the apex of my thighs. He took his time as he drove me higher and higher, and only pulled back when I ran headlong for the edge of my sanity. When he finally thrust deeply into me, he took his time there too. I felt every stroke, every twitch, and every inch as he took and took until neither of us had anything left to give, and I screamed his name in reverence.
Chapter 13. Drew. I wasn't even cold. With Ayda sitting between my legs in the driving seat of the van, I was warm, content, settled. The two of us were watching the dark sky fade away as the sun began to rise on the horizon. Before Ayda came into my life, the only time I'd have seen the start of a new day was because I'd drunk too much whiskey and hadn't slept the night before. The sunrises I had seen were barely noticed or registered. There was always some other dark cloud blocking the beauty of it. Now, there I was, watching a new day come to life with a weird excitement in my chest. It meant something more now that she was with me. Everything meant more. It was as though the frosted glasses I'd been staring at life through had been removed, and all of a sudden, everything was crystal clear in high definition. With my arms curled around her waist, I continued to trail soft kisses up and down the curve of her neck. Ayda was sitting perfectly still, her head tilted to one side, allowing me access to the exposed skin I was currently worshipping tenderly as she stared out of the window in awe. Every breath she released passed through a smile. I could feel it. Her happiness radiated off her in waves. I loved that about her, the way she felt freely, without any worries or cares for what anyone else would think. I loved the way she'd opened herself up to me, for me. I just fucking loved her. I continued to kiss her, my lips pressing down and lingering before they'd move on to the next spot they wanted to taste. We'd made love last night, as corny as that sounded. When the temperatures had dropped too low, and she began trembling for reasons that weren't simply orgasm-induced, I carried her to the van, and we stayed awake through the night, talking about everything and nothing in quiet whispers and hushed voices. "Beautiful," I muttered, closing my eyes as I pressed another kiss to her skin and breathed her in.
"It is. It's the only thing I used to love about getting up early."
Her voice was quiet and lazy as she leaned into my kiss. I kissed her again. Talking about. I kissed her again. You.
"Have I told you that I love you today, Tucker?"
I could hear her smile as her fingers ran up and down my arm. "Several times." I smirked against her skin. "I think you got my name confused, though." "Oh, God, I love you," I panted heavily. "Oh, God, I fucking love you," I mimicked, my smile growing as I became more breathless and high-pitched.
"Jesus Christ, I love you, I
gasped, going silent and holding my breath in my chest before I chuckled, pulled her closer, and kissed the sensitive spot beneath her ear.
Asshole.
I could hear her smile as she spoke, and lazily shoved her angular elbow in my gut.
It's nice to express myself knowing that I won't come out of our room to a standing ovation from the guys. I swear, it's like I gain a dozen or so big brothers overnight.
Didn't you hear Pete cheering us on? Those trees started to rustle pretty hard, Ayda. I'm sure he'll have been giving you, and himself, a hand. I sank my teeth into her lightly before pressing my lips there to sweeten the pain. Ayda mumbled, the words giving way to a hum as she absorbed the bite and shuddered against the kiss. Her fingers continued their exploration on my skin as she looked out at the dawn.
I love my life with you, Drew. With all of you. There are days when I can't believe how much everything has changed, but that's never a bad thought.
She rolled to her side and grinned up at me.
How you all didn't starve to death or get staph infections from those toilets before I came along is a wonder to me, though. How did you all survive? I can't see any of the girls taking control and pitching in.
I huffed out a half-hearted laugh and rested my chin on her shoulder, staring out at the sunrise. There hasn't been a significant woman in the hut since my mother. I guess no one else got the respect you or she got, so whether the other girls had pitched in or not, we'd have ignored the shit out of them. The whores start nagging, and the men start pushing them out the door. We took our chances with the infections or death by alcohol poisoning. When you don't know any different, dirty seems normal. I smirked.
Did your mom leave with your dad?
No. I sighed and closed my eyes as I realized there was yet another thing I hadn't told Ayda. Unlike Eric, she is dead. Her forehead landed on my collarbone almost brutally.
Shit. I'm sorry.
Again with the apologies, Ayda, I whispered, opening my eyes and pressing a soft kiss to her cheek. You can't be sorry for things you don't know about. Sometimes I forget how long you've been in my life. It feels like forever, in a good way. But it's not. It's new. I don't talk about this shit with anyone, not even Harry. Mom died when I was young. Dad left. I was told to step up and keep quiet, so I did. There were no attachments for me to cling to. I let it all go because I had to.
Seems pretty harsh, but I'm guessing Pete...
She nodded at the tree visible from the windshield.
And the rest of the guys helped you figure it all out. They all love you, you know? Even if they can be too masculine to say it out loud.
They've stuck around after years of me being a complete fucker. I know they love me. I love them too. They're my family. I'll die for every one of them tomorrow. Ayda traced the tattoo over my chest, a small smile playing on her lips as she did.
That's what I love about the Hounds. Family is family. It doesn't matter if they're blood or not. This patch makes you blood brothers. Or more, I guess. Kinda makes me want to get one.
I pulled my chin back, unable to hide my smirk of amusement as I stared at her. Getting to fuck Drew Tucker isn't enough for you. Now you think you're good enough to have his club's tattoo on your skin? Jesus, someone's getting comfortable. I was joking, of course. The thought of her getting my brother's patch on her skin did things to me I'd never have expected it to. There were a million new thoughts running through my mind in that very second, but I was focused on her eyes, which were shining bright with what the future held for her as part of our MC family. I need to keep you on your toes more, I added quietly, digging my fingers into her hips and pushing against her.
If I were on my toes any more than I am now, I'd be a ballerina.
She smirked at me, her teeth capturing the tip of her tongue. I leaned down and made a play for that tongue. Her yip of surprise had me squeezing her even tighter as I dragged her lip away with my teeth before offering her a soothing kiss.
Ballerinas can get their legs behind their heads while standing up, right? That could be kind of fun.
They can. They're all bendy and supple.
And one twist of her body, Ayda was straddling me as best she could in a small, cramped space.
Before we go any further, is there anything else I should know before I go all contortionist and stick my foot in my mouth yet again?
I grabbed her ass cheeks, then pulled her closer, looking up at her and squinting. I've covered the parents. I guess I should probably tell you about my twin brother, too.
What?
She blinked at me. I kept a straight face for all of 3 seconds before I let my grin burst free. Kidding. There's only one of me, darling. Ayda covered her face with both hands and started to laugh. Dropping them to rest on my chest, she shook her head, a look of pure relief on her face.
The world couldn't handle 2 of you.
Bet you'd like to give that a try, though.
Only if it was a clone. A twin would be someone different completely. You're an original, Mr. Tucker. One of a kind. And you're mine.
I dragged in a slow breath, blowing it all out as I said the only word either one of us needed to hear. Yours. Eventually, after much yawning from Ayda, I began to drive the 2 of us back to the hut. The night had been pretty perfect. I didn't want it to end as much as she didn't. Her quiet protests and pouting were adorable as I started up the engine and gave her a sideways glance. She had no need to worry. I planned on making more memories like this with her for a very long time if she'd let me. A very long time. I held her hand the whole way home, never letting go as I navigated us through the empty streets of Babylon. Even though I should have been concentrating on the roads, my eyes kept seeking hers, and the subtle smiles and the things we said in the silence made me feel even closer to her than I had before. That was when the idea struck me. When we pulled into the yard, I jumped out of the van and ran around to open the door for her. The old me, the one who fucked and ran, wouldn't recognize the chivalrous fucker who wanted to sweep his leading lady off her feet. I guess the old me wouldn't understand how the feeling of pure panic could change a man. The moment I thought I was going to lose her in that warehouse, I became someone else. Someone who vowed to always treat her right should the 2 of us survive. We did survive. Now it was up to me to make sure we lived. Living meant not waiting. Not waiting meant making things happen for her the moment she said she wanted them. The bar was empty when we walked through the door of the hut, apart from a few sleeping bodies draped over the sofas, and Harry, who was slowly dragging his feet across the bar to pour himself a breakfast whiskey. He looked up when he saw the 2 of us smiling way too brightly for a couple of fools who had just spent the night cooped up in a cramped van. "Look what the new day dragged in," he announced roughly, his early morning voice making him sound 20 years older than he was. "Good fucking morning, Harry," I called back to him. "Clearly is for you." He smirked before turning his attention to Ayda. "Darling." He toasted to her, raising his shot glass before throwing it down his neck in one swift move.
You want some coffee to go with that whiskey, Harry?
Ayda asked, her eyes moving with longing to the kitchen where the coffee machine resided. "If you're making, I'll drink it." He slammed the shot glass down and sighed as he planted his hands on his hips. "The whiskey just helps with the sore throat and chest. The coffee is what I need to help everything else wake up." I narrowed my eyes at him and shook my head. "You know what else would help with the chest?" Right on cue, Harry pulled a packet of smokes out of his cut inside pocket before he placed one on the edge of his lips and smiled flatly. "What's that?" "You're a fucking idiot," I said, exasperated. "My life, my rules." "Don't say I didn't try." "Never would, son. Never would." I turned to Ayda, shaking off my irritation at Harry before I placed a kiss to the side of her head.
Make a round of coffees, darling, and then we'll go and shower. I have something planned for today. Turning on the tips of her toes, almost like the ballerina she'd mentioned earlier, Ayda grinned at me and walked backward for a while, before throwing me a wink and grabbing the carafe for the coffee machine that was sitting empty at the end of the bar. Her hand patted Harry on the back as she passed him to fill the pot with water in the kitchen. I tilted my head and zoned in on her ass for a while, enjoying the view before I forced myself to tear my eyes away. Walking over to the bar, I propped myself up on the stool closest to Harry and leaned over the counter, resting my chest on my balled-up fists. If you die on me, I'll make sure I get my revenge.
Oh, yeah?
He smirked.
How?
I'll get your high school crush so smashed she ends up sucking Dixie's dick while you're watching from heaven. I grinned.
Heaven?
He huffed out a rough laugh, resting his hands on the bar and leaning closer.
I'll be in hell, Tucker. Ain't no window views to your old life from hell. Good luck with that.
Asshole.
You're starting to sound like an old man.
I feel like one 'cause of you fuckers. I shook my head and watched as he rocked back on his feet and took a long drag of his smoke. There was nothing left to do but roll my eyes. The guy could give all the fatherly advice in the world, but he'd be damned if he was going to listen to it from others. Fine. If you won't help me keep you healthy, at least help me organize a surprise for Ayda today.
What kind of surprise?
He asked, his eyes squinting as smoke drifted over them. She wants a tattoo.
Yeah?
Yeah, I nodded, holding his gaze, and trying to silently pass on a message I wasn't too sure he was receiving. Pulling the cigarette away from his lips, he blew more smoke out of his nose before he coughed a little and narrowed his eyes farther.
When you say she wants a tattoo...
I mean the skull and hounds, brother.
Holy fuck.
He coughed louder, turning to Ayda, who glanced over her shoulder and flashed him a sweet smile, even though she had no idea what we were discussing. Leaning closer, Harry eventually looked back at me and whispered,
May as well stick a ring on her finger, Tucker.
In good time. His eyes searched mine.
Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and all the baby orphans. You ain't even blinking.
I shrugged and smirked with confidence. She's here for a long time, Harry. Probably longer than us. Stepping back, he blew out a long breath and widened his eyes, his smile growing by the second.
Your old man would be proud of you, kid. Your mama, too.
I pressed my lips together and gave him a nod. Make the call?
I'll get Stinger right over here.
I slapped the top of the bar before I turned just in time to see Ayda walking over to us, balancing 3 mugs in her hands. We made small talk, filling Harry in on where we'd spent the night. Our other brothers slowly began to wake and filter into the bar, all with sleepy eyes and showing far too much flesh beneath their cuts. Ayda had seen it all before, though. Nothing about hut life seemed to bother her anymore. She'd seen everything, apart from Stinger. When he walked through the front door, all dreadlocked hair, tattoos covering every inch of his skin, and eyes that were aflame with excitement, she turned on her stool and scowled in confusion. "The Hounds of Babylon!" Stinger cried out, holding his arms, bag included, in the air. "Fuck, I've missed you guys. It's been too long." Ayda had been around the club too long to openly stare at the guy, but she took him in, did the mental math, and looked to me as she slid her mug onto the bar top.
Is that...
I didn't answer, instead offering her a small smile of smug satisfaction before I patted her leg and slipped from my stool to go and greet our new guest. Walking over to him, I held out my hand, and he took it in a heartbeat. "Good to see you, brother." "You too, Tucker. My favorite customer. I can't wait to get started on you. I've always said you're too clean." "Fuck off," I laughed. I've got what I need where I need it. Still refusing to let me put the snake on your dick? You go anywhere near that, and I'll be displaying your dick in a trophy cabinet on the walls of this club. Always so violent. When he smiled, he flashed 2 silver-plated teeth that seemed to sparkle under the dim lighting of the room. I'd actually like to introduce you to your next victim. Placing a hand on his back, I turned and waved an arm out in front of us both, gesturing to Ayda. Stinger, this is Ayda. She's my... I paused, narrowing my eyes and smiling. Woman. Stinger feigned surprise, slapping a hand over his mouth and screeching out loud. There is a God. Miracles do happen. When he dropped his hand, he walked over to Ayda and held out his hand. So the ink's on you today, honey darling. It was hard to decide which was the more dominant emotion that flashed through Ayda's blue eyes as they met mine. There was shock, a little bit of fear, and resignation, but it was all pushed away as her polite smile graced her lips.
I guess I am. Are you the artist who gave Drew all of his tattoos?
Stinger nodded proudly. Every man in this building has been touched by my skilled hands, in a purely professional manner, of course. Ayda relaxed and held out a hand to him.
Then I'm absolutely honored to have you tattoo me.
I moved closer to her, needing to make sure she was happy. You say the word, and Stinger will get off you and jump on someone else. You don't have to do this. I just thought... With a genuine smile aimed at Stinger, she released his hand and stepped closer to me, bouncing on the balls of her feet as she stopped.
Shut up and kiss me. I was the one who mentioned it to you. I always forget you don't waste time with later when you can do it now.
She pushed onto her toes, one hand reaching out and grabbing the nape of my neck as she pulled me in for a long, heated kiss.
Thank you.
The brothers around us started howling, laughing, and heckling, but I didn't care. I grabbed hold of her waist, dipped her in the kiss, and mumbled against her lips. Whatever keeps you with me, baby. Whatever keeps you with me.
Chapter 14. Ayda. I hadn't expected to be getting a tattoo today when I'd only mentioned it to Drew in the van less than 2 hours earlier. I should have known better. Drew never did anything by halves, and as I was sold on the idea, my small twinge of fear soon gave way to tremulous excitement. I already knew that I wanted the patch. I also knew the symbolism and significance of getting the MC symbol inked on my skin, and not just with Hounds, but with every one of their rivals too. This tattoo would tell the world I was with the club, with the boys, with Drew. This would tell the world that the club had accepted me indefinitely. I knew for a fact that not many of the girls had any club representation on their skin. Having something so permanent was an honor that old ladies got after years of being with their hound. The only woman I knew who had something even close was Deeks' old lady, Autumn, and hers wasn't the patch. Autumn's tattoo was a small paw on her hip with a really pretty calligraphic D in the biggest pad. Bouncing in Drew's grip again, I linked my fingers together at the base of his skull and rested my forehead against his, unable to contain my smile as our eyes met and held. Where should I get the tattoo? I already thought a lot about where I wanted the ink to show my love and loyalty to Drew and his brotherhood, but I also wanted his opinion. It felt as though the tattoo should be something that we decided between us, even with every guy in the bar watching us and talking quietly amongst themselves in speculation. I guess the question is, where do you see the club in your life? Behind you, watching over you, or in front, leading the way? Go from there. He offered quietly. It can be as big or as small as you like, Ayda. There are no rules. I have a thought, I said quietly, releasing the grip on his neck and dropping my hands to his shoulders. I was thinking of having it on my back, over the scars. You've always had my back, and I think I've always known that. But the pack? That night the pack were at my back, and all of you made me stronger. Does that make sense? He grinned. Back it is. I stood up straight and released all the breath from my lungs and smiled at him. I'm really doing this, I squeaked. I'm getting a tattoo, and I couldn't be more excited. Spinning, I smiled over at Stinger, who, to my relief, was cradling a mug of coffee, rather than beer. What do I need to do? I asked him, and the room in general. Stinger gave Drew a nod, and within minutes, chairs were being repositioned, and Stinger's bag, followed by a huge case of equipment, was brought next to him. The bar as I'd known it just 5 minutes before was being transformed into a mobile tattoo studio, with the Hounds of Babylon all creating a slightly intimidating, intrigued circle around me. Lowering a stool, Stinger took a seat on it and dragged it across the floor with his feet, stopping next to a low-back chair before he reached down into his bag for some latex gloves. He was putting them on as his eyes rose to find mine. "First of all, I need to know where it's going and what I'm doing. Then you need to grit your teeth and smile through the sting." He flashed all his teeth at me, looking as creepy as he was charming. Taking a deep breath, I pulled my sweater up over my head and headed toward him, ignoring the whistles and teasing of the guys around us. It wasn't like they hadn't seen me like this before. The bra I was wearing was thick cotton and looked sturdier than a bikini top, so I knew it shouldn't bother Drew. Straddling the low-back chair next to Stinger, I smiled at him and threw a thumb over my shoulder. "I'd like the tattoo on my back, please, and Drew has the choice of tattoo." I grinned over at Drew shyly before crossing my arms over the back of the chair and resting my chin on them. He raised a brow at me, his arms folded across his chest as he held my gaze. "That's dangerous, Hannigan," Drew smirked. "You sure?" I stared at him for a moment, giddy when the only thoughts that ran through my head were, "Damn, I love you." And I did. Even when he was trying to rattle me, I trusted him. "Never been sure." Dragging a chair in front of me, Drew straddled it, copying my pose as he stared into my eyes. "Skull and hounds?" He was asking my permission, even though I'd already given it. Something he would never have done when we first met. It only cemented my certainty of his feelings for me. I swallowed, smiled, nodded in consent, and listened as a quiet murmur moved around the guys in the room with us. I heard Stinger working quietly, and jumped when he rubbed something freezing cold across my back without warning. "A patch is something I'm familiar with, darling. How big you want it?" My eyes met Drew's again, our mirrored poses making it easy to read him when he tilted his head in a what-are-you-thinking gesture. "Stinger?" Drew called out, his eyes fixed firmly on me. "Do me a favor." "What's that, Chief?" "Try not to cover her scars too much. They remind me how strong she is. I'm learning to love the scars we both wear." His eyes fell to my mouth, his own lips parting as he took in a small breath. "I don't ever want to forget that I almost lost you. It'll remind me that I need to make sure I keep hold of you that little bit tighter." Unable to find the volume to my voice, I mouthed the words, "I fucking love you," at him, and gave him a watery smile. We met glances, and he held mine as Stinger set up what he needed. From the feel of what he was doing, the Skull and Hounds were going to sit neatly between my shoulders. It seemed to take forever for him to get ready to start, but when he was ready, it only felt like a breath had passed. Drew was unmoving, and as always proved once again that he was another well of strength for me to pull from. I wasn't afraid of pain. I wasn't afraid about that at all. And as the buzz of the tattoo gun started, I found myself smiling at him. "Yours," I whispered inaudibly at him. I don't know what I thought a tattoo would feel like, but having a tiny needle dispensing ink into your flesh 80 to 150 times a second, I Googled this during the tattoo process. Wasn't quite as bad as I'd imagined it to be. The process was painful. There was no escaping that. If tattoos didn't hurt, everyone would have one. The pain just wasn't as significant as I'd expected it to be. Every line Stinger made in my skin felt like mini flaying. Every line felt like a burn, hot and violent against my skin, only far easier to accept. Not something I was eager to repeat anytime soon, but not something I would be against doing again in the future either. Drew stayed, his fingers tangled with mine, even when he would chat with Harry or Slater. Deeks had arrived not long after I'd started and was smiling over at me like a proud parent, which only made my insides tumble with elation. Tate was still in bed, but it was only a matter of time until he joined us too. What surprised me most about this little ritual was the acceptance of the men who slowly crowded into the bar around us. Allowing me a tattoo of their patch was ultimately Drew's decision, and there weren't many who would question his choice. But I hoped not many would want to. All these men that I adored so much only met my eyes with nods of pride and smiles of encouragement as I grinned up at them. By the time Stinger was finished, my back was feeling a little tender, but I was utterly satisfied and happy. I breathed out a sigh of relief as he cleaned the area by wiping away the small beads of blood and excess ink. Stinger gave me instructions while I accepted the Coke that Deeks offered and watched Drew rise to inspect my back. "Well?" I asked, rolling my eyes as though I could keep him in my line of sight. "I know Stinger does amazing work, but is my back a good canvas?" Drew's arms were straight, rested on the back of the chair as he pressed all his weight on his hands to balance. When he dipped his head to look down at me, his cheesy grin was clear to see. "I think I've got it chubby already." I grinned up at him and turned my head to Stinger, who seemed to be cleaning his equipment. "Thank you so much. Can I go and see in the mirror?" It only took one nod and I was on my feet, hissing as the swing of my arms made the pain ripple over the patch of skin. It felt like I had sunburn on the spot now the raw feeling was slowly passing. The moment I was behind the bar, I spun and peered back over my shoulder, smiling at my reflection with satisfaction. The skull had its sneering smirk in the center of my back, the two hounds branching to my shoulders. One twitch made them move like they were trying to escape my skin, and I was fascinated with the sight. "It's beautiful." "Fucking perfect," Drew muttered behind me. "Your turn, Tucker?" Jed asked suddenly. I turned and leaned my elbows on the bar as my eyes met Drew's. I tried not to flinch when the skin on my back pulled a little. Now that the tattoo was done, I was feeling a little naked in just my bra and jeans. I smiled, instinctively reaching into the cooler and pulling a beer out for Deeks as he approached me. "Thanks, sugar. You're one of us now," Deeks mumbled, accepting the beer as he turned to watch Drew and Jed as they faced off. I smiled at his back, knowing the acknowledgement was a congratulations. "Do you want me to ink you, Drew?" Stinger asked while fiddling with some equipment without even having to look at what he was doing. "I have time. The question is, do I have the money?" Drew muttered back with a grin. "You're not exactly cheap, Stinger. Nothing worth having for life ever is." He flashed all his teeth and Drew shook his head, laughing in response. "I've already got the patch where I need it." His eyes drifted from Stinger to me, a hidden challenge in them as he looked at me with that look only I ever got to see. That cocky assurance of his shouldn't have made my skin ripple to life the way it did. "I could always do that, Snake. Shut the fuck up." Drew snapped his head back to Stinger and smirked. "I suppose there is one thing I could get." "I hope we're on the same page, Prez," Jed interrupted. Drew looked at him, not giving anything away. "Okay, maybe two things." "Kerching chang," Stinger sang out. "Take a seat, Tucker." Before he sat down, Drew took one last lingering look at me. I moved before I was aware I'd thought about doing so, cutting through the small group of men who were quietly chatting amongst themselves. I stopped only when I was at the seat Drew had occupied as I received my tattoo. I knew damn well he didn't need me there for strength, but I wanted to be there. This suddenly felt very significant. In one look, he told me that he was about to do something big, and in turn, I'd responded. Grinning at Stinger, I raised one shoulder in a half shrug. "Maybe Jed can get that snake instead." "He hasn't got the length for it," Drew joked, pulling my attention back to him seconds before Jed reached out to slap Drew up the back of the head. The whole group laughed, and for the first time in a long time, we were all bathing in a calm that we'd come to crave after everything that had gone on in our lives. "What am I doing, Drew?" Stinger asked as he switched the needles over. Clearing his throat once, Drew raised a finger and signaled for Stinger to lean in. He whispered in his ear, not letting me or anyone else hear what he had planned. The moment Stinger leaned away, everyone saw his small smile and nod of approval. I watched with curiosity, my eyes flickering between the tattoo artist and Drew. When Stinger knelt down beside him and Drew leaned back enough to give him access to his chest, I wondered what the hell was going on. My view was just as cut off as everyone else's until Stinger leaned back to wipe away the first blotting of black ink, only to reveal an A beneath the hound that occupied the space over Drew's heart. He leaned back in to continue as I looked up into Drew's eyes. I opened my mouth, closing it again as I felt the sting of tears from the happiness pulling inside of me. I felt ridiculous about the emotional outburst, so I covered my mouth with my hand, knowing Drew could see the smile that consumed my eyes when I held his gaze. If it hadn't been an impossible task, I would have thrown myself at him. But Stinger was still working on the perfectly inked D next to the already inked Y, so I paced myself and gave him an air kiss instead. Drew offered me a wink, but other than that, he stayed completely still. Drew knew when to respect the artist, apparently, but I could see the heat in his eyes. Stinger worked quickly, and the way his wrist moved without effort was awe-inspiring. After a few more buzzes and wipes of Drew's skin, he leaned back, resting his ass on the heels of his feet as he tilted his head from side to side. "Looks good," Stinger said seriously. Drew glanced down, his naked chest rising and falling slowly as he studied my name on his skin. "Looks complete," Drew added quietly. I reached out, my fingers brushing over his hand as it hung over the back of the chair. Sliding my fingers between his, I blinked back the tears that were so eager to embrace me. I was just about to open my mouth and tell him just how much I loved him when I heard my brother enter and groan. "Why is my sister in her bra? Is that a tattoo?" The change of direction in his attention was a typical Tate thing to do, but that didn't make it any less amusing. Drew rolled his eyes and smiled as Tate approached, but he stayed still, his eyes locked on me. "Sit down, Tate. You're next," Drew said quietly. Tate stopped beside the two of us, his eyes flickering from my back to Drew's chest and back again. "Seriously?" he asked, eyes alight. "Sure," Drew answered. "Stinger, you got time to mark Tate's balls for his initiation, right?" "I've always got time to prep a pup, Drew. You know that," Stinger said through a smirk. Tate's eyes went wide as he stared at the tattooist he'd never seen before. I tried my level best not to laugh. My teeth were firmly planted into the side of my cheek, but I knew Drew could see it. I sucked in a breath and looked up at Tate, eyes still watering. "I won't tell you where I got mine." "Shut up," Tate said, stumbling back. "That's an image I'm never going to get rid of. It's hard enough hearing you two, but now? I'm going to school." Someone, and I suspected it was Jed, did the very same impersonation of me that Drew had done at dawn. The "oh God," "there," and "harder" spread around the room to the immense humor of everyone, while I just lifted two arms and flipped the bird at them all. "Laugh it up, assholes. Just remember who cooks around here." Drew glanced around, his smug smirk confirming that his ego had been well and truly stoked. "Careful, boys. There's a fine line, and y'all are about to cross it by disrespecting mine." He didn't finish. Stinger was wiping down his arm as Drew closed his eyes, threw his head back, and started panting again. "God, Jesus, fuck me, Tucker. Right there, baby. Oh. Tate covered his ears and gave the most teenage eye roll I'd ever seen in my life, which only had me laughing harder. When he started to head to the door, I wished him a good day, but the sentiment was drowned out by the chorus of climaxes that had joined in with Drew's. I could only imagine what a stranger would think if they approached the hut right then. Throwing my arms up, I waved them down to quiet the crowd, a smirk pulling at the corners of my lips as I looked around. Not that Drew's ego needs much more stroking, y'all, but at least you know he satisfies me. I don't hear much worship when you're screwing your girls. I looked at Drew and winked at him this time. "Seems like you need a few pointers from your man." Drew threw his hands up in the air and closed his eyes, his satisfied smile saying it all. "Fuck her like your Tucker, boys." I covered my face and rocked back in my chair, laughing as the chorus of bullshits came from the guys. The laughter was infectious, and the atmosphere was jubilant. I could imagine this was how it would have been years ago, before Pete had left them and Drew went to jail. When he was at the epicenter of the club like this, he shone. He may have been thrown into his role too young, but he owned his place now. He was where he was always meant to be, and he'd carved out a place for me too. I fit with them. I tried to give as good as I got, and even the occasional glare from one of the girls didn't bother me anymore. I was where I wanted to be, where I needed to be, and that was something they had to deal with. "Do you see what you've started?" I laughed out, aiming both hands in Drew's direction. "Something tells me you love it as much as I do, darling." He dropped his hands down to the back of the chair and tensed his biceps as Stinger dragged his stool beside him. "You ready?" Stinger asked, his tone serious but his smile still lingering from the contagious laughter. Born ready, Drew answered, staring straight at me. Pain me up. Wait, I said, leaping from my chair and bending to kiss Drew hard, long, and so deep. My stomach twisted in on itself with the promise of that heated, needy fucking we gotten so good at these days. Okay, now you're ready. I dropped back into my chair and smiled up at him with every ounce of hunger I felt. Still curious about what his next tattoo would be, as the other men became rowdy and very loud around us.
Chapter 15. Drew. Ayda winced more than I did during the whole second tattoo process. Her eyes would narrow the more Stinger got lost in concentration, but I was completely relaxed. I could never explain to her how much comfort I found in pain. Getting a tattoo felt like therapy. The only reason I'd never gotten more was because I only put things on my skin that mattered. She officially mattered. When Stinger raised his head and leaned away from my bicep, Ayda's eyes widened. Stinger wiped down the skull of our patch, clearing away the residue until the word President was clear for him, her, and everyone in the hut to see. There was a quiet, collective gasp before my brothers started cheering and clapping with approval. I looked up to find Jed standing beside me, his arms folded across his chest, and that satisfied smirk hiding somewhere beneath his ridiculously long beard. Next to him was Slater, who may as well have had his balls licked. He looked so happy with what he was seeing. Deeks was behind Ayda, giving his approval to Stinger. Then there was Harry, who was standing behind the bar, pretending to cough, when really I knew the old fucker was swallowing down the emotion he was feeling. Kenny rocked up next, standing on the side of my freshly tattooed arm before he leaned in to inspect it closer. "Nice work, boss," Kenny muttered through a half-smile. I was just about to answer him when I saw someone familiar behind him, leaning over. Sloane Sutton had her hands pressed on Kenny's shoulders and was wearing a curious smile. Kenny quickly cleared his throat and pushed her away carefully, whispering something I couldn't hear over his shoulder at her. She danced away, telling him she was heading out for the day anyway. What I didn't expect to see was the sheepish look on Kenny's face when he turned back to face me. Raising a brow, I stared at him and remained silent. "She's a good kid," he eventually said, scratching that zigzag eyebrow of his and pretending to concentrate on my new skull tattoo. "She is?" "Yeah. Just don't forget how young she is, and that her father knows how to shoot long range," I whispered. "It's not like that." With that, he stood straight, pushed his hands into his loose jeans, and sauntered over to the bar where Harry was waiting for him with a bottle. I turned to Ayda, whose eyes were fixed on my chest.
"I can't stop looking at my name on your chest. It's just—"
She tore her gaze from the letters, and her eyes met mine.
"I love you too."
I did my peck dance once, just for her, my smile breaking free as I shrugged a shoulder and leaned over the back of the chair. "I guess if you ever leave me, I'll just put an M at the front and a Y at the back and cry Mayday from my broken heart. No pressure to stick around if I'm an asshole. Which I will be," I smirked.
"Just like I'll be a paranoid idiot sometimes. You take the good with the bad when you love someone."
Leaning forward, she brushed her lips against mine. There was heat there, but she slowly broke away and smiled again.
"Everyone is going to know you're mine now, Tucker."
Like they didn't know that already. Haven't I shown you the pussy whip tattoo Stinger stamped across my forehead? I raised the overgrown hair above my brows and widened my eyes. Only a fool can't see it. Pushing her index finger into the middle of my forehead, Ayda smiled. It was a smile that I normally only got to see when I was balls deep inside her.
"You're not pussy whip, baby. You're just taken."
Dress it up all you want, Hannigan. I ain't afraid to acknowledge my truths anymore. Rising up, I leaned over and placed a kiss on her forehead before I swung my leg over the chair and examined my arm. Stinger may have had bad hair, but he had immense talent. Now the honor of my life sat proudly on my bicep for the world to see for the rest of my life. No more running away to prison for 5 years. No more denying my brothers. No more doubting my path. No more making them feel like I didn't fucking love them for being the loyal-to-the-death family that they were. I ran my thumb over the raised edges of it, feeling my half-smile breaking free, before I glanced up at Stinger and gave him a nod. "Anyone else want inking while I'm here?" Stinger cried out. The men jumped on him at once. The laughter all around us was infectious. I struggled to remember a time when the whole club had felt so relaxed and carefree. Just as I reached for my white T-shirt and began to pull it over my head, Sutton walked in through the door. No longer needing an invitation, he tended to stop by whenever the hell he wanted now, staying here some nights too, and choosing to go home others. I helped Ayda to her feet, while keeping my eyes on the chief of police. "Howard," I acknowledged him. "Is it safe to be around you yet, Tucker? Or am I going to find myself slammed up against a wall for crimes that were forced upon me by pretty young blondes?" Sutton's accusing eyes found Ayda as he came to a stop, wearing his full uniform and standing in his usual Western pose. Ayda looked sheepish, but her shoulders were back and her chin was up. Her posture said she was sorry, but she wasn't going to take any shit about the situation.
"I should have told Drew right off, just like you told me to. That's on me, and I'm sorry, Chief. I really am. It's never going to happen again. And on the bright side, you're off the hook now. Drew said he will teach me."
"The right way," I added smugly. Ayda squeezed my arm and tried to hide her smile, but it broke free as Sutton scowled at us both. "The right way, my ass," he grumbled, resting his hand on the butt of his gun that was sitting on his hip. I raised a hand and cocked my fingers, narrowing one eye and aiming my fake gun at the chief's chest. "Pistols at dawn. That's how you shoot, Chief." Howard didn't bite like he once would have. Instead, he copied my previously smug expression and raised a brow. "Saved your sorry life, didn't I?" "Ouch," I hissed, turning the finger gun on myself and aiming it at my own chest. "Kill me now. Sutton is forever going to have a hold on my life. End it. Pull the trigger, Ayda. Pull it." Ayda rolled her eyes and shook her head playfully.
"Never. I love you too much, asshole."
I rested my hand over my heart and sighed with relief. Thank God for that. I'm not ready to leave yet. "When you two have finished," Sutton interrupted, glancing between us both, "I could do with a word in private." "With Ayda?" I stood straighter, losing the happy grin. "Nope. You. If Ayda doesn't mind me taking you away from her for a full minute." Sutton eyed Ayda, and something about the tone of his voice had that strange swirling feeling hitting the very center of my stomach.
"I'll make brunch of the non-liquid variety."
Ayda nodded and pushed up on her toes to kiss me on the cheek. She bent to pick up her sweater, made a comment back to one of the guys, and drifted toward the kitchen, smiling at Deeks as he sidled up next to her. I walked Howard to the bar, pulling out a stool for him while I sat on another. Since becoming friends with the club, he had days where he seemed more unsure than others. I guessed that was down to old habits dying hard. We were once the enemy. Now he was seeking protection, and I assumed a place isolated from the majority of Babylon. For someone as proud as him, that had to mess with the wiring in his head a little. "Everything okay?" I asked, folding my arms over my chest as I gave him my full attention. Howard stared at the bar and blew out all the air from his cheeks before he reached up to scratch his mustache. "Howard?" He looked up and gave me a slow, purposeful nod. "There are 1,000 other people I could talk to about this, FYI, he started, staring deep into my eyes with a worried look on his face. Okay. It's just, you and I have, we've shared some things these last few weeks, months, and I've come to learn that you're a straight shooter. I pressed my lips together to stop myself from smiling. Howard rolled his eyes. I mean that you cut the shit out of every conversation. That wasn't a compliment on your shooting skills. Noted. So, spit it out, Sutton, for fuck's sake. He took a moment's pause before he looked up at me through his knitted brows. Do you think I'm doing the right thing by letting Sloane spend so much time here, in the hut, around you men, outlaw men, men who think differently to the rest of society? I widened my eyes. You're asking me for fatherly advice? I guess so. Shit. I dropped a hand to my knee, while the other scratched the back of my head awkwardly. Shit. That's the stuff I wanted you to cut out of the conversation, Drew. Right. I flared my nostrils and looked up at him. I'm no father. I struggled to advise Ayda on what to do with Tate. I struggle to keep Tate on the right tracks, when my instincts sometimes tell me to take him to a strip bar, introduce him to some questionable soft drugs, and let him loose, like my brothers did with me. Not what I want to hear. Sutton winced, dropping his head to his hand as he rested his arm on the bar. But, I drew out, all I can tell you is that while she's here, she's safe enough. Probably safer than she is out there in the big bad world. She enjoys being around Ayda, and their bond is special. She also loves Tate's company. I didn't add and Kenny's by the looks of it. My men will always protect her, as well as the twins. You. I know all that, he snapped quietly, cutting me off, rubbing the top of his head in frustration. But she's a girl. She's my daughter, and I feel like she's 1,000 miles south of where she's currently residing in her head. I'm scared she's slipping away. I still see her skipping down the street, wearing pigtails and singing songs about how much she loves her daddy. She's still a 4-year-old little princess to me, Tucker, and that's wrong, because the reality is that she's a woman now. One who doesn't have a mother figure to guide her down paths I can't even see. All she's got is me, and I'm a good man, I reminded him. With questionable facial hair and an awful as shit walk, yeah, but you're a good man. Howard glanced up at me and shook his head, rolling his eyes. I knew I should have gone to Ayda. Probably, I smirked, sighing quietly and slapping a hand on his shoulder. But every day, she asks me the same questions you're asking me now. Am I doing right by Tate? Are we all safe? What can I do to improve the kid's life? How has all this shit been dumped on my fucking shoulders? And I tell her the same thing I'm gonna tell you. The same thing my brothers always told me. Because you can fucking handle it. Both the Lord and Lucifer only dish out what they know we can handle. Sutton swallowed the lump in his throat. Whether that was emotion, fear, or him trying to cover up the sarcastic fuck off that was trying to break free, I didn't know. But his eyes searched mine for any sign of a lie. I hate what Maisie did, he eventually confessed. I do too. I have no right to still wish she was around. But you missed that woman in Sloane's life? I do. There's always Ayda. She's just one woman, Drew. One woman who already has enough shit on her shoulders. She takes care of everyone in this place, including you. That's because she loves it. She may be one woman, but she's one who never turns a person in need away. Don't underestimate her. I've done that one too many times before, and she's had my balls in a vice for my troubles. Now that I'd like to have seen. Sutton huffed out a humorless laugh.
Always thinking about my balls, I joked through a sigh before I offered him a laugh in return. Seriously, Chief, we've got her back. The other stuff, the teenage stuff, the hormones, the growing into a woman, the curiosity she's no doubt feeling, well, we can't do shit about that. Neither can you. All any of us can do is be there for her when she needs us. I never thought I'd see the day when I would be grateful for a bunch of crooks keeping their eye on my baby girl. I shrugged a shoulder and looked around the club. We ain't all that bad. Sutton's gaze followed mine. Can't argue with that. He smiled at one of the hound whores who walked past before he turned back to look at me. Any news on any backlash after, you know, the warehouse incident? I knew. Sutton never really liked to say it out loud. Nothing. You? I keep my eyes open and my ears to the ground, but Babylon is eerily quiet these days. I nodded slowly, pressing my lips together to collect my thoughts. Never really a good thing, that, is it? It isn't? You never heard of the snakes that silently climb into your bed at night? I asked, raising a brow. You bikers wouldn't know how to be quiet if your life depended on it. Loud pipes showcase a big dick, right? He smirked. Maybe, I answered through a fake smile. Yeah, maybe. There's enough of us about the place to catch those snakes before they sneak through, Tucker. Don't you worry about that. I like your optimism. Surprisingly, it's something I've learned from you lot.
Chapter 16. Ayda. After the excitement of the morning, the afternoon gave way to calm and quiet. Once I'd adjusted to the stinging on my back as a constant reminder of my tattoo, I found myself following Harry and his promises of shiny new stock into the pawn shop. My banter with him was constant. It had become normal for us to talk in taunts interspersed with laughter, and that was only ever interrupted when his coughing fits took over and made it harder for him to respond. It was so hard to sit back and not nag him to see a doctor and do something proactive about the cough. But nagging only made him pick up a smoke and smile with defiance at you. So I left him alone, sliding a glass of water in front of him and nodding at his thanks. I'd come to adore Harry. I knew Drew respected the hell out of him and had a tighter connection with him than most of the other guys. And I could see why. He was damn smart and witty, too. He knew everything about everything, even the useless things that had no real place in the world. I loved working in the pawn shop just to spend time with him. I always came away feeling like I'd learned something. Harry was assessing a diamond being pawned when I saw Libby's car pull in through the front gates. The vehicle had barely stopped when Tate threw the passenger door out of his way and pushed out, stretching to his full height before heading to the gym rather than the hut, which never really boded well. He'd taken a page from Drew's book with his frustration recently, and took his issues out on the bag rather than stewing and snapping people's heads off. One nod of acknowledgement from Harry, and I pushed out from the shop and headed to where Libby was standing, wincing when Tate slammed the door of the workout room behind him. She jumped when I spoke, her attention having been fully on Tate. What happened? Libby released a long breath, her hands finding her hips as she stared at the building my brother had disappeared into. They had a meeting with the new coach today. Fuck. How bad was it? Well, she turned to face me and shrugged. I didn't think it was too bad, but I said the wrong thing clearly. She gestured to the building again and shook her head. And the boys call us women dramatic. I squeezed her elbow and gestured to the gym with a smile. Let me see if I can do some damage control. If you see Drew, let him know where I am, would you? I will. I'm sorry, Ayda. I should have known better after the talk you had with him about this. Girl, this is shit that goes back years. There's no way you could navigate it. Thanks for being patient with him. Libby's hair was in her eyes as she took one last longing look before I set off at a fast walk. I purposely didn't ask what was said because I figured Tate would tell me the moment I entered the gym. I heard the dull thuds and the hissed breaths as I opened the outer door and was swallowed by the shadows of the gym. Standing and watching my brother, it was easy to see the influence Drew had on him. He held himself the same way. His legs worked in the same direction, and his punches landed true and hard on the bag as he danced in and out of the rhythm. The only difference was that Tate always led with the same fist, whereas Drew could switch things up when he needed to. I let him work out his frustrations a while longer before I let him know I was there. I sat on the bench of the leg press as his hands reached out to stop the bag the moment he caught sight of me. The bastard is going to be replacing him as soon as the coach thinks he's ready. I not only have to deal with the asshole next season, I have to deal with him for training for the rest of this year. I wanted to punch the smirk from his face when he found me in the crowd, eh? How long do you think the transition will take? The way Coach is fawning over him? A week, maybe 2? I heard him talking to Mr. Isaac about getting out of here early. He and his wife are going to buy an RV and see America. He doesn't want to be here, which means we're stuck with Hove. Did Jacob say anything to you? Tate released the bag and dropped on a weights bench close to where I was sitting. He didn't need to. A look was all it took. You know what he's like. It was the way he'd look at me when I'd ask him to throw the ball with me. T, I know you're frustrated. I'm fucking beyond frustrated. Language. Tate turned and looked at me with exasperation. Seriously? Yes, seriously. At least until after your college interviews next year. Heathens need not apply. As for Jacob, steer clear as much as you can. Do your best on the field, and if he fucks with you, come to you or Drew. Yeah, you said already. He ground his jaw, his leg jumping as his foot tapped against the mat. It's not going to be easy. No shit. The worst part of it all is that everyone is welcoming him back like some unsung hero. He walks around that place like he owns it. The douchebag even winked at some of the girls like he was some Hollywood pretty boy. The team thinks this is an amazing turn of events, and the principal couldn't say enough about how lucky we were to have him. I made a gagging motion, and the first sign of humor appeared on Tate's face in the form of his lips twitching at the edges. He always was good at selling to the crowd. He should sell some cars then. I lifted a leg and kicked Tate in the knee playfully. I hated seeing him so down and pissed off about something he loved to do. I hoped to hell that the situation wouldn't taint his love of the game. I hoped even more that Jacob would see what an asset Tate was to the team and not mess with him every chance he got. The group of people I would fight for had grown in the past year, but Tate was my blood, and I would make sure he was happy. I would make sure he had every available path to seeing his dream come true. We're gonna get through this. I know. I'm gonna make sure this works somehow. I know you will. I nodded, satisfied with his reaction and the calm that was slowly crawling back over him. You also need to apologize to Libby. Fuck. He dragged the word out and put up his hand as I opened my mouth to admonish him. I know. Language. Thank you. We sat in silence for a while. I stared at the bag, wondering at its magical qualities to give men their power of thought back. And I was almost certain Tate was having a one-sided conversation with Libby in his head. The girl was crazy about him, even if she refused to admit that fact to herself. She'd just fallen for him when his hormones were going stupid and his brain was struggling to keep up with the growth of his body. She had the patience of a saint, but even that would only last so long. Ayda? I glanced up and saw Kenny slipping in through the door, his hands pushed into his back pocket as his glance moved between Tate and me. Tate? Browse? Tate mumbled, his hands clasping and hanging together between his legs. Tate really wanted to talk now, and I knew when it was my cue to leave. With my hands on my knees, I pushed up and gave Kenny a smile of thanks. Don't forget to do your homework, I said over my shoulder and pushed out of the building, blinking in the bright February sun. When the black dots in my vision were blinked into submission, the yard rolled out ahead of me, and at the other end, leaning against the porch rail of the hut, I spotted Drew. Picking up my pace, I skipped to a stop in front of him, my forehead landing on his shoulder with a painless thud. The rest of this school year is gonna suck, I said, dragging out the last syllable. What happened? He asked, throwing an arm around me and pulling me close to rest his chin on my head. It's begun. Jacob Hove has been announced as the new coach, and I think it's only going to be a week or two before he's full-time. I leaned closer, leeching warmth from Drew's body, wrapping my arms around his waist. To make matters worse, everyone has their hero worship on for the return of the prodigal son. And I bet Jacob loves that. He blew out quietly. Tate taking it badly. Stupid question considering the direction you've just come from and the look on Libby's face. Wait, She is called Libby, right? Or is it Lucy? It's Libby. I huffed out and rolled my eyes before rocking back so I could look up at him. Tate's gonna be okay. It's just the worst-case scenario for him. I think he was hoping he had a while to get used to the idea before Jacob became coach. I agree this isn't ideal, but as long as Jacob is fair, there's nothing that can be done. I swear, Drew, he better not fuck with Tate. I trailed off. There was no way to finish that sentence without making myself feel worse. I hate him. Careful, darling. Some people aren't worth the hate. He's one of them. Drew squeezed me tighter with one hand, brushing my cheek with his other. I can't promise you anything other than that we'll do our best to make sure Tate gets through this. And if Jacob pushes too hard, I'll drag up the old me, set him free, and smash some kneecaps. He leaned closer to whisper. I'm totally okay with that. Drew grinned. You're right. Hate is too passionate a word. I slid my arms up from his waist and over his shoulders with a small sigh. Kneecaps might work. He'd suck as a coach if he couldn't walk. Just say the word and your wish is this outlaw's command. I can think of something better to use all that energy on right now. I pushed back and tipped my head to the side as I studied him. I don't want to waste another thought on Jacob Hove today. So how about you take me for a ride? It feels like it's been forever since we did that. Now that I can do. Where do you want to go? Or shall we just see where the cold-ass wind takes us? I rocked back on my heels and gripped my hands, continuing back until the tension in our arms was the only thing keeping me vertical. I grinned at Drew again, loving the way he watched me. Surprise me. The ride had been just what I'd needed. Being out on the road was like a reset button that nulled the bullshit Jacob seemed to be leaving all over the place for us to step in. The importance of him dropped a little, and life started to go on again. The first couple of days with Jacob being in the school were the worst for Tate. He kept expecting Jacob to do or say something to throw him off or instigate a confrontation, but that never came. According to Tate, Jacob just went about his business and treated him like anyone else on the team. I didn't expect that to last, and I made an assumption that Jacob was on some kind of temporary probationary period at the school, which would account for his behavior toward Tate and the fairness of it all. I really hoped that I was wrong, and that he wasn't going to take our differences out on Tate or his football career. But I wasn't going to be complacent either, especially when outside of the school his behavior was far from fair. The Hounds spent time in town now we were trying to be more community-spirited. The patch didn't invoke fear as it once had, and that aspect of club life was fading for Babylonians with every passing day. So the guys would go into the hardware store instead of traveling to the chain stores that lay beyond the city limits. We were spending money in town, and the relationship was a symbiotic one. That piece had made life in Babylon much easier. But the longer Jacob was in town, the more he became a thorn in our sides. His poison wasn't blatant from what I understood. Just words here and there about how violently he'd been welcomed back by the MC, or subtle jabs to instigate confrontations when he saw someone wearing a cut in town. He was like craws stuck in our feet, and if we reacted badly, that would only make what he was saying real. As slippery as an eel and sly as a fox in a henhouse, Jacob took his time planting the seed while acting as though butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. The only person who could do anything about the negative swing against the club with any real sway was Sutton, and he did everything he could to counter the negative press and remind the people how much of a part of the community we'd become. I tried to spend more time in town, too. I was considered a member of the Hounds by the people I'd grown up around, and Sutton seemed to think that was a good thing. I was happy to do the positive publicity most days, but I hated when I went alone and I got that creepy feeling that someone was following me. The insidious finger down my spine wasn't there all the time, but I would feel it enough to stop and look behind me or check store windows to see if someone was even walking in the same direction. That feeling always became worse when I was working at Rusty's. In the diner, it felt like eyes were boring into my back and burning spots into me, but there was never a sign that there was anyone around. I honestly thought I was going insane until the first real sign that I was being watched showed itself. I was cleaning off one of the tables that looked out over the highway, and I almost missed the untidy scrawl that said, "Be careful," on a napkin. I stared at the words for a moment, my eyes barely catching the ice end of Jacob's truck as I caught the dually passing the diner. I should have known the threat was from him. With a scowl, I crunched the paper towel into a ball and dropped it into the chili bowl with a satisfied nod. I hadn't even realized he'd been in the diner. Rusty had temporarily banned him after the altercation with Drew and me. Just another one of those subtle, let's not make a deal out of the fact that I love you, Rustyisms. The day that Jacob officially took the job of coach and waved off his predecessor wasn't a good one for Tate. Jacob didn't wave his position or dominance in his face. He didn't even look him in the eye. But there was a hint of something between the two of them that Tate felt. He had to be talked down by Sloan so he wouldn't do something stupid like walk off the team. There was no provocation, so it wasn't even as though Drew or I could step in and help. Drew was amazing with the whole mess. He distracted Tate and calmed him down while he fulfilled his promise and started to train me in my quest to be good with a gun, and my fists now he'd started down that road too. I won't lie, we didn't get as much done as we could have. If it were just the two of us in the gym, we'd end up half naked and sweaty for a whole different reason. Not that I ever complained. I would challenge anyone to roll around on the mats with Drew and steer the training away from becoming sexual. It was naturally feral, and there was something inherently sexy about that. But if I actually wanted to get to hold a gun and use it, I would have to rein myself in and dampen my out-of-control libido. Then again, there were some days I think that was his endgame. Unfortunately for him, those distractions didn't last forever.
Chapter 17. Drew. Time passed by quickly when we were having fun. Maybe it was Ayda who was making my world feel like a daydream, or maybe it was the fact that, after the night in that warehouse, I'd finally given myself over to life. It was probably a combination of the two. I was due to go on a shady repo job that Saturday morning, but Ayda had peeled back the comforter on our bed, straddled my waist, and begged me to train her on the punch bag for an hour before I had to leave. I tried to tell her I needed my sleep. I tried to warn her that the guy whose car we were repossessing had a reputation for causing trouble and starting fights when things didn't go his way. I tried to get out of it because, quite frankly, her thirst for body power was starting to worry me a little bit. She was lucky I was getting turned on too much to say anything about it every time we ended up in the training room. But no matter how much I tried to get out of her demands, there I was, watching her with a towel thrown over my shoulder as she threw a determined combination at the bag and went up too high on her toes. "Darling," I said roughly, sleep still tainting my voice, "don't get too eager. Keep the feet down until you have to move away. Balance, remember?" Uttering a quiet expletive under her breath, Ayda dropped her heels back down to the mat under her and took a deep breath. She was already damp with sweat, her eyes narrowed with determination as she pushed her ass out and lifted her hands again.
Got it.
I gave her a short, sharp nod of approval and watched her get back to work. There was a fire in this woman I'd never seen in anyone else. She could have been the runt of the litter, but she'd still be the victor in any war. Her eyes shone with determination, even on those occasions where she did confuse herself by trying to run before she could walk. Her muscles strained, practically begging for her to fall back and take a breath, but she'd be damned if she quit before she was ready. It was hot as hell. Eventually, we called time on the session, with me getting her to stop by playing the hubby has to go to work wifey card. I tossed her a bottle of water, watching as she chugged it down and gasped before wiping the back of her mouth with her hand. She was sweaty, and it made me want to make her even sweatier. I smirked, all my thoughts clear to see as I watched her through narrowed eyes. Nothing turned me on more than a dirty Ayda. Cutting across the distance in 2 strides, Ayda jumped on me, her legs closing around my waist, giving me a front-row viewing to a trickle of sweat working its way down between her tits.
Do you really have to go? I was hoping you'd get good and sweaty with me.
My eyes focused on her chest as I spoke. You're insatiable, woman.
You wouldn't have me any other way.
She crushed her lips against mine, raising her hips so she pressed closer, and after a nibble on my bottom lip, she dropped to her feet again.
I have to work anyway. I'm covering for Sam today. Only for an hour or two, but if you want to drop by when you're finished.
You know I'll be there. I might bring a few of the guys along. I'm feeling charitable." I cleared my throat and tried to suppress my smile. It also doesn't hurt for the likes of Hove to see the MC walking around town in numbers.
I'll keep the coffee fresh then.
Ayda grinned and tapped my ass with her hands. "You do that." I slapped her ass harder in return, laughing roughly as the two of us began to walk to the door that led out to the yard. It was a bright day, and the sun was low. The air was fucking cold. Ayda's cheeks looked even rosier out in the daylight, and as I glanced up at the hut, I saw Harry, Slater, Jed, and Kenny all waiting for me to get to work. Their arms were folded and their eyebrows raised as Slater tapped his wrist to tell me I was already fucking late. "See what trouble you get me into," I muttered to Ayda from a small gap in the corner of my mouth.
I do,
she said, looking over at the men. Holding her hands to her mouth, she shouted to them.
"He's all yours."
"Not sure that's a good thing," Kenny shouted back as he jumped down the steps of the porch. "Bastard," I grumbled, passing Ayda the towel from my shoulder before I walked over to the hut. I didn't have time to shower, but I wasn't going anywhere without my hoodie and cut. I gave Ayda a kiss on the cheek and left her talking to the guys before I went inside, grabbed my things, and began to walk back out through the bar. "Tucker," a voice said beside me. I stopped and turned to my right, scowling as I realized who the hell it was before I saw his face. Owen Sinclair, our stand-in numbers guy and accountant while I'd been locked up. He was also a long-standing member of the Hounds of Babylon, sworn in by my family, serving like a brother, yet hating me like an older sibling at the same time. The guy didn't like me. His world was brighter when I was rotting away in darkness. Still, he was the only other man in patched leather that could work the books the way I could, and my father had always set a rule in our club. 2 sets of eyes were to go over everything, so no one man could make profit off the books without anyone else knowing. It made sense, really. I just hated that I had to work with this prick once a month. "Owen," I smiled flatly. "Didn't realize you were around today." "Thought you guys could do with a hand with this repo job. I saw it on the books last week. Told my old lady I was going to step in and provide some support." "Decent of you." "I'm a decent guy," he said through a cocky grin. "How all hounds should be." I widened my eyes and gave him a nod. "We better get going then." "Lead the way." He saluted and gestured toward the door, and I tried to stay a few strides ahead of him. The guy had always creeped me the fuck out, even though Harry and Deeks always assured me he'd been a good thing for the club while I was gone. Jumping down the steps, I wrapped my arm around Ayda's waist and dropped another kiss to her sweaty forehead. "In a bit, darling," I whispered. "Stay out of trouble."
Be safe. I love you.
Always am. I winked before I turned my back on her and walked to the repo truck. Glancing over at Slater, I gave him my silent challenge before speaking. He rolled his eyes and shook his head before his grin tore free. "Let me guess," he shouted. "You're taking the wrecker and the rest of us are in the van. See who gets there first?" "I don't lose, Tucker." "We'll see." I climbed into the truck and started her up, my body vibrating as the heavy engine roared to life before I began to back her out of her parking spot. By the time I'd reversed, the other 5 hounds had got in the van and were already at the gates, turning left to take the main route through Babylon. "Fuckers," I growled to myself, knowing that left me to turn right and take the most isolated back roads. It wasn't a major issue, but if the lights through Babylon were kind to my brothers, there was no doubting they'd get to the repo job before me. I had to hope for a few red lights along the way slowing them down, while I tore down the more scenic roads that held less traffic. I cranked up the volume on the radio and allowed myself to get lost in a bit of Motorhead, throwing my head back against the seat with a screwed-on smile on my face. I put the window down
and let the cold air bite at my skin. A part of me contemplated letting them win and get there first, just so I could take a 5-minute break on my own and enjoy some time in the truck. I glanced at the time and noticed it was past 9 now, still early for us as a club, but late enough for the world around us to have come to life. Even though it shouldn't have surprised me to see someone walking down the long, winding, and desolate roads on their own, it did. The small figure grew the closer I got, until I noticed the recognizable cheerleading dress, white pumps, and familiar denim jacket. Sitting upright, I narrowed my eyes and scowled, turning down the volume on the music as I drew closer. The figure was slumped, walking slowly, like they were carrying the weight of the whole world on their shoulders and couldn't physically lift their head. It was only when I got within touching distance of her that my heart dropped into my stomach and I slammed on the brakes, coming to a grunting stop all at once. She didn't look up. She kept on walking, lost in her own thoughts, 1,000,000 miles away from the rest of us. I jumped out of the truck, landing on the ground with a thud before I slammed the door shut and jogged over to her from behind. "Sloan," I called out. She didn't respond. All of Howard's concerns about his daughter attacked my mind at once. Why was she out here? Why didn't any of us know? Was she okay? I didn't get too much time to analyze any of it. The second I reached out to grab her shoulder and turn her around, she flinched and stepped back, crying out all at once like a lamb that was about to be taken to slaughter. I jumped back, eyes wide, as I sucked in a breath and looked down her body. Her chin was dipped to her chest. Her hair hung limply in straggly sections, and her arms had the edges of her denim jacket tucked tightly closed. She was curled in on herself, scared and almost feral-looking. Her knees were covered in dirt, and the edges of her dress looked frayed. It was at that moment that the gut-wrenching, paralyzing fear struck me. "Sloan," I said again quietly, gently, more cautiously than before. She froze still. At least her feet did. The upper section of her body was trembling. Only slightly, but it was fucking trembling, and so was her chin. My heart rate climbed higher and higher, my chest bouncing, as I tried to remain calm and drag in enough air through my flared nostrils. My hands balled into fists at my sides, and my jaw ticked as all light seeped out from my skin and blew away with the February winds. I tried to open my mouth to say something warm and kind, but nothing came out. Not until I saw her begin to slowly lift her chin and look up at me through the thickness of her brows, then her clumped-together lashes. When our eyes met, hers were red, bloodshot, and mascara-stained. Mine were wide, raging, and fucking confused. "Sloan," I eventually pushed out, not wanting to reach out to her again. I shook my head, unable to understand what was going on, and hoping to shit my gut instincts were wrong for once. As she sniffed back the tears and looked up at me fully, I felt her guard begin to slip away. "Drew?" she said shakily. "Yeah." I nodded once, swallowing. "Is that really you?" "It's Drew, Sloan. You okay?" She gave me a single nod in return, holding on to some semblance of control, before it all slipped away and crumbled to the ground. Her knees buckled, her head sagged, her body dropped to the earth with an almighty thud, making me push forward just in time to catch her head before it made contact. Then there was just she and I on the roadside. One guy without a goddamn clue what had happened or what to do. One girl who I feared was about to tell me something I'd never be able to forget. Her sobs came in fits, making her whole body shake before she rolled her head back against my arm and let out an almighty cry to the skies. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it sounded like a howl. If it was help she needed, I was there. Without thinking about it, I scooped her up into my arms
and carried her back to the truck, relief flooding me when she curled against my chest rather than pushing me away. She smelled of dirt, desperation, and heartache, and all I could think about as I carried her was how Moose had carried Ayda out of the warehouse the very same way, and how Ayda's cries had sounded the same for days after she'd made it out of there alive. I only hoped with all my newly discovered heart that Sloane hadn't suffered something quite as bad as that because of my MC.
Chapter 18. Ayda. I'd barely made it out of the shower when my phone pinged with a text from Drew. I ran my fingers through my damp hair and threw on jeans and a sweater before I followed his directions to meet me outside the hut now. I'd just made my way to the bottom of the porch steps when the wrecker skidded to a halt, almost hitting the brakes parked out front. I stumbled back, my hands in a universal easy sign, when Drew jumped from the cab of the truck. "Drew, what the hell?" He didn't stop, just carried on to the other side, his face twisted in rage and brows furrowed in confusion. I stepped closer as he pulled the passenger door open, but stopped the moment I saw him pull Sloane into his arms. I didn't need to ask what was wrong. As he swung her around, I saw bruises and dirt in places that told their own story. I saw that haunted look in Drew's eyes and swallowed my own terror and confusion. "Take her into our room. That way no one will interrupt," I said, circling around him as he passed, and pulled the door out of the way. Thankfully, the bar was empty other than a couple of the resident whores asleep on the couch. "What happened?" "Not a goddamn clue," he said, panting for breath as he lowered her as carefully as he could on top of our bed. He handled her like he cared, dropping her head to the pillow with a tenderness only I usually got to see. Drew pushed the stuck-together strands of hair away from her forehead, his own scowl growing deeper, even though he tried to keep his face straight. He pulled down her skirt to cover her thighs and let her curl in on herself again. "I found her down on FM 667. I didn't realize it was her until I got closer." He stood taller, his eyes fixed on Sloane. "All she's done is cry, Ayda." "Okay," I said gently, my eyes flitting between the two of them. "Drew, can you grab a bottle of water from the fridge? I'm going to grab a washcloth and clean her up a little bit." I stood quickly, my hand wrapping around his wrist and squeezing before I rushed to our bathroom and grabbed a small hand towel and ran the material under a lukewarm stream of water, wringing it out and shoving a dry one over my shoulder. I rushed back, meeting Drew by the bed and giving him a warm smile of thanks as he handed me the bottle. Setting everything on the nightstand, I leaned into Sloane and brushed her hair back from her face. The tracks of her tears cut through the mascara and streaks of dirt on her face, and her sad eyes were still brimming with tears. She blinked, sending another set of tears free, and the sight broke my heart. "Okay, sweetheart, I need you to sit up for me." My body leaned into hers, and she latched on, her arms circling tight around my neck as she shivered around me. It felt like she was slipping slowly into the depths of shock. With Drew's help, we sat her on the bed, but her face stayed buried in the curve where my shoulder and neck met, her heaving sobs now partnered with whispered wails that dug soul deep. I wanted to help, but I also needed to know how bad this was before I did anything else. Her dad was the chief of police, for fuck's sake. "Sloane, I need you to take a deep breath for me, okay? Then I need you to tell me what happened." I don't want to talk about it." It was a whisper, but the words and intent were clear. I glanced up at Drew, tipped my head in Sloane's direction, and mouthed, "Any ideas?" He scratched the back of his neck with one hand, the other planted firmly on his hip. "A few," he muttered under his breath. I wasn't convinced his ideas would benefit Sloane, though. There was anger in his eyes, even though neither of us knew who he should be directing it at. I went about untangling myself from Sloane's grip and kneeling in front of her. Taking her hands in one of mine, I tucked her hair behind her ear with the other. There was no easy way to go about this. There was no gentle way to push her about what happened, so I just had to do it. "Sloane, we know just from looking that something really bad happened, and I need you to know that you're safe here. It's just us in this room, and whatever you say can only help you. We just need to know what happened. Were you—" I swallowed and looked up at Drew for strength, before I dipped my view lower to find her eyes, then changed tactics at the last moment. "Tell me what happened, please." "It doesn't matter." "Yes, it does." "A guy in school got a little rough, that's all. I just want to go home and forget about it all." Drew stepped forward a little too harshly, stopping himself and tensing his whole body when Sloane flinched and looked up at him through wide, heartbroken eyes. I glanced at him too, seeing the way he closed his eyes and fought to stay in control before he internally counted to 10, let out a breath, and looked down at her again. "That's understandable," he said as softly as he could manage, considering it was through gritted teeth. "To want to go home, I mean." Drew cleared his throat roughly before he lowered himself and kneeled down so his eyes were level with Sloane's. "But if that's true, Sloane, why were you walking out of town in the opposite direction of your home?" Sloane's wild eyes darted between Drew and me before her gaze landed back into our tangled hands. I felt them try to ball and released my gentle grip to allow her to do so. Sometimes you just needed the physical representation of your emotions, and I wasn't going to deny her that. "I just wanted to go somewhere I knew no one would be." She lifted one of her hands and swiped away the tears that were falling more freely now. "It all happened so fast. I didn't know what to do. I was scared, confused, and I didn't know what to do." A myriad of emotions swarmed into me, fury dripping into my bloodstream as every possibility flickered across my mental screen. I still wasn't sure what had happened, and I needed to know before we decided where to go from here, before we told Sutton. Shit. "It's okay. No one would know what to do. We just need you to start at the beginning and tell us what happened." The shudder that ran through her body was the only indication that she was even considering my request. "I stayed late after practice. We have a meet coming up, and I wanted to make sure everything was ready. Anna couldn't stay because she had a date, so she asked me. It's not difficult. I was heading out when the guy stepped out and blocked the hall. I didn't think anything of it, really. I didn't think he would." She trailed off, a vacant look passing over her eyes as the fear slipped that little bit deeper. "It was school. I wouldn't have thought it either," I encouraged. "He started flirting with me. It was really weird and made me uncomfortable, so I tried to politely excuse myself. When I tried to walk past him, he grabbed my arm and pushed me really hard against the wall. He started saying all this really pervy shit that kind of scared me. So I pushed him and tried to run. He grabbed my ponytail and his..." A sob broke from her throat, and her head shook from side to side as though she'd reached her limit. "His hand went between my legs, grabbing at the skin there, and I was about to scream when the door to the gym opened. He jumped back and I ran. I just ran, and the next thing I remember is Drew calling my name. I was so scared, Ayda. If that person hadn't come into the gym..." She broke down then, and I let her. I released a breath and looked up at Drew. This was bad. Really fucking bad. But knowing it could have been worse terrified me. Drew's eyes were closed again, and his strong jaw was ticking as he tried to stay clear-minded. "Sloane," he said as he peeled his eyes open again. "Yeah?" she sobbed. "Don't lie to us, sweetheart," he whispered tenderly. Sloane blinked in confusion, her sniff of emotion being the only sound she made. "That isn't the last thing you remember, is it?" He paused, giving her chance to answer before he went on. But Sloane stayed quiet. "Everything you've just told us happened indoors, and that doesn't explain the state you're in." Sloane opened her mouth to say something, quickly closing it again as her trembling grew harsher. "Your story doesn't explain the dirt on your knees, the clothes that are ruined, Drew dragged in a deep breath, filling his chest and letting the rest go unsaid as he exhaled. Sloane curled in on herself, her fists pushing into her eyes as she started to rock. She was inconsolable. I hadn't even thought to ask her to go on, but Drew had known. He'd seen what she wasn't saying, and leaned just a little bit harder to get that truth from her. I hated that Sloane was hurting. I loathed whoever had done this to her. But more than anything, I was terrified about what else she was hiding from us. Rubbing her back in soothing circles, I tried to compose myself before dipping back in. Sitting back on my feet, I picked up the washcloth and started cleaning the open wounds on her knees. When she looked up again with red-rimmed eyes, I uncapped the water and pushed the bottle into her hands before continuing to clean the dirt from the bloody flesh. "He followed me out," she finally said. Bringing the bottle to her lips, she started to drink, and the first touch to her tongue was like a trigger. She drank half the bottle before she stopped, her breathing heavy as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. I was running here, taking the shortcut under the bleachers so I could hit the field that took me out to the highway. I was trying to get through one of the cross-sections. My laces got tangled in one of the big screw things. I hit the dirt. I twisted and tried to untangle myself, but he was right there, his face inches from mine as he pushed my legs. Sloane swallowed deeply and shook her head. I knew not a second of this would be considered easy for her, but I was proud of her for talking, even to an audience of 2. It's okay. He held me down, his hand slipping between us, and I could feel him grabbing and pinching, there. It was like he was having more fun when I was scared. I tried to get away, but his fingers got inside my underwear, and he kept saying ugly, ugly things. And that's when I screamed. I screamed as long and loud as I could, but he put his hand over my mouth, and that's when everything became real twisted. I fought him. I fought so hard and twisted under his grip, my arms and legs kicking with everything I had. I kept thinking the worst he can do is hit me. As long as I keep moving, he can't do anything. I have to fight. I have to fight. I have to fight. I pushed up on my knees as she went on like a broken record, and I held her to me. Rage was now a ball in the center of my gut, the flame blue and white hot. It's okay. Just breathe, honey. Glancing up at Drew, I knew what the next question had to be, even though I was sure it would earn someone the beating of a lifetime. Sloane, who did this? I don't know him. Sloane. I really don't. He must have been a senior or something. I don't know him. Would you know him if you saw him again? I asked, leaning back so I could see her face. I'm not going to go looking for him. For all I know, he could have been there fixing the plumbing. I've never seen him before. She was lying. I knew that by the way her eyes darted away from mine and stayed in the corner of the room. There was a wince of pain on her face, as though it went against her better judgment to keep quiet. But her chin came up in resolve, and I knew we'd gotten as much from her as we were going to get. I glanced up at Drew, wondering if he had another stroke of genius to get her to open up again. Sloane, he began cautiously, leaning closer. I've seen a lot of bad things in my life. I've lived a lot of them, too. I may not know what you're feeling right now, but I know the thoughts going through your head. Who will get hurt if I talk? What will my loved ones think? Will I be seen differently? Can I just forget it happened and go back to how things were yesterday? Believe me, I know the answers, too. Who will get hurt if you talk? Only the person who hurt you. What will your loved ones think? Absolutely nothing but relief that you're okay and that you're not letting evil assholes get away with evil acts. Will you be seen differently? Yes. As strong, as defiant, as someone who refuses to let this shit happen. Can you just forget it happened and go back to how things were yesterday? He let out a weighty exhale and shook his head. No, darling. No. Nothing can ever go back. I ain't gonna lie to you and let you pretend it can. You've been treated with disrespect. Now it's about how we can heal you moving forward. But trust me, if you keep this hidden, if you keep this tucked away like a poisonous secret that only you know, that only you remember, that only you think about, it will destroy you. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but it will happen. And sweetheart, you'll wish you'd talked. I glanced up at Drew and watched him as we waited. He wasn't a man of many words. In fact, he wasn't a man who let people in very often. I'd always thought it would be hard to love someone who kept so many walls in place. But the longer I was with him, the more I realized that those walls weren't just to keep people out. Once you were allowed to climb them, they kept you inside, too. They kept you close enough to see the parts he was striving to hide from his enemies. But those walls were starting to expand, and all 4 of the Sutton family were now included in the safety of those walls. All I could think as I looked at him was, I love you. It was on repeat over and over again, even when I looked back to the girl leaning on me for strength. Sloane, I nudged gently. You don't understand. You don't know. We never found out what she was about to say. Our bedroom door practically imploded only seconds before half the MC flowed in through the opening and closed in around Drew like a rock slide. The words asshole, fucker, and worried were the most overused as they all talked at once, not one of them seeing the anger burning in Drew's eyes. It was only when Kenny pushed through the group and fell to his knees next to me that the room fell into a temporary silence. "What's happened?" he asked, looking maniacal between Drew and me. "I'll tell you what hasn't happened," Slater growled from the door. "No one has answered their fucking phone when we've been fucking ringing it after expecting our fucking president to be on a fucking job, leaving us to imagine all sorts of fucking nightmares all over again." "Jesus, Slate," Drew snapped, his head snapping up to him and his frown deep. "Sense the tone, you fucking dipshit." "Listen," Slater snapped back. I'd never seen him looking so angry. His finger pointed straight at Drew, all his muscles tensed and the veins in his neck stretched. "I don't have a clue what's going on here, and I know it ain't good, but don't you ever, ever do that to me again. I thought it was the Imps attack part 2, only this time I thought you were already dead." And with that, he marched away, leaving Jed and Harry in the doorway while I looked back at Kenny with concerned eyes. With the new interruption, we weren't going to get anything more from Sloane. I could see the way she and Kenny looked at one another. "Can you take her into my room? I think she needs some company. But just don't push too hard, okay?" Kenny nodded, and it didn't take much for Sloane to fall into his arms almost naturally. If those two hadn't already formed some kind of a relationship, I would eat my own foot. This complicated things on 100 different levels, but the biggest one was who was going to need retribution the most, Howard or Kenny. I pushed up to my feet, unsurprised when Kenny lifted her into his arms and slipped past the others standing at the door. Once they were gone, all eyes turned on Drew.
Chapter 19. Drew. "This is serious shit," I growled. I could feel my mask of calm dropping to the floor and smashing into a million pieces the moment Kenny disappeared with Sloane in his arms. Jed and Harry closed the door, leaving me with them and Ayda, the four of us a circle of cautious glances, confused faces, and stiff bodies. Jed stood tall, always tall, a brother ready to go to war at any time, a formidable force. Harry stepped forward, glancing down at his feet before looking up again. "Was she raped?" I finished for him, wide-eyed and angry as hell. Ayda stepped closer to me, her arm sliding under my cut and her palm landing flat on my back. It was a gesture of solidarity, her way of reminding me that she was still here and we would get through this.
"Not rape,"
Ayda said quietly.
"At least, not in the full sense of the word. But she was violated, more than she told us she was, I think."
She looked up at me for agreement. I stopped, all breaths and exhales, glancing down, looking up, and anger racing through my veins. "I don't know," I finished. Did I believe Sloane hadn't been raped? I couldn't allow myself to really think about that. The only thoughts running through my brain were all the promises I'd made to Sutton, and how they were now shattered like broken glass across every inch of the hut. I'd promised him, guaranteed even, that no harm would come to her. I'd made those assurances just days ago, too. Now there I was, with Sloane's tears on my clothes and her dirt on my fingertips, carrying my lie around like it weighed more than she had done when she'd crumbled in my arms. Someone is going to pay, whatever happened. I looked up at Harry and Jed, noticing the difference in their reactions. Jed was eager to seek revenge already, willing to stand by my side and do what needed to be done. Harry was pale, tired, sighing internally at the realization that our honeymoon period was over and the old tricks and turns of the MC everyday life had returned. "She's a young fucking kid, Harry," I practically whispered. "I know that, son. I know. She's got no one but us, aside from Sutton. I know. I made a promise. I know," he said firmly. "Then what's with the—" He cut me off, holding a hand up for me to shut the hell up. "Don't ask me to stop caring or worrying when I see that look in your eyes, Tucker." "What look?" "Stupid men ask stupid questions.
he whispered under his breath. "You know the look. You feel it. It's tingling your toes, ain't it? Making you feel sick, like the only cure is hitting something real hard, hurting someone, twisting someone's dick so he can't ever use it again. It's burning you, whether Ayda tries to press it back into your chest or not. I know you, boy. I know you better than you know yourself. I'm not asking you not to react. All I'm asking you to do is think before you lash out." Ayda stepped closer still. I knew she respected the hell out of Harry, but she was as agitated as I was. We were feeding from one another, with nothing to tether us down. Sucking in a breath, she looked between Harry and me, gauging whether putting her nickels worth in would change a damn thing.
"This situation is a new one for all of us," she clarified.
With her hand still on my back, she started making circles, and I wasn't even sure she realized she was doing it.
"We don't even know who is responsible, and maybe, for now, that's a good thing. We can sit down and figure out how to go forward. We can tell Howard and try to stop Kenny from doing something on his own. Drew knows what needs to be done. We just need to absorb this first."
I was pretty sure she mumbled something about her gun at that point, but I wasn't sure. Harry's beady eyes turned to her. "With all due respect, Ayda, and God knows I fucking love you, but I've been with this boy since he was in diapers. I know the way he thinks, the way he reacts, and how everyone will pay if he flips his switch and flies off the handle. It's his job to run the club. It's my job to make sure he thinks shit through. I ain't never gonna see him back on the inside. Ever." "Harry," I snapped, "I'm not doing anything crazy here. I'm just fucking angry. I'm allowed to still be angry, ain't I?" I gave him the glare, the one that told him to step the fuck up and move away. But something had shifted in Harry in recent weeks. Gone was the softly spoken father figure who let me make my own mistakes so he could pick up the pieces afterward. There was an urgency to him now, a need for him to see me doing good, like he wasn't sure I could do it on my own anymore. Had made the hairs on the back of my neck stand to attention. Was I really that much of a fucking pussy these days? Pulling away from Ayda as carefully as I could, I ran both hands through my hair and rested them at the back of my head. Whatever. None of this fucking matters anyway. What really matters is Sloane. I know what I need to do next.
"Howard."
Ayda moved away and sat at the foot of our bed, her hands gripping her knees. I blew out every bit of air I had within me and gave her a nod. "I'm about to tell a father someone has touched his girl without her permission. Tell me how bad it's gonna be." Ayda looked to me, then trailed off and glanced at both Harry and Jed.
"In a word, hell. Sloane has always been Daddy's little girl. He was in denial about her relationship with Tate for a while. He's going to make demands, throw around allegations, and it's possibly going to get ugly emotionally, too. We can't let him confront Sloane until he's calm. He'll scare her, even when he'll be trying not to. We can't keep him away, but we have to remind him that she's scared, confused, and hurting. It's going to be a mess."
Ayda's shoulders sagged as her gaze came back to me.
"I could lie and say it's going to be fine, but you know it won't be. I'll be there with you unless you don't think it's a good idea."
I stared at her, unblinking, as I dropped my hands down by my sides. "There's something else I need you to do." I paused. "Call Autumn. We need her." It took me 7 minutes to track down Sutton. It took him another 3 to roll through the gates of the yard in his cruiser and park in his usual spot. I watched him get out of the driver's side without much fuss. His uniform was pressed as usual. His mustache was waxed in place as usual. His shoes shone, his eyes were determined, and his walk was overly self-assured. All as fucking usual. Nothing seemed different about him, because everything in his world was the same. And there I stood, on the top step of the porch, the hound he used to despise, wearing the cut he used to hate, with my arms folded across my chest the way that used to anger him, and my eyes assessing his every move like I was his old enemy. And I was the guy who was about to turn everything upside down. If only times were as simple now as they had been back when he hated me. Maybe I wouldn't have felt so guilty about the darkness I was about to taint his world with. It would have been much easier to tell someone I hated that their daughter's life had just been dipped in black, never to return to the cheery pastel colors of yesterday again. "Tucker," he said through a weak smile as he approached me, walking across the gravel path, his shoes crunching the stones beneath his soles. "My favorite cop," I smirked. "Oh, shit." "What?" "You being nice can only mean one thing." "And that is?" "Bad news." He came to a stop at the bottom of the porch, raising one foot to rest on the first step as he ran his thumbs under his worn brown leather belt. I didn't respond to confirm or deny as he stared up at me, waiting and expecting. Instead, I sighed slowly and gave a nod in the direction of the other end of the yard. "Take a walk with me," I told him quietly. "A walk?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Why?" he asked, frowning. I exhaled again and walked down the steps, not making eye contact with him when I got to his level. Instead, I took a diversion to my left, ignoring his quiet calls of my name as I walked over to the training room, pushing my hand into the gaping pockets of my baggy jeans. The only experience I had of being a father was with my club and with Tate, neither of which compared to the bond Sutton actually had with Sloan and his twin girls. I knew that. I wasn't naive, especially since loving Ayda. I knew there were different kinds of love in this world. I wasn't concerned about him not following. Curiosity was Sutton's middle name. I could hear the scuffing of his shoes across the ground as I pushed the training room door open, flicked on the lights, and held the door open for him. The acoustics of this space made it feel like even the insects could be heard talking. Everything echoed. He walked in, sheepish and quiet, that frown screwed in place as he glanced around. I let the heavy industrial door slam shut, and I saw his body flinch before he spun around on his heels and reached for his gun. I held up my hands and shook my head. "Here with good intentions, Howard," I assured him. Not because he doubted me, but out of respect. We'd all been jumpy since that fateful night in the warehouse. Nodding and understanding, he straightened up, never quite comfortable enough to take his hands from his holster. I guessed old habits died hard. I walked past him like it didn't matter, sauntering over to the bag where I'd spent so many days working out my own issues. I could feel his eyes on me. I welcomed them. Every move I made, every step I took, it was all to create a calm around him. I slipped out of my cut, dropping it to a nearby bench, before I removed my hoodie too, and picked up my gloves. Sutton was burning holes in my head as he stepped forward. The clumping of his boots hitting the linoleum floor rang out around as I untied the gloves and began to loosen them up. "Now I know you ain't brought me here for no sparring, Tucker." His smug smirk was evident, even without me looking up. I huffed out a humorless laugh. "You don't know shit, Howard." "You know I'm on duty, right?" "Yep." "If I get a call, I'm out of here." "Yep." "I shouldn't be here at all." "Nope." "But you told me it was important." I glanced up at him through hooded eyes, assessing at him from head to toe as I checked out what he was wearing. His uniform looked stiff and tired, a bit like its owner. "Catch," I said without warning, as I launched my gloves through the air. Gloves I'd never let any fucker slip their hands into before. He caught them quickly, his eyes traveling up to me before he looked back down at them and raised both brows. "Tell me what's happening here, 'cause it just looked like you handed me your gloves, and now you're asking me to wear them." "Exactly."
Why?
Just do it, Sutton. To my surprise, he did, and it didn't take me long to help him tie them up and make sure he was fighting fit. Then I walked behind the bag and held it tight, silently inviting him to take his first hit. He stared at me with uncertainty shining from his eyes. "Hit the bag," I ordered, low and calm.
My mama was a good Christian woman. She hated evil, hated anything lawless. She hated violence, corruption, and spilling of blood. I wasn't raised a fighter like you, Tucker.
You don't need to be raised as something to become something, I told him quietly as I stood there unmoving. All you need is a motive.
Just because I saved your life, it don't mean you have to turn me into an animal. I have no desires to have the skull and hounds inked upon my skin any time soon. I'm a man of the law.
You're also just a man, I reminded him, raising my brows. So hit the fucking bag. Blowing out all the air in his lungs, Sutton stood rigid, unable to gather any momentum in his hips as he threw his first weak-ass punch. The bag barely moved, but I made it sway more than it needed to for effect. "Good," I whispered. "Again." He repeated his move, sigh included. Sutton's confusion was written all over his face as he stared at the same spot on the bag and tried not to ask too many questions. "Tell me," I said, "how has your morning been?" Sutton straightened up immediately, his frown deepening as he glared at me.
"Fuck off,"
he pushed out. "What?" I smirked.
"How has my morning been?" he repeated, eyes wide. "You're scaring the shit out of me, Tucker."
"Just answer the question, Sutton." I tapped the bag with my hand and raised a brow. Stepping forward, he braced himself, concentrated on his target spot, and threw a hard right. It made the bag move, but not much. I had it gripped tight.
"The morning has been without trauma, events, or loss. I've made no arrests, charged no man or woman, chased no cars, but I did have a double espresso that made me buzz a little while."
"Never had you down as an espresso man," I muttered as he threw a left.
"Never had you down as a man for small talk."
His eyes met mine as he threw a three-punch combination. My smirk grew as I watched him. He really was a cowboy, made for horseback and long-range shooting. His punching was fucking awful. "Touché," I grunted as he hit the bag again.
"So how about you tell me why we're performing this routine, and let's cut out the crap."
I blew out of breath. "Sometimes things ain't that easy."
"No? Why not?"
"Because sometimes life can't be all black and white. Sometimes there's a gray area, a patch of gray, with a hint of pink in it. That hint of pink you want to protect, keep sacred, keep safe." His lips parted as he looked at me while he swung his arm carelessly to the side of the bag.
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
"I know."
"Spit it out, Tucker."
I felt the air get stuck at the back of my throat when I inhaled. "It's about Sloane."
"What about her?"
He frowned harder, eyes back on the bag. "I think—" I paused, trying to find my footing when my body and limbs suddenly felt real fucking unsure. "She was attacked, Chief." He stopped suddenly. The bag barely swung from the after-effects of his latest hit, but his body certainly did. Howard's head shot up, his eyes disbelieving as he stared at me and swayed without control. "What?" he barely whispered. I cleared my throat, trying to stand strong. "Sloane. She was attacked, Howard." "Attacked?" "Yeah." I nodded once. Sutton's eyes searched mine wildly. The blood drained from his face, leaving him ghostly white
as everything dropped south. His eyes dropped, his mouth hung, his heart fucking bled into his stomach. His balls hit the floor as the words I'd spoken seemed to echo around the training room on repeat. She was attacked, Howard. She was attacked, Howard. She was attacked, Howard. You're lying, he eventually muttered, eating up the silence and swallowing it as a lump of sharp, prominent fear in his throat. I stepped out from behind the bag, still holding it as firmly as I could. I found her this morning, down on FM 667. I was on my way to a repo job with the boys. I was in the truck all alone. No. The boys went one way, I continued, ignoring his interruption. I went the other. You know how we like to race to our jobs when they eat into our Saturday mornings. I had the radio on. I was singing. No. I saw a figure on the roadside, all hunched and real scared looking sudden. It wasn't until I got closer that I realized it was... No. Sloan, I finished quietly. His eyes were frantic, and his body was rigid as I took a step closer. No, he growled, tensing his jaw as denial hit him like a freight train. I pulled over. I made her look at me. She was covered in dirt, a little scratched up. I sighed, remembering the look of fear in her eyes. She looked scared, man. So I picked her up, put her in the truck, and brought her back here to Ayda. No. I didn't even call the boys to tell them where I was heading. All I could think about was Sloan. I needed to get her to Ayda. I needed someone else to tell me what had happened. 'Cause I was like you. I was all rage and red and bleeding and fucking screaming in my head. Tucker, stop. But then Ayda got her into the room. I said stop it, he growled harder, more determined. And we cleaned her up. Sutton took a hard swing, smashing the bag all at once. Stop! We made sure she was okay. She was okay. But then she started talking, and even though I thought for a moment she was going to tell me that all my fears were nothing but fiction. Don't you fucking say it, he snapped, smashing the bag again, forcing it into my stomach, and forcing me to tense as I held on to it tight, eyes fixed on him. She said someone hurt her, Chief. His cry of no came out like a desperate plea. His fist smashed into the bag one final time, but didn't swing away. Instead, it remained embedded into the leather before it slid down, 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 following him as his knees buckled and his whole body crumpled to the floor, while I looked on, the bearer of bad news. Useless, no longer a hero, just a big bad guy telling a small good guy that the one angelic thing in his life was now tainted with the harsh reality of life in Babylon. No, he whispered, spit foaming between his lips as he fell to the floor like a sack of potatoes. I swallowed hard, hating the way the shame tasted on the way down as I took a step closer. Fuck. She wasn't raped, Howard. He stared at the floor for a while, not responding in any way. He was a man broken, wondering how to pick up his pieces and reform them to how they'd been just minutes ago. I was a man wondering how the fuck I could help him find some glue. When he raised his eyes, when he looked up, and I saw the unshed tears there, the look he was wearing penetrated my fucking hard soul and reminded me that it had become soft. But she was violated, I finished. Oh, he croaked, his voice angry and feral. We don't know. I shook my head. Oh, he demanded again, not believing me. I crouched down, bouncing on bended knees, as I let my hands hang between them, and stared at him with all the honesty I possessed. We don't know, I repeated quietly, so quietly
I made damn sure no more of my words would become an echo in this place. But I can guarantee you one thing. Whoever he is, he's already dead.
Tucker,
He gasped.
yeah? Death is too easy. You find them. You bring them to me.
Done, I nodded.
Now, take me to my daughter.
Chapter 20. Ayda. Autumn arrived quickly, urged on by Deeks who'd been with her at their home. I'd left Sloane with Kenny in my room. He was sitting on the bed, and whether it complicated matters or not, she was curled in his lap, her face buried in his chest, intermittent weeping in waves while I paced the hall outside in agitation. This was the first time I'd seen Sloane this broken since Tate had brought her into our lives. She hadn't been happy when Howard had first married Macy. I doubted anyone would be, but there had never been an emotional break like the one she was currently in the throes of, and I was unprepared and unqualified to help her. I was out of my depth, and I was grateful to Drew for recognizing that fact. I'd been through some crap in my life, but this, I had no kind of experience to draw from to ever begin to make this right, let alone make Sloane feel better about the traumatic experience. Drew had left to find Sutton, which gave us some time to fix our attention on Sloane, and maybe even attempt to get some more answers from her before she completely clammed up. I stepped into Autumn's embrace the moment she was away from the main room, and she reciprocated in turn, a maternal sigh falling from her mouth as she held me close and offered that reassurance only someone who had really lived could give you. "How bad?" she asked, pushing her cheek out for Deeks to kiss as he squeezed my hand. "I'm pretty sure it's worse than she's told us, but not as bad as it could have been." I stepped away and nodded to Deeks in thanks before he went to help put fires out in other areas. I was pretty sure we'd have to keep an eye on Kenny if he had any idea who was behind all this shit. Jesus. Autumn nodded and looped her arm through mine, stopping at the door to watch the interaction between Kenny and Sloane. If she thought anything of it, she never said a word, and her face gave away nothing. Then again, when you'd been in the club life as long as she had, I was pretty sure that nothing really surprised you anymore. "What do you need?" I asked in a whisper. "We need to get Kenny away for now. As much as she's clinging to him, she needs to feel safe if she's going to talk. Sloane isn't a stupid kid. She knows the consequences if she tells any of these boys what they want to know. You get 'em out and come back with a shot of the best scotch they have. Not whiskey or gut rot. Scotch." When I gave her a strange look, her eyes lit with sad humor. "Trust me, you're going to want to give Kenny some too. He looks like he needs it." I nodded in comprehension and pushed the door fully open, smiling sadly at Kenny as his eyes lifted to meet mine. I could see the resistance to abandon his post behind his brown eyes. This was going to be a battle, but one I would have to win because that was what was best for Sloane. "Kenny?" "Ayda?" he challenged, eyes still burning with impotent rage. "Can I see you outside for a moment?" "But..." I shook my head the smallest amount and gave him the look I'd been giving Tate to let him know I wasn't fucking around. He shifted Sloane in his arms, but her small, sleepy whimper made him freeze again. He hadn't been moving to follow me out, but her reaction hadn't endeared him to my request either. "Can it wait?" "No, it can't. Do you honestly think I would do anything that would hurt her more than she already has been?" Kenny raised one of his odd brows and shook his head with a sigh of resignation. The battle had, thankfully, been a short one, and from Autumn's squeeze on my forearm, I'd said the right thing with my reassurances. Whether or not we liked this new relationship, he cared, and that wasn't a bad thing. Kenny waited for Autumn to enter the room and gently slid Sloane to the bed as he relinquished his spot to the older woman. He watched as her hands calmly ran through the strands of Sloane's tangled hair, where it was now spread out on the pillow. After a last lingering look, Kenny balled his fists and followed me out of the room and toward the almost empty bar. I wasn't sure why the hut was so quiet today, but it was almost like the hounds had sensed the mood and stayed away. The quiet was unsettling, but I, for one, was grateful for the idle atmosphere. There were fewer ears to hear, fewer eyes to watch, and fewer mouths to spread this already impossible news. Stepping behind the bar, I pulled 2 of the tumblers out from behind the counter before dragging one of the bottles of Glenfiddich from the top shelf and filling both glasses with an inch of the amber liquid. I slid one to Kenny before replacing the bottle and watching him knock it back with a nod of satisfaction. "What the fuck happened?" he asked quietly, spinning the glass on the counter, barely able to contain his explosive mood. I could see the pressure building as his eyes darkened. I'd seen the same thing in Tate and Drew too much not to recognize it. She didn't talk. Kenny shook his head and dropped his chin to his chest, infuriated eyes on the alcohol sliding down the walls of the glass. She wouldn't say anything, just wrapped herself around me and held on tight. I've never seen anyone that broken before, Ayda. And in this life, with some of the shit we do, that fucking scares me. I leaned on the bar, my forearms holding me up as I watched his despondence accumulate. Everything had happened so quickly in that room once Slater and the others had rushed in. I hadn't even thought about how little Kenny knew about the situation. With another moment's thought, I pushed from the bar and grabbed the bottle again, this time half filling Kenny's glass and leaving the bottle out. All we know right now is that Sloane was attacked, and some things went down without her consent. The smack of the stool hitting the floor of the bar echoed through the empty room, making the sound harsh and brutal. The thud of Kenny's fists on the countertop didn't help my sudden jumpiness either. I admonished myself for the delivery before covering his fists with my hands and letting the weight of them hold him in place. We don't know all of the details. That's why Autumn's here. She's good with people. We don't know who did this or how bad it is, and your anger is not going to help the situation. Please, Kenny, be the person who is safe for her to be with. If she thinks for a second you're going to react, that any of us will go out there and make matters worse, she will lock down and we will lose the person she is. You can't ask me to just ignore this. I care about her. I know. I squeezed his hands and released them, smiling when his head jerked up in an attempt to read my response. We've all seen it happening. All I'm gonna say about that is remember who her daddy is and be smart. It's not, it will be. But for now, just be the friend you have been. I can't promise not to kill the fucker when we have his name, Ayda. I'm a fucking hound. We take care of what's ours. We'll climb that hill when we come to it. For now, we have to make that girl feel loved and safe again. Her whole world has been shaken. Kenny nodded, but his knuckles cracked as he flexed his fists in agitation. I hadn't appeased him, but then I hadn't expected to. All I needed from him was to keep his head on his shoulders until we knew more. I needed him to support Sloane and Sutton, and the only way I could get that assurance from him was to give him one of my own. Please, hold on to your head. I promise you that as soon as we know something, you will know it too. You will be in the loop. You just can't go off half-cocked without any real information. You know Drew won't let this go. None of us will. Kenny nodded tightly, but his shoulders fell in defeat. I promise. We keep this in the pack. I nodded in agreement and picked up the other glass. I wasn't sure if I should be leaving him alone, but when I saw Deke stroll out from the back of the bar, I left Kenny and approached Deeks with another sad smile that hopefully relayed how happy I was to see him. You have amazing timing. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, Deeks replied with his own sad smile. Kenny's not taking this well. And you want me to babysit? Nothing that insulting, I replied quietly. Just keep him company. I don't want him heading to the school and tearing the damn place apart looking for something we won't ever find. We have to trust Sloane to give us the details, Deeks. He sucked in a deep breath and looked over at Kenny, who was pouring himself another drink. It's the top shelf stuff. I'm sure I can force myself to drink with the kid. Kissing him on the cheek earned me a huff of indignation before Deeks headed toward the bar and the despondent Kenny, leaving me feeling less guilty about my own exit. I slipped back into my room and pushed the door closed behind me, already feeling exhausted. Autumn was still on the bed, her back against the headrest, but Sloane was now sat cross-legged facing her. I could tell that her hands were wringing in her lap, and her back straightened as she heard me approach. It's just Ayda, darling. Sloane relaxed and glanced over her shoulder at me. Her eyes were so red and swollen they looked like someone had punched her. It was only the lack of bruising that gave me any reassurance that the swelling was the effects of her tears. I joined the two already on the bed and handed Sloane the glass at Autumn's nod, watching as Sloane drank the scotch down in one gulp, spluttering as the fire probably scarred and burned its way to her gut. What the hell was that? She hacked, the back of her hand pressing to her mouth, only to wince when she disturbed a tiny cut on her bottom lip. Something to take the edge off, Autumn answered, crossing her ankles. Sometimes a little liquid courage is needed to get things done. Sloane laughed maniacally, her hand moving to her throat and squeezing as though the pain would make everything better. The sound was disturbing, but better than the sobbing that had been shaking her since Drew found her on the side of the road, going to who the fuck knew where. I looked at Autumn, but her eyes were on Sloane, watching the emotions roll around her like she was the eye of a hurricane. Nothing stuck, just more emotions and reactions all piling and spinning with more force until I felt my own anxiety rising to meet hers. "Sloane," Autumn said in that serene way of hers. Sloane rocked like someone had slammed on the brakes too hard, her wild eyes meeting the older woman's. "Breathe, baby." I can't." "Yes, sweetheart, you can. Same as always. Breathe in and let it go." No talking yet. Just you find your breath. The rest we can deal with later." The breath started roughly at first, the oxygen inhaled with rattles as it filled her anxiety-narrowed lungs. The release wasn't much better, but they improved the more she forced herself to concentrate on the vital task. As the seconds ticked by, the wild panic in her eyes started to regress, and sadness and guilt replaced it. My heart burned for this young girl. Everything she'd known and been sure of had just been replaced with the harsh reality and uncertainty of the world that now surrounded her. It didn't matter that she'd been sexually active for a while with my younger brother. Her innocence had still been taken away. Gone was the reassurance that she was safe in the places most familiar to her. Her world had crumbled down around her, narrowed in one violent interaction. I wanted to castrate the fucker who had done this to her. "Better?" Autumn asked, her eyes flicking to me, a silent request for me to keep my shit together and back her up. Sloane nodded, her hands rubbing her thighs before she flexed her fingers and dragged in yet another breath. "That's the girl." "Thank you," Sloane whispered. Panicked?" Autumn said with a warm smile. "That's completely normal. There's no right or wrong way to deal with this kind of thing, Sloane. You have to figure this out your own way. Unfortunately, you do need to explain what happened still. This guy, whoever he was, we need to stop him before he can try again, or try on somebody else." The edge of lunacy flared to life in her young eyes, making Sloane look older than her years. Autumn managed to knock the panic back once again by gripping both of Sloane's hands in hers and holding them tightly. "Breathe, sugar." "Anna was supposed to be there. She's smaller than me. If he'd overpowered her—" "No what-ifs. What happened is done now." "But he could try again." "That's why we need you to tell us who he is," I said gently. "I can't, but I know if I don't—" Her breathing became ragged again, escalating to that thin rattling sound. She was clearly torn. "I have a meet tomorrow. I have to go to Abilene for the regionals. I can't, Ayda. I can't miss them. I need to go." "Sloane." My voice was quiet, but cut through her rambling like a hot knife through butter. Her eyes met mine. "Ayda, I don't want to do this. I can't do this." Her sobs came again, and she fell into Autumn's open arms, this time allowing herself to be looked after, leaving Autumn and me to look at one another with concern. There was a reason Sloane was hiding the identity of her attacker. At first, when Drew and I had spoken to her, I thought she'd been disoriented and just didn't want to face what had happened, like anyone in that situation would have been. Now it felt like she was purposefully withholding the information on who had attacked her like this. If this was just one of the kids in her school, why would she feel the need to protect him? Was he a footballer? Someone on the baseball team? Why would she feel the need to shelter this person? "If I could take this from you, I would," I said quietly, leaning into the two of them and rubbing circles into her back. "God knows I would. You should never have to feel this, honey. This asshole, he did something he had no right to do. You don't need to protect him. Nothing in the world is worth protecting this asshole for." "I can't, Ayda." She sat up and wiped her eyes, her hands dropping to her lap and scrubbing at her uniform like she'd just realized how dirty it was. When the mess didn't move, she glanced back up at me, her eyes hard, and said, "I just want to forget this happened and move on with my life. He scared me, that's all. I just need a minute to get past this. You've been amazing. All of you have. But I'm done talking about this. I don't even want my dad—" No sooner than she'd said his name, Howard Sutton burst into the room, ignoring the smash of the door as it hit the drywall, and left a dent there. Just one look at his face, and I knew he wasn't taking the news well. I hadn't expected him to. I just hadn't been prepared for the feral look in his eyes that matched his daughter's, and the ache of my heart that knew exactly what had put it there.
Chapter 21. Drew. I almost slammed into the back of Sutton when he came to an abrupt halt in front of the women and Sloane. My eyes found Ayda's over Howard's shoulder, and I saw the worried, yet resigned look hidden in her unspoken words. The subtle shake of her head told me they'd not been successful in getting any more information out of Sloane, something that didn't surprise me. Howard inhaled sharply, taking a shaky step forward before he stopped himself and balled his fists down by his sides. The air was thick with a silence found in nightmares. It was strangling us all, especially the chief and his daughter. "Princess," he whispered roughly. Sloane's eyes filled with even more tears. Her lips shook and her chin trembled as she looked up at her father, knowing he knew what she'd wanted to hide from him, from all of us.
Dad.
Sloane pushed out, her voice soft and her mouth dry, causing her to lick her lips furiously in a bid to gain some kind of movement. I looked back at Ayda. This whole fucking situation made my stomach feel like it had 1,000 knots in it, and someone was twisting them into a shape designed to make me want to bend over and vomit. I could take seeing a lot of nasty shit. Blood, dirt, bodies, bones, broken limbs, ripped off skin. I'd witnessed it all before. But the vulnerability shining from this teenage kid's eyes was tearing me up in ways that reminded me of how I'd felt seeing Ayda in that warehouse. Another woman we hadn't protected. Another dent in our armor. "Sutton," I whispered over his shoulder. "Breathe." His fists balled tighter, making his arms ramrod straight, his body trembling as he fought to stay in control. I glanced at Autumn and saw her motherly sadness, too. It was all subtle glances, unspoken words, and a certain kind of grief that was letting everyone in the room know that one false move and the fragility of it all would come smashing down on the floor like a china plate. Ayda stood from the bed, relinquishing her spot to Sutton, who seemed to collapse there rather than sit. He and Sloane watched one another with cautious eyes only for another second, before she threw herself into his arms with another sob of complete fragility. Ayda's eyes met mine for only a second, the sadness easy to read. Taking the offered hand, Ayda stepped closer and pressed herself against my chest, a small shaky breath falling from her lips as she nodded to the hall beyond the door. We left the others in the room, Sloane still in her father's lap, looking years younger than 16. The moment we were alone, Ayda stepped back, her hands on my ribs as she caught my eyes.
"Whoever did this, Drew, she's protecting them."
"I know." I sighed heavily. "Have you spoken to Tate about any of this? Maybe he could give us some clues into who the assholes are at Babylon High."
"He's not home yet."
Ayda squeezed her eyes shut tight, swallowing the emotion that was still trying to escape in this mess.
"He's going to take this badly, too. I don't understand how this could have happened in school, Drew. They're supposed to be safe there."
"High school wasn't that long ago for you. Don't pretend like it wasn't the craziest fucking time of your life. No place scarier than those halls. No place. All those hormones, all those decisions to make, all those disasters waiting to happen." Dropping her hands, Ayda stepped back and pressed her back against the wall. Her fingers pushed through her blonde locks as she looked for some strength in the ceiling above her.
"You're right. It just never seems that bad when you're living it. Then shit like this happens, and you start to wonder."
Tugging on her hair, she shook her head as though dismissing the thoughts, and dug into her pockets for her phone.
"What do we do now?"
I scowled as she pulled out her phone. "We wait." I took a step closer toward her, reaching out to place my hand on top of hers and her cell. We make no plans. We let Sutton talk to his daughter. Then we decide whether there's a fucking scary-ass tornado coming out of that door when he leaves, or one of those weird, slow-burning tsunamis. We bide our time. We deal with what's put in front of us, Ayda. My voice was a whisper. Nothing more, nothing less. Not yet. Nodding slowly in agreement, she stared down at our joined hands and built her resolve back up until her shoulders rolled and her chin stuck stubbornly forward.
You're getting good at putting out fires, Mr. Tucker. Almost as good as you are at starting them.
This time, a small smile graced her lips, despite the situation.
What about the twins?
I reached up to push a stray hair behind her ear. First of all, I never really start fires. They just seem to spread quicker when I'm around. I smirked, locking eyes with her. Second of all, I have too many reasons to react first and think later. My family isn't simply built of men and muscle anymore. It's got a bit more heart to it. A little bit of tenderness, too. I winked. And there are kids involved. As far as I know, the twins will be in daycare if Sutton was working when I called him. I can get one of the boys to bring them here if you think that's best.
Maybe it's just better to leave them for now. Stick to their routine. If Howard wants us to get them, I'll go. Maybe for now it's best that Sloane has his attention.
She shook her head again and smiled sadly up at me.
I'm just trying to think straight. I can't even remember where I'm supposed to be right now. Dix is with Kenny. Autumn and Sutton are with Sloane. Tate is... I should call Tate.
Take a minute. I breathed down on her, stepping even closer, pressing my hand to her cheek. Take a goddamn minute for yourself. Sloane is like a younger sister to you. It's okay to feel like shit. We'll deal with Tate when he gets back, not before.
I'm good. Just worried. You're right about Tate. We can talk face to face when he gets back.
Glancing up at me, she placed her hand over my chest and raised her eyebrows.
You had a chance to talk to Slater?
No, I've let him brood for a while. He's no doubt pacing somewhere with a bottle of whiskey in his hand, calling me every name he can create in that warped mind of his. I dragged my free hand down my face, keeping my eyes closed as I spoke. I need to talk to him, though. He's right. I'd have reacted the same way he did if shit had been the other way around. I can't keep pulling this crap and expecting everyone to just accept it. I dropped my hand and opened my tired eyes. I promised Pete I was going to try to change. The doing is harder than the saying, apparently.
It was extenuating circumstances. I understand where he's coming from here. I know they all worry with the current climate and uncertainty. We all worry. The timing was just unfortunate.
She fisted my shirt and released it with another sigh.
How about I make some food for everyone and hold things down here while you go and talk to Slate? He'll only stew the longer you put it off. I'm pretty sure Sutton's not going anywhere. Not for a while, at least.
Ayda, when will you listen to me for once? I said take a minute, not go and make a banquet for 100 men. Go and do something for you. Take a shower. Go to the training room. Check out some gold. Drool over some of the cars we brought in. I don't give a shit. But I swear, if I see you making sandwiches and sweating it up in the kitchen, you'll need to be worrying about what I do to you more than what I'm going to say to Slate.
The only thing I want to do is the same the rest of you want to do and are managing to resist. I'll go and help Harry in the pawn shop, though. I like looking at some of the crap you get in there. I guess it will distract me.
I stepped back, trying to look appalled. Crap? We don't take in crap.
Oh, baby.
She patted my chest with her palm and cracked a smile.
Some of it is absolute trash. I'm pretty sure one of your boys has a marshmallow heart and accepts crap to help the Babylonians.
Holding both hands in the air, I stepped away from her completely. Are you even in the right place? Marshmallow hearts? In my hut? In my club? We're hounds, I assured her, trying not to crack a smile. We foam at the mouth, howl at the moon, and rip people apart with our bare teeth. Be gone with your marshmallow heart talk, woman. Go on. Go. Get out of here. The look she gave me made her blue eyes flare to life, dimming some of the sadness and worry that had accumulated there. Rolling her eyes dramatically, she finally allowed her smile to break free as she pressed her lips against mine and started backing away toward the bar.
"You're a bunch of heathens, and I love you for it."
She smiled again, kissed her fingertips, and blew it at me.
"Call me if you need me. I love you."
"And that kind of talk doesn't fit around here either," I called to her, mouthing a silent, "I love you," back at her before she disappeared out of sight, leaving me to go and deal with the other love of my life, goddamn Slater Portman. I found him in the repo lot, sitting in the driver's seat of a 1968 electric pink Ford Mustang we'd recently repossessed from one of the guys in the mayor's office who'd gotten himself into way too much gambling debt. The white roof was up, and Slater's head had to be pressing against it. A vintage car it may have been, but it sure wasn't made to hold a giant. His arm rested on the open window ledge, a bottle of whiskey hanging from his limp fingertips as he stared forward, out to the chain links of the yard like a man possessed. I didn't make eye contact as I climbed into the passenger seat. Despite the age of the car, it smelled new, too polished. It made my throat clog with shit as I quietly pulled the door shut, slouched down in my seat, and stared out through the front window. The only sound that could be heard was the sloshing of the alcohol in the bottle as he lifted it to his lips, took a drink, then let it hang out of the open window again. "Some days I feel like all I do is apologize," I eventually said, breaking the silence. He didn't answer. Instead, he sniffed loudly, the same way I used to do when I was too fucking angry to verbalize what I was thinking. "Sometimes I mean it, other times I don't," I added quietly. Slater sighed. "I'm not going to apologize today, Slate. What I am going to do is tell you that I'm real fucking honored to have you in my life. And I'm real fucking honored that you care so much about me. You're willing to become a moody fucker when I piss you off and give it to me straight." "Fuck you," he hissed, low and not at all threatening. "I love you too, brother. Don't try this reverse psychology shit with me, Tucker." He inhaled and exhaled even louder again. "Do you have any idea what it felt like to walk into that warehouse all those months ago and see an enemy pointing a gun at your bust-up head? Do you have any idea of the dread and the fear I felt seeing you staring down the barrel of a gun with a building full of dead imps around you?" "It wasn't exactly Thanksgiving for me, Slate." His attention turned quickly, snapping in my direction as he burned holes in the side of my head. I stared straight ahead, though. I could allow him his time. "You know how you loved Pete?" he asked roughly. I nodded, swallowing quickly. "Yeah?" "Well, that's how I love you. And I know I haven't always been on a pedestal the way he was up there with you staring up at him. I know you've always seen me as some best friend equal, maybe even someone beneath you." "Never." I turned to face him quickly, my eyes narrowed and my jaw tense. "Never beneath me." "But never above you either." He paused, grinding his teeth together before he raised the bottle of whiskey to his lips again, took another drink, and dropped it in between his legs. "And that's okay. I never wanted to be. I respected your relationship with our brother. I loved Pete too. What I'm asking you to understand is that I see you the same way you saw him." Slater lifted his free hand above his head, never taking his eyes from me. "Way up here. And so long as there is breath in my big-ass lungs, Tucker, I'm going to be your sergeant-at-arms. I'm going to be your tactician. I'm going to be the man at the front, willing to take a bullet to save your skinny fucking chest. I'm going to be the man wishing it was me taking the hits so you don't have to." My face softened, the reality of what I'd already known sinking in, penetrating my already full heart. And it was when I was looking at him, Slater, a man breaking himself apart in front of me so I could fix myself up with his pieces, that I began to realize there were so many different kinds of love. The stuff I had for Ayda was intoxicating and powerful. It clouded my mind and gave me purpose. The love I had for my brothers, for Slater, was deep, It was embedded in my soul. It gave me clarity. It gave me focus. I wouldn't want anyone else by my side, I told him. Then fucking respect me once in a while. I nodded. I'm not just your president. I'm your friend, your best friend. I don't want to make excuses, but I lose my way sometimes, and I'm only just learning to admit that. But don't you ever take my loyalty and brotherhood for you as anything less than what it is. If I ain't respecting you, you let me know the first second I disrespect you. You understand me? Slater's jaw was tense as he looked at me. Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry I let you down, brother. You didn't. He sighed, turning his attention back to the view through the chain links. I followed him, looking out through the front of the car window, too. You pout worse than Ayda. I smirked. Yeah, well, you can fuck the mood out of her. I ain't ever letting you near my ass, Tucker, so sometimes you just have to put the fucking work in. Always willing. Noted. You know what? What? He said through a sigh, bringing the bottle back to his lips. I felt my smile grow as my eyes found a crow, and I watched it flying through the sky without a care in the world. I fucking love you, Slater Portman. Kiss my ass, Drew Tucker. The moment I heard his barely there huff of laughter, I knew he'd thawed. I was grateful, too. I was nothing without my fellow hounds.
Chapter 22. Ayda. You'd think that after a situation like the one Sloane found herself in, life would turn into utter chaos, but that wasn't the case. With her attacker unidentified and Sloane acting as though nothing had happened, taking action became impossible. Tate hadn't taken the news about Sloane well when he'd come home with Libby, and so he and Libby and Reuben, his best friend for as long as I could remember, drove to the cheer meet in Abilene with Sloane and Anna, the cheerleading captain. Anna seemed bemused when they pulled up outside the hut that Sunday morning in her mom's minivan. Considering Howard Sutton hadn't been completely on board with Sloane even going to the meet after the attack, the other three going seemed like a compromise that satisfied everyone. Everyone but Kenny. I'd made my escape from the hut almost the same time they'd pulled out the gates, choosing to spend another morning with Drew in the gym training. After that, I went to Harry in the pawn shop before finally taking a ride out with Deeks to visit Autumn and thank her for her help with Sloane. Spending time at their home always made me happy, and the horses were an added treat that I mostly kept to myself. Riding always helped me clear my head, much in the same way riding his bike cleared Drew's. Autumn wasn't convinced that the situation with Sloane was over any more than I was, but she promised she would come back to the hut whenever we needed her. Much to Deeks' pleasure, she even agreed to share his room with him for a couple of weeks so she was available more permanently. Before I'd left their home, I'd told her I would call her if I thought her presence, and discomfort in staying with Deeks at the hut, was warranted. But with Sloane going on about her business as usual, I didn't want to play that card before it was absolutely necessary. There was a collective sigh of relief when the small group returned from the cheer competition, all of them in high spirits as the Babylon Bulldogs cheerleading squad had walked away with the regional championship. Sloane was riding a high that felt slightly maniacal, but one look at Drew and then Tate, and I knew I had to let my concern go and hope that if something did snap, she would come to us for help. Trying to keep a grip on everything was like juggling. You had to keep all of these balls in the air to convince her that she was not just in control, but we were allowing her to call the shots. She didn't need to know Moose was tailing her from a distance, because from the discussions between Tate and Reuben, they had her covered within the school grounds. I was almost grateful for my shift at Rusty's on Monday morning. There was no weird feeling of being watched. The regulars were in their normal booths and tables, and Rusty was in his normal pissy mood as he slung the grease around his griddle. This was something Sam and I had agreed on as he threw toast at the wall when it was brought back with the complaint of being under-toasted. The new offering went back to the table resembling charcoal while Rusty stared out of the window glaring at the woman and daring her to send the toast back again. Poor Sam found it impossible to keep a straight face as she spoke quietly with the woman who had squared her shoulders indignantly. She met me at the counter, filling another order for her other table, her lips curled in humor. $5 says she would cry, Sam whispered as we both worked to make desserts for our tables. Toast lady? I asked. squeezing caramel sauce over the sundae I was making. Yep, she asked to speak to the manager. I winced, my glance flicking over my shoulder and back to Sam. Normally, Janet handled the complaints from customers. She and Rusty owned the place, but he was not a people person. Janet not being at work was rare, but this was her monthly hair gossip appointment, which meant that all complaints went to Rusty himself, something that never ended well in my experience. I can't take that bet. I may as well give you the 5 now. The slap of the swinging kitchen door dragged our eyes to the side of Rusty wiping his hands on a dish towel as he strolled through the tables to where the haughty little woman sat, dabbing the corners of her mouth with the paper napkin she'd just picked up from her lap. "What seems to be the problem, ma'am?" he said in his usual gruff tone that left no room for argument. "You're the manager?" Her response dripped with incredulity. Sam and I moved away from the stations we'd been working at to deliver the desserts to the customers whose eyes had now strayed to the altercation. Thankfully, most of them were regulars and just seemed amused at the exchange. Once my service was complete, I moved toward the counter, my attention fully on Rusty and the older, wealthy woman who seemed completely out of place in the diner. "I own the damn place, lady." "I see. That explains everything, doesn't it?" "Does it?" Rusty raised his eyebrows in challenge and caught my eye with a look that said, "Check this broad out." I tried to hide my laugh as I turned to grab the coffee pot to do refills, but lost my train of thought as I almost tripped over Sloane, who was standing still, her normally honey-toned skin washed out and pale, and one arm reached out to me in a bid to get my attention. I slapped my hand against my chest in surprise, a half laugh and gasp falling from my lips with the acknowledgement. "Sloane?" She blanched a little at my tone, her hands moving to her hips, then her pockets, and finally landing on the straps of her bag as she pressed her dry lips together, the swelling on her bottom lip looking painful. She looked awful. "Can I talk to you?" she asked, flapping her elbows like wings and almost folding in on herself in an attempt to make her body smaller. "Of course you can, honey." I looked up and found Sam's amused gaze. She was still watching the disaster unfold with Rusty, but nodded when I pointed to Sloane and then the bag. This was code for "I need a break. Give me a sec." Following a small nod, I led Sloane back to the small office and invited her inside. The moment I pushed the door closed, she dropped her bag to the floor and eased into the lone chair, curling in on herself as her hands pressed to her stomach. "Hey." I crouched in front of her, my hands on her knees as I ducked to catch her eyes. "What's going on?" "Something ain't right." Her voice was shaky, and I was pretty sure if I could have seen her hands, they would have been trembling. "It hurts." "What hurts?" "Inside," she whispered, pain and embarrassment lacing her tone before her voice broke and she started to weep. "Oh, God, Ayda, what did he do to me?" "Wait, Sloane, honey." I could have sat there questioning her, but it was obvious she needed a doctor. She was hurting, and I didn't need to ask who he was. I already knew who she was talking about, even if she still refused to give us his name. There was only one thing I could do for her now, and it wasn't perfect, but would give her the privacy she needed and take care of the problem all in one trip. I wasn't really sure what would happen when I got there, what questions they would ask, or even if they would accept me as a guardian who could sign off on whatever needed to get done. But I had to do something. "You have your insurance card?" I asked, smoothing her hair back in an attempt to soothe her. "Yes, ma'am." I nodded and pushed up, pacing twice before I asked her to give me a minute and headed out into the main diner floor to find Sam. I knew she wouldn't thank me for leaving her alone during the after-school rush, but I also knew she'd seen the state Sloane was in. I'd covered enough shifts for her when she had to see to her son that she wouldn't even hesitate. She didn't. I barely had the request past my lips before she told me to go, and without much thought, I was loading Sloane into my truck as carefully as I could manage and was heading toward the women's clinic just outside of Corsicana. This was better than taking her to the doctor in town. Fewer questions and less gossip. I was only a couple of miles out of town when I finally managed to think with some level of clarity. I pulled out my phone and glanced over at Sloane with a sympathetic smile. "I'm just going to call Drew. He's going to want to know that I'm heading out of town and he can put out any fires with your dad. That cool?" Sloane nodded her agreement with very little commitment and curled a hand around the one already on her stomach as she pushed her forehead against the window, her eyes closed and an expression of pain twisting her pale lips. Finding Drew's number easily on my phone, I hit dial and held the thing to my ear as I headed toward Corsicana, 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, and I breathed a sigh of utter relief when he answered. Ayda? The worry was always there when I wasn't with him, and the panicked yet somehow controlled way he spoke my name only confirmed that. Hey, I've just left work, and I just wanted to let you know that Sloan and I are heading to the clinic in Corsicana. She came to me at the diner. She's not feeling so great. I begged him to read between the lines there and see what the hell I was actually saying without words. He didn't answer right away, and I heard a door close somewhere around him before another one opened, and the surrounding noise faded away until all I could hear was his voice. Turn around, he ordered quietly. Drew, I can't. She's hurting. I glanced over at Sloan, but she was pale and clammy, somewhere in the vicinity of sleep against my window, which only served to worry me further. Ayda. I didn't have to see him to imagine he was pinching the bridge of his nose as he held the phone to his ear and scrunched his eyes closed. Do you remember where the safe house is, where we went after the imps tried to hurt you and Tate in the house fire? I frowned at the phone for a second as I pulled my foot off the gas and coasted onto the hard shoulder toward the gas station just up ahead. I know the one. Then turn around and go there. Take Sloan. The key to the front door is under the third clay pot on the left, the one painted blue. Lift the wooden porch panel and you'll see it. The two of you can get in. The whole place is safe and secure. No one will see you or her going in. When I end this call, I'm phoning Doc. He is a nurse. Drew trailed off, blowing out all the air in his body like it weighed a ton. She's on our payroll. She goes to the safe house regularly. Her name is Tracy. She deals with the hound whores. Gives them regular checks. Makes sure they're clean. She knows what the fuck she's talking about. Sloan won't need her insurance card. There'll be no records. Nothing can ever come back on her if I get Tracy to check her out and diagnose her. You hear me? I hear you. I'm headed that way now. Thank you for this. I'm not sure what she didn't tell us, but this isn't good. She's pale and clammy. I gazed over at Sloan as I stopped just inside the turn into the gas station. She vomited. I glanced at Sloan's face again. Her legs were pulled up against her chest, and she was still pale, but there was no telltale hint of green in her pallor or her lips. I don't think so, and she doesn't look like she's heading that direction. The way she described the problem, it's internal pain. So it isn't just shock, then, he muttered almost to himself. A lot of chicks tend to do that when they... He trailed off again. Never mind. Just get her to the safe house. I'll have Doc and Tracy meet you. Trust them, Ayda. They're good. I remembered that from after the nightmare in the warehouse, but now was not the time to bring that up. I trust you, and you trust them. That's good enough for me. I'll call you as soon as I know something, okay? I pulled out of the gas station slowly and started back the way I'd come. Be safe, darling, he whispered to me. I will. Love you. I didn't wait for a response, and he probably didn't give me one. We just disconnected so we could do what we needed to do in order to get Sloan looked at. I drove as fast as I could without drawing attention to myself, and though I knew the general direction of the safe house, I missed the turnoff twice before finally finding my way and easing the truck down the rough road as gently as I could so Sloan could continue to sleep while that was possible. I'd woken her only briefly to explain the plan to her, and she'd thanked me before curling up in the big leather seat like an injured kitten. When I pulled up to the house, I found the key and unlocked the door before helping Sloan from the truck and guiding her inside. She barely said a word, just grunted in agony occasionally when the pain became a little too much. The place didn't look much different than it had the first time I'd been here. Someone had fixed the kitchen, the furniture had been updated a little, and some of the cobwebs had been removed. But otherwise, the safe house was the same. Function over form. The place was there for a reason, to do a job, and today was just another day for these four walls to do what they did best. Doc and Tracy didn't take long to show up. The two of them arrived within minutes of one another, and they immediately went into action to fulfill their roles. Tracy helped Sloan to one of the bedrooms with an arm around her waist, and left Doc and me in the living room, while I paced the floor as the doc explained what was going to happen next. If everything went according to plan, he wouldn't be needed at all, but having seen how pale Sloan had been as Tracy walked her away, I wasn't sure that would be the case, even in the best scenarios. I felt useless and guilty. A futile emotion when there was nothing I could have done to stop this from happening. I was angry with myself for not insisting she see a doctor when all of this had gone down. But then, how was I supposed to know? Should I go and hold her hand or something? I asked, spinning as I walked a rud into the cheap rug covering the hardwood floor. If you think that would help, Doc said calmly. his voice that even rumble always paired with being absolutely certain of his part in this mess. "But Tracy is good at what she does. She may even manage to get more of an explanation from her while they're alone." I nodded, wringing my hands in front of me as I moved. I wanted Sloane to be comfortable. I wanted her to feel safe. But if Doc was confident that Tracy would offer that, what could I do in that room other than complicate things further? "I'll go in if she calls for me," I clarified to no one in particular and continued my endless path between the front door and the kitchen. The examination felt as though it was taking forever, and as the afternoon started to dim and the sun slipped toward the horizon, real panic began to rise inside of me. I almost bolted down the hall when the door to the room opened, but Tracy called for the doctor in her calm, professional voice, and he left me alone in the room for another half hour before he rejoined me with a small smile and his hands raised in reassurance. "She's fine. I just needed to check a couple of things and write a prescription, but otherwise her injuries are nothing too serious." "So, what happened?" I demanded. My hands were flouncing in front of me in panic, and my eyes tried to read every nuance on his face. That proved useless. Staring at the statue of the thinker and trying to figure out what he was thinking about would have been more fruitful. "I got inside the room after the talking had been done, Miss Hannigan. I'm afraid if you want the details, you're going to have to talk to Tracy. What I can tell you is that once the antibiotics take care of the infection, there should be no lingering effects in the future." "Infection?" I asked sharply, concern cutting through my formal politeness that should have been there. Tracy chose that moment to appear, slipping out of the room and closing the door gently behind her. I didn't have to ask her to explain. The second I opened my mouth, she raised her hands to stop me and offered a small, sad smile. I'd seen too many of those in the last couple of days. It felt foreboding. "Sloane asked me to share what she told me with you. She said you'd be worrying about her, and the painkillers will probably help her sleep and knock her out for a little while." "Okay," I said, dropping my ass to the coffee table and looking up at her expectantly. Tracy had one of those faces that instantly made you feel comfortable. It was heart-shaped and gentle, her eyes a deep blue that said you could tell her anything. The result of that combination was almost unnerving, but also reassuring. Sloane was violated a little more roughly than I think even Sloane first realized. The guy who did this managed to penetrate her with his fingers, and was either exponentially rough or tried to keep her from escaping with the only hold he had on her. Jesus Christ. That was pretty much my reaction, Tracy said, shaking her head in disgust. Drew asked me to attempt to get a name from Sloane if she happened to open up to me, but she shut down the moment I tried. Whoever did this to her either has something over her or has threatened her in some way that has her scared to death. So what are we looking at here? Her vaginal walls were scratched, and that would have been painful on its own, but manageable. One of those scratches started to get an infection, though, and that made it 10 times worse for her in a very uncomfortable place. They weren't very deep, so we were able to treat them, and the meds will chase away the infection completely. If there's a problem, you're the one she's going to come to. Just give Doc or me a call, and we'll meet you here. I nodded in confirmation, my stomach churning violently. The drive inside me to find this sick bastard was almost a hunger in my gut now, a kindling that had a slow drip of fuel adding to the flame. I couldn't believe the extent this asshole had gone to, and not just to hurt her, but in an attempt to take things further and take what he really wanted from her. Just the thought of how violent and sick this asshole was made my stomach roll in disgust. Not one man in the club was going to take this lightly, once they found out about how far this had actually gone.
Chapter 23. Drew. Babylon High seemed to be the central location for all the MC's troubles. First Jacob, my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, and the football coach and my girlfriend's only brother. Now a mystery attacker, a nameless kid who didn't know he wasn't supposed to touch anything that didn't belong to him. 2 men I couldn't get to. One would bring too much trouble to my family if I touched him. The other was a ghost I couldn't find. The latter was also someone I wouldn't be allowed to touch, even if I did figure out who the hell the little punk was. That was going to be for Sutton to deal with. My anger was nothing compared to his. In the week following Sloane's attack, he'd retreated into himself, walking around with that ashen face and those sagging shoulders all over again. just like he'd done straight after losing his wife, Maisie, in the warehouse. My brothers and I tried to help him, tried to pick him up. But what the fuck was there to say to a man when his daughter had been violated? Nothing. Not even Ayda's sunshiny disposition and let's-all-stay-positive attitude rubbed off on the chief. I had to admire her efforts, though. Even if he didn't appreciate them, I sure as shit did. Everyone had been reminded how touchable we were. That was the downside of loving, of caring. It meant that when shit went south and something happened to those you cared for, you were left feeling like we all did, useless as fuck. Business carried on as usual. The Hounds even had a vote on what action was best to take regarding Sloane's mystery attacker. Kenny wanted to storm the school and smash every man capable of getting a raging erection up against the wall, grab their balls, and twist them until they talked. We all voted against him on that, which led to him sulking for 3 days and smashing the crap out of the equipment in the training room. With our attention needed to run the club, the pawn shop, and the repo business, Ayda demanded that we stop calling in on her shifts at Rusty's, instead willing us to head to football training to watch over Tate if we got the spare time. It would mean we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, make sure her brother was safe, and keep our eyes on Sloane at cheerleading practice, since she was refusing to quit that shit, much to her father's despair. See that as a good thing, Howard, I encouraged him. It means the attacker is probably someone she didn't even know. There's no way she'd go back to the same place she got hurt if the same guy was going to be there to remind her of what happened. He'd looked at me skeptically, and then he'd lowered his chin back to his chest and stalked out to the bar to grab a double whiskey after his shift. I was trying Ayda's tactic of positive thoughts leading to a positive life, but I had to admit it didn't come naturally to me. The longer I tried to suppress the raging need to hurt someone, something, the more I could feel it bubbling away in the pit of my stomach in the middle of the night. The need for revenge would whisper to me like an old friend. Come back to me, Drew. Be who you used to be. React first and think later. Put the pressure on. Weed the scum out. Make the whole of Babylon fear hurting anyone you've come to care about. I almost gave in a few times, too. But then Ayda would stir in her sleep, wrap her leg tighter around mine, and sigh against my chest, as though she could hear that devil on my shoulder, and she'd moved to remind it she was stronger than any temptation the world had to offer. By day 8 post-Sloane attack, I was pacing and doing my damn best to hide it. I had no idea if Sloane or Tate were even due to practice that day, but I found myself driving around the high school a few times while Ayda was busy working a shift at Rusty's. Just being close by had all my senses tingling, like something inside of me could sense there was something bigger going on here, something that was right in front of my eyes. So close, too close I couldn't focus to see it clearly. I had chosen to take the van out that morning. People didn't tend to crane their necks to look at me tearing down the roads when I was in the van, as opposed to the Harley. After several pointless trips around Babylon, I parked up behind the school on the back road, where a few cars went because it was a dead end that held all the school's commercial trash compactors. The football field was around the corner, and all I could feel in my gut was this pull for me to go to it, to see it, even if it sat empty and unresponsive, offering me no more vibes and nothing but a half-decent view. I shuffled around in the driver's seat for quite some time, eventually pulling out the cell from inside my cut and staring down at it in my hands. I turned it over a few times, trying to figure out what to do, and before I could give it too much thought, I had Sutton's name up on the screen, and I was hitting call. "Tucker," he answered with no emotion. "Chief? Just calling to see what's going on in the life of crime today." I tried to smile as I rested my arm on the door and pressed the phone harder to my ear. "It's quiet. Too quiet. We're working on making those cells a little more crowded for you." "Ain't your job, Tucker." "I know." I sighed. "But you chose to befriend a bunch of outlaws. It's not my fault you can't choose better acquaintances."
I would say I wished I'd stayed away from the warehouse that night, but I'm pretty sure you'd be dead if I had, and as unhappy as I am right now, I can't bring myself to wish for that."
"That's what I call progress," I said through a weak smile.
"I call it regression, but whatever."
I heard the chief take a slurp of his drink, no doubt a triple espresso considering he wasn't sleeping all too well lately, before he dropped the cup back down onto his desk with a little too much force.
"How can I help you today, anyway?"
"I don't need any help," I assured him.
"Then why the call?"
"Just being friendly."
"Tucker."
"You don't believe me?"
"Hell no, I don't."
"Fine. I'm outside Babylon High." He paused for a beat too long before he eventually spoke.
"Why?"
"I don't know." I heard his chair scrape as he pushed it backward.
"Is Sloan—"
"She's fine. At ease, soldier." I let my head fall back on the headrest and looked up at the school. "I just feel better being here." He paused again.
"For some strange reason, I feel better you being there, too."
We ended the call not long after. I didn't know why I'd called him, but something felt off with me, and I was trying to figure out what exactly I needed to make myself feel grounded again. If she hadn't been working, I'd have gone straight to Ayda to talk it out. I was getting better at that. But Rusty's was becoming her safe haven, despite the unease and paranoia she sometimes felt while there, and I didn't want to drop more drama at her busy working feet, not without having something real and concrete to place there. In the end, I found myself getting out of the van, shrugging my shoulders in my cut, and walking along the streets that would lead me to the football field. When I got there, it was empty. I couldn't see any football players, no cheerleaders, and not a single staff member anywhere. All there were green fields at my feet and blue skies up ahead. I made my way to the place where I'd first kissed Ayda and stared at the very spot where I'd first pushed her away when all I'd really wanted to do was pull her closer. With my hands pushed deep into my jeans pockets, I got lost in the memory and found myself staring at the wall she'd been pressed against when I'd first found her. Her hands had been tugging the blonde lengths of her hair in frustration. Her eyes had been wild. And those lips, man, those lips. I'd wanted to devour them the second I'd seen their gentle quivering as her uncertainty took over. We'd had a lot of memories in a short space of time, and even though our very first kiss on the edge of this field hadn't ended well that night, I couldn't help feeling like that very first moment with her might just be one of my all-time favorites. I let out a weighty sigh, almost forgetting where I was, when I heard something behind me. Jacob Hove was walking out onto the grass at the other edge of the field, carrying a net bag over his shoulder and staring at his feet like he found his job the most boring job in the whole fucking world. I quickly ducked behind the wall, peering around the corner just enough that I could see him, but he couldn't see me. He dropped the bag to the grass and then bent at the knees as he started to open it, pulling out a load of shit and dropping it all to the ground carelessly. I frowned as I watched him simply because I hated the motherfucker. He'd had my girl before I had. No man took too kindly to that, no matter how much of a saint they were. And I definitely wasn't a saint. Just a year ago, I'd have used Jacob's face as a training bag for the fun of it, because I didn't like the look of him and nothing else. That rumbling in my stomach stirred again. That quiet whisper that sounded like revenge whistled in my ear. No one would know if I walked over there and had a quiet word. No one would believe him that I'd been around, that the MC had been watching, that a hardcore club like the Hounds could and would enter a high school to hurt the new football coach for no good reason at all. I was tempted, too tempted, until I saw Jacob's head snap to the bleachers as someone called out to him. My eyes followed where he turned to look up, and the very second I saw a figure standing as arrogantly as I did, wearing a leather cut with his hair and eyes hidden under a black baseball cap, My spine stiffened. Jacob stood, planting his hands on his hips as he shouted something at the visitor in the bleachers. The visitor didn't respond verbally. Instead, he pointed at his wrist, signaling the time before he thumbed over his shoulder and gave Jacob a nod. Jacob saluted in return before he dropped back down to the ground and went back to organizing the small cones in size order. I, however, was focusing all my attention on the leather cut. And the moment the guy wearing it turned around and began to walk back up the steps, I was pretty fucking certain I forgot how to breathe. Because as sure as I had a dick between my legs, there stood a rival MC member, walking away from me without a care in the world, without any knowledge of my presence, without any fear in his heart, without any worry about being in someone else's territory, with one very large, scary-as-shit Navarro rifle's patch on his back. The Navs were in Babylon, and Jacob Hove seemed to know them well. The van practically spun into a parking space outside Rusty's. The screeching of the tires had everyone sitting by a window looking out to the parking lot in one swift head snap. I barely waited for the engine to die before I jumped out of the seat, slammed the door, and ran up the steps to the door, the leather edges of my cut flapping as I moved quickly. "Ayda!" I shouted, looking left and right. "Ayda!" I saw Janet first, and that was good enough for me. I ran straight toward her, grabbed her shoulders, and was about to scream, "Where the fuck is Ayda?" when I saw a familiar figure pushing her ass against the swinging doors and backing out into the diner. Ayda turned, her face lighting up the moment she saw me, but that didn't last long. The second her eyes met mine, she saw something was wrong. In one practiced move, she handed the tray she'd been holding to Janet and told her the table number before rushing to me with a panic of her own.
"What's wrong?"
she asked, her hands curling around the two sides of my cut. I had no time to spare to be gentle. Glancing over her head, searching every corner of the diner I could, I practically growled at her. "Get your shit. We're going home." She looked at me, obviously calculating the severity of the situation. Whatever she saw in my eyes had her convinced, and after one short nod of agreement, she replied,
"Okay, let me just explain to Janet, and I'll grab my things."
She turned, but stopped, and twisted back to face me again.
Is everyone healthy?"
"Just fucking move, Ayda," I snapped quietly, struggling to stay in control as I scanned behind me. "Now." Putting both hands up in surrender, even though her eyes were narrowed at me, she walked backward for a couple of steps before turning and following a bewildered-looking Janet into the back. I tapped my foot and ran my hand through the longer links of my hair when Sam walked past looking concerned. I reached out without thinking, grabbing her arm a little too tightly. Her eyes widened, and I realized my mistake, loosening my grip and swallowing as I looked down on her worried face. "Has anyone been in here today that you've never seen before?" Sam scowled, swallowing as she looked at the doors Ayda and Janet had disappeared through before she glanced back up at me.
"We get travelers every day, Drew."
"Not tourists. I'm talking about anyone like us." She glanced at the president patch on my cut.
"You mean someone from the MC?"
"Any MC," I whispered. Her scowl deepened as she searched my eyes.
"No.
"No?"
I don't think."
She didn't get time to finish before the swinging doors flew open again to reveal Ayda staring at my hand on Sam's arm. I dropped it instantly, straightening up and pushing my hands into the pockets of my jeans to keep them under control.
"I'll see you later, Sam,"
Ayda said with a quiet smile before glaring at me and marching toward the front door while pulling her bag up over her head so it crossed her body. She could glare at me all she wanted. The only thing I cared about was getting her back to the hut. I tried to grab her hand and drag her down the steps, but she somehow timed it so she had to readjust her bag again, a move I was certain was done to avoid my death grip. I was scaring her, and I knew it. But the Navs were circling, and that demanded the old Drew Tucker, not the new one. That was the problem with being the leader. Sometimes you couldn't stay nice. You had to switch that panic button and go into battle mode again. I opened her door and watched her climb in and side-eye me the entire time. I slammed the door shut and jogged around to the driver's side before I climbed in myself and started the engine. The silence was thick as I backed out of the parking lot, once again spinning the wheel a little too hard right and causing the van to sway from the jerky movement. Ayda slapped her hand and grabbed her seatbelt, dragging it into place as I pulled onto the feeder road, almost sideswiping the Toyota chugging along innocently in the next lane over. Her body turned in the seat, her knee resting on the bench seat as she studied my face, trying to get a read on the situation.
What the fuck is going on, Drew? You come into the diner frantic, question my coworkers while I'm following your rude and snappy orders to get my shit, and then drag me out without a word. You're scaring the shit out of me, and it looks like you did a pretty good job of terrifying Sam, too. Can you please explain this?
I heard her, but I didn't hear her. I was too busy leaning forward, checking my mirrors, and listening to the sound of the pipes on the bike that was suddenly gaining on us from behind. Call the school. Get Tate back to the hut. Tell them there's a family emergency. Sloan, too. Shit, I need to call Sutton. I glanced over at her lap, trying to seek out her bag. Ayda, you call Sutton. Do it now.
And tell him what?
She snapped impatiently.
You're freaking me the fuck out.
The bike gaining on us grew louder, and I took my foot off the gas to ease up. I needed to see if it was one of them before I spoke again, because if it was, I was about to veer this car to the left and run some nav off the road.
Drew, give me something to go on here.
She ran her hands through her hair, noticed my attention on the bike, and twisted to look at the back of the van. Come on, you son of a bitch, I muttered.